used to emceeing conferences where I say, okay, don't look at your mobile devices very often, don't do too much. There's panel discussions happening. But over here, I would recommend, as much as possible, go ahead, tweet, follow, share, whatever it takes to see this hashtag SMW Mumbai going. Whatever you feel like sharing, anything that you find interesting in the panel discussions, go ahead and share. Your questions can also be asked to the panel members using that particular hashtag. So without much ado, let's get going, right? It's the fifth day, the last day, but nevertheless, we always save the best for the last. We have interesting panel discussions, presentations. I will not reveal all of it right now. Let's see what happens in the next few hours. And let's get going with our first presentation. Now that this is the social media week, we realize that let's actually do something different. Our first presentation wouldn't be happening over here on stage. In fact, the presenter or the speaker is a very well-known speaker. He is voted 8 of Forbes' top 50 social media power influencer, and he would be online. He would be joining us online to give his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey to earned traffic and authority on the social web. We're going to be talking about content. There's a lot of good content on the net, but what's important is to consume the content, we also need the right traffic, don't we? So to talk on this, we have Mr. Jeff Willers, who's a strategist and speaker, and he, as I mentioned before, he's voted number 8 as a social media power influencer. He will be joining us online, and that's how he's going to give his presentation. So a round of applause to begin the Social Media Week Mumbai, the last day, and of course to our speaker, Mr. Jeff Willers.
Hello everyone, how are you? It's great to be in Mumbai virtually. I wish that I was there in person, but maybe next year. So very excited to be. I heard there was actually a rain shower outside, so that's apparently in India, everything stops when you have rain. So great to be here. And I started on social media about 6 years ago, and it was a very different place back then. And Facebook only had about 50 or 60 million users today. It's got about 1.3, 1.4 billion. And I was also on Twitter, and I think they had about 4 or 5 million, and there were no tools to use. So it was a very, what we call the wild west of social media when I started. And I also then started the next year in March 2009 to actually start my blog. And it was a very interesting time back then. So we've come a long way. And with Twitter, with nearly 300 million people and users, we now have a very different landscape. We now have Twitter floated. We actually had Facebook go public. We have platforms being launched like Pinterest and Instagram that didn't exist 5 years ago. So it's a very different place. And what was thought of as a fad back then is very much a trend that's become embedded in our psyche as human beings. And that's what's rather exciting for me. And that's what really touched and resonated with me when I started, was this intersection of humanity and technology to give you global reach to an audience. And that's what excited me to actually get started on the social web and start the blog. So let's go to the presentation. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is actually tell you a little bit about my journey on this social web and what happened. So there's some really weird stuff going on, and I don't know if you've noticed it, but cameras are being designed, well, cameras in your phones are being designed to actually take these things called selfies. Now, not only are humans taking selfies now, but some of our furry friends are. So let's have a look at that. Okay, the cats are taking selfies. It's a bit scary. We also got their mates in the house taking photos as well. We've also got, worse than that, we've actually got bloggers taking selfies. Here's me in my favourite Twitter shirt taking a selfie. Took me a few shots to get this right. But this is a very different web to what I started with. What we've seen is what I call the intersection also of 2 obsessive technologies. And these 2 technologies are, 1, the social web, and number 2, the smartphone and the mobile phone, where you actually can, capture and publish online wherever you are. You don't need to be stuck behind a desk. You can publish while you're on the go. anywhere, anytime. So there are some challenges though on this social web, and a lot of us, struggle with the technology. But what are some of these challenges? And I'm going to ask you, have any of you had any of these challenges? Where do I start? And that is a real challenge for a lot of us, because a lot of us a little bit shyer than others, some a bit afraid to actually publish online. Where do you start? Do I start a blog? Do I get onto Facebook? Do I get onto Twitter? Where do I start? The other challenge is, some of us that weren't brought up in a connected generation, is the technology's too hard. How do I do this? But what's really great is that some of these challenges now, with technology getting better and better, is that it's becoming easier to do. So, but it is a challenge for a lot of us. But even my father, who's in his 80s now, loves Skyping. So if he can Skype at 81, I'm sure a lot of us can do a lot better than that. The other one is, I've had this challenge. You started a blog and didn't know what to write about, and that can be a real, a writer's block issue. And, sometimes we have this challenge. The other one, you build a website but no one's showing up, and that's the traffic part. So you can create the great content, but then no one is turning up. And that is a real challenge for a lot of us. How do I get traffic? And we're going to touch on some of that today. Now, you get the traffic and you're trying to sell stuff, and so no one's buying. And that can be a real challenge. So you've got to learn the art of actually converting traffic into buyers. The other one is, when I got into Twitter for the first time in 2008, when I looked at it, 140 characters, what do you do with that? Seriously. Like, aren't we supposed to have a web where we can publish as long as we'd like? At any rate, I had to work on this, and I really didn't know what to do. And later on, I'm going to show you what was one of my first tweets, which I only just discovered the other day. But it's a bigger challenge coming. Well, actually, that sits in this ecosystem. And this is something I discovered a few months ago. I had this aha moment. And it's this quote by John Maynard Keynes. And he says, "The difficulty lies not so much in developing new ideas as escaping old ones." You see, we're creatures of habit. And a lot of us are stuck in the old ways of marketing, the old ways of publishing. And this is a real challenge for a lot of us, and especially older organisations that have people, that are used to doing marketing the old way, or used to publishing books only in print, or doing their marketing by letterbox drop or cold calling. So letting go of these old habits can be a challenge for a lot of us. But what are the opportunities that go along with these challenges? Let's have a look at some. One thing that really resonated with me when I got onto the social web was access to a global market. I remember I got onto Facebook for the first time, and after registering, what happened was I saw people from all around the world that I used to go to college with that got drawn into my Facebook page. Some looking a bit older, some had no hair. But that's the challenge for many of us as we grow older, is losing that hair. But these were people I hadn't seen in decades, and now they're actually just sitting on my desktop and I could actually communicate with them. I remember also that I was in the office one morning and a package turned up. It was 25 kilograms and it was from London. And it was for one of my friends, Patrick. And Patrick is a very avid car enthusiast. And I wondered what it was. So I put the package on his desk and he came in and I said to Pat, "What is that package about?" And he said, "It's a car suspension part." And I said, "Really? Why'd you get that from London?" He said, "Well, it was 40% cheaper." So now your competition is actually not just in your next suburb or in the same city or in the next state. It's actually in another country. So now we have access to a global market. We actually have the ability to sell. And especially for me in Australia here, we are 15 hours from almost anywhere. And there's been books written about the tyranny of distance for Australia. We're 15 hours to the west coast of the US, 20 hours to get to London. It's a long way for us. So this access to the global market is rather exciting. It means that your world is much bigger. The other one is the opportunity is to actually network through attracting people through your content. And I remember it was 3 years ago, and I got this email from Johnny, badly written, poor grammar, and I almost didn't respond, but I said, well, I better. So I did, and the invitation was to speak and run a workshop in New Zealand. And we emailed backwards and forwards, and I decided to go and check Johnny out, looked on LinkedIn, searched on the web, and I discovered he was one of New Zealand's richest men. And he'd been reading my blog, and he wanted me to come and speak to people in New Zealand. So we arranged the trip, and off I went. So I went to Christchurch, and I went to a golf resort he owned just outside Christchurch called Terrace Downs. And I spoke that day in front of about 50 people with this just gorgeous golf resort in the background behind the lodge, with this beautiful river flowing, you know, on the side, and then there's just beautiful, you know, vision of Mount Hutt behind me. And it was just almost distracting to try and run a workshop in such a beautiful location. At any rate, after we finished the workshop, we had dinner, and Johnny pulled me aside and said, Jeff, look, I'm over running this, you know, this hospitality thing, and what I'd like to do is I've started this startup, this technology startup. And he said, would you like to be part of it? And he said, look, we'll give you some shares, and also what we'll do is we'll want you on the board. I went, let me think about that. So I thought about it for a long time, 2 seconds. And that brought home to me the ability to actually, through creating the best content you can, to attract people to you and to your networks that can provide great opportunities. The other opportunity is the ability to actually bypass what we call the mass media gatekeepers. Now, in the past, PR companies had to attract attention by getting a relationship with a journalist. If you wanted to write a book, you actually had to try and find a print company and approach, you know, editors that actually would take your book on. But what we're seeing is the democratization of publishing. You no longer need to seek permission, and that is rather exciting. If you want to publish, just do it. And you can do that on your blog. You can actually then write a book, put it into Word, get it formatted, upload it to Kindle, and guess what? You're published. And that's rather exciting. So it's a democratization of publishing. We no longer need to seek permission. The other big opportunity is this. Over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see 3 billion more people come online. Today, we've got about 2.7. So we're going to see the doubling of the online population. This is going to present fantastic opportunities to actually build networks, to create relationships, and to be able to monetize our knowledge. But first, I want to tell you a little bit more about my story and how I came to be here today speaking to you. It was in 2008. I just had to close a business. I was hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. My credit card bill alone was over $50,000, and the banks had me on speed dial. I was in the middle of a marriage breakup and divorce. I had to sell the family home, and I was essentially homeless. And luckily, my brother said, look, Jeff, why don't you come and live with me? And so I said, okay, I will. So I remember moving in on the first day, and I opened up the pantry. Now, my brother is an accountant. I don't know if any of you know an accountant, but accountants are very attention to detail people. We can almost call them anal. So when I opened up the pantry, my brother had his pantry so well organized that he had a spare item behind every item. And I said to myself, I've got to be on my best behavior here, otherwise I'm going to be homeless again. So what I had, because I didn't have a job, what I did have, though, was time. So I had the time to start researching online. And I had the time to find a solution to my dilemma. And I came across a book by Tim Ferriss called The 4-Hour Workweek, which I'm sure some of you have read. And in his book Before Our Work Week, Tim points a vision, depicts a vision of a world in which you can actually create a lifestyle based upon this global web. Where you actually, if you have a passion and purpose, you actually can create a business based upon that. And that rather excited me. I then came upon another book by David Meerman Scott called The New Rules of Marketing and PR. And essentially, David's key principles, one of them that he revealed in that, was what we call inbound marketing, which today is called content marketing. It was the ability of creating great content that will attract people to you, which is the inbound part. And on top of that then, instead of having to go and chase people by making cold calls, by having to pay for mass media and pay for attention, you actually could attract people to you and attract opportunities, which I've experienced over the last 5 years and still continue to be amazed by what can happen. At any rate, I then came upon a blog by HubSpot. And what it said in that blog, and I've tried to go and search and find it, it said if you have an inkling of what you want to write about, just start. So I took that on board, and in March 2009, I started the blog jeffbullis.com. And it cost me $10. For me, that revealed the possibility and the opportunity to actually make a difference. And one of the things that also drove me was actually, I was thinking when I was in this really, down time, when I get to older age, 80, 90, if I live that long, hopefully I do. But if I got to that age, what could I say that I left behind? What legacy had Jeff left? What dent had I left in the universe? And it made me think. So that was one of the motivators behind starting the blog. So I started the blog, and this is what happened. I now have 4 million visitors a year. I got listed on Forbes in 2014 as a #8 social media marketing talent. I now have over 250,000 Twitter followers. I've written for the New York Times, had an Amazon bestseller, and been listed by the Huffington Post on the top 100 business and leadership accounts on Twitter to follow. And my presentations have been viewed nearly 1 million times on SlideShare. Me, the broke, homeless guy, living with his anal OCD brother. For me, that revealed the potentiality for us as human beings to actually make a difference through the power of the social web. But what I want to do now is touch on some of the myths of social media and blogging. One thing I've struck, especially in the area of content marketing and building blogs and websites, is that one myth is build it and they will come. Just create great content and they'll show up. The reality is they won't. With 1 billion websites apparently, the challenge is actually being found on this crowded web. The other myth is social media is this silver bullet to market your content. The reality is much different. It's only part of the puzzle. It is a very big challenge, and we need to understand the other digital marketing and strategies to actually get discovered and grow traffic on this internet. The other myth is it's free. It's not free. It takes time, and time is money. You need resources, and you're going to have to pull your credit card out. The other myth is it's easy, and it's not. I've discovered that we need to actually persist and do effort consistently. In fact, for the last 5 years, ever since I started my blog, my usual practice has been to get up at 4:30, create and craft my blog post, and then publish it, and then market and hustle it on the web. That was my first 3 to 4 hours every morning for the last 5 years. So it's not easy, but you do need something to fuel that. And that's where passion and purpose becomes really important. So let's have a look at some of the trends that are impacting this social web in which we live. One of the big ones is brands are becoming publishers. Now, some of you might have seen Red Bull and Lego. Red Bull actually has its own publishing company. It's got nearly 150 staff in Austria. It actually creates print media, and then it creates epic events. In fact, they actually don't do a lot of mass media advertising. They actually create attention through publishing. And this is a big thing that's happening. Lego has just created its own movie. That is one of the best pieces of content marketing we've seen for the last couple of years. The other trend is mass media is being bypassed. And we're seeing this with the likes of Beyonce. And I think this was a tipping point in December 2013. Beyonce published her new album on iTunes. She then put it out on Instagram with one word to her 8 million Instagram followers. And that one word was surprise. And that album broke her previous album from the year before. It was the top-selling album on iTunes for all time at that stage. And she didn't use one piece or one mass media marketing tactic. No talk shows, no advertising on the back of a bus. There was no TV advertising. It was where she just used her own distribution network to actually market. And that's what you've got to keep in mind, is that you now have the power to build your own distribution network globally. And you think about it, the reality for this is that if you continue to build your Twitter followers, your Facebook fans, your Instagram followers, your Pinterest followers, your LinkedIn connections, you're building your own distribution network, and that gives you the power to actually publish without actually asking for attention. The other one is, the other big trend, of course, is mobile accession. Now, when I started 5-6 years ago, the mobile was only just really getting into its stride. Now, what's really interesting about this is we really need to understand how the power of mobile is impacting. Now, those 3 billion people that are coming online are going to come from a lot of developing countries, such as in Africa. Now, almost all of those are going to be on mobile because no one's building wires and poles much anymore. It's all wireless connection, and that's mobile devices. And this intersection of the two obsessions of mobile and social is having a huge impact on how we market and how we publish and how we communicate. The other one, it's a big trend, is visual content. Now, remember Johnny from New Zealand? Well, Johnny is the CEO of a company called Shutterrock. It's a visual content marketing platform. And we've just signed Lady Gaga to actually use the platform for speaking to her fans and crowdsourcing content using images taken on mobiles when they're at her concerts. So visual content is a big trend, and we're seeing the rise of this very rapidly. And this has also led to the success of the fastest growing in the Western world, the rise of Instagram. But let's look at the first pillar. We need to understand your target market. So let's take a closer look at this. Now, a lot of us say, to understand the target market, we've got to go and do the demographics. We've got to look at the age, we've got to look at the religion, we've got to look at, male or female. What's the sort of target market we've got? Now, we need to do this. It's important. And this is Marketing 101. You also need to understand their social personas. Okay, we need to understand, what are their key problems? Where do they get their information from? What networks are they on? What are their behaviours as individuals? We need not to only just look at their problems, we need to understand something else. And I think this is really very important. And we also need to understand their aspirations. Now, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I'm sure a lot of you have heard this and seen this diagram, but I think especially in the younger generation, I'm seeing it much more now, is that, especially in developed countries, we're seeing that, the challenge for actually getting food and survival is no longer a problem. What people want is they want to actually have a life that has meaning. They want to build a life around their passions and have purpose. And that's why you see a lot of younger people moving from job to job, because it's not about the money. It's about finding what gives them meaning in life. And I think in creating content, you need to understand that it's not just solving problems. It's actually about helping people realize their aspirations. But there's another thing that I think that you need to understand is that you're going to do all the demographics, all the social personas, but what you need to do is you need to just start creating content. And you need to actually find out what your audience wants. And the only way to do that is actually start the publishing. And that's why blog's so powerful, because you get this feedback in real time. Now, why have I put this snippet of a blog post? Well, this is my third blog post. It's only 106 words. Rather embarrassing, really, but I actually just started creating content. And the story behind this was this. I came across this article in a local newspaper called the Daily Telegraph, and it mentioned that Jennifer Aniston had dumped her boyfriend, John Mayer, because he had become so obsessed with Twitter, he wasn't paying her any attention. So, girls, I don't know if you ever dumped a boyfriend because they haven't had any attention from them because of social media. Maybe some of you have. But this is something that resonated with me in terms of the power of social media through how obsessive it can be. And my partner, Tony, said to me, she said, I know someone that's actually quite obsessive with Twitter as well. I said, who's that? And of course, it's me. Luckily, I ignored her and kept using Twitter, because Twitter today is actually one of my major channels to actually create brand awareness and to publish online. And I've continued to work on growing my followers, and that's been a very powerful means to actually reach my audience. So what do we need to understand? We need to understand that we need to start. And Coca-Cola understood this too. And they use what's known as the 70-20-10 principle. And content was something Coca-Cola got about 4 years ago. They decided to move from what they call creative excellence to content marketing excellence. And because they realized that people could create much more content about their brand than they could ever hope to actually create on their own or even pay for. In fact, some research shows from Octoly, which published some information about YouTube last year, that some brands are actually having 99% of their content created about their brand just on YouTube by their fans and advocates. Just think about it. If 99% of the content about your brand is being created by your fans, how powerful a marketing that is. That's called crowdsourced marketing. And Coca-Cola realized this. So what they did is this. They actually realized that 70% of their content should be low risk. In other words, they knew this sort of thing is a pretty safe bet. They also said, okay, let's innovate off that 70. Let's try some different things. But they also did this as well. They did 10% of what we call high risk content. Because what works when they did that will be tomorrow's 70 or 20%. So the message here is be prepared to fail. And that's what happened to me is when I started my blog, I was prepared to fail. I was prepared to put myself out there and start creating content, even if I wasn't the best writer in the world. So the message here I want you to understand is don't just look at demographics. Don't just look at social personas. Sure, yes, have a look. But what you need to understand is if you're going to wait to become an expert before starting, you won't become an expert. You need to start. So just start creating content, and the social web will give you the feedback in real time whether it works or not and whether it suits your audience. Okay, we also need to set some content marketing goals. And what did I learn along the way here? Well, your biggest challenge is what I call the first marketing goal. It's what I call the discovery phase. Unless someone discovers you, then you don't exist. It's like if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, did it fall? So I remember I was invited to speak in Italy, and that was 2 years ago. And I went to this digital marketing conference just outside Florence. And we were having dinner that night after the first day, and I said to them, why did you invite me? Because none of them knew me, none of them knew anyone that I knew. And the answer that came back to me was, we discovered you because we saw you everywhere. That was a bit of an aha moment for me. I realized that just being on Facebook or just on Twitter wasn't enough. You needed to be in as many places as possible. So I realized I needed to be ubiquitous. And that is a real challenge for a lot of us. A lot of us just go on Facebook. That'll do. The reality is they can change the rules. So that aha moment has very much impacted how I deal with digital and social. I need to understand that I needed to be in a lot of places, because some people love watching a YouTube video, some like listening to a podcast, some will watch the Twitter stream, some will read a blog post, and some will go and view a SlideShare presentation. So what you need to understand is, you need to get discovered, you need to be putting yourself out there. And what's really fascinating too was, I read a report by Edelman, the big PR company, and they revealed that if you're only seen once, your trust or credibility factor is only 3 or 4%. If you're seen 3 to 5 times, your trust factor goes up to over 55%. So if you want to create credibility, you need to create content, and you need to be seen multiple times, because on the web, you are defined by content. And that is very important to remember. Okay, after discovery, what do you need to do? The next marketing goal is to actually engage. So they've discovered you. What next? You need to engage with them. And I use this 4 types of engagement. You need to educate, inform, entertain, inspire. These are the 4 things we need to understand. If you can actually keep them back of your mind, that what you need to do is actually educate, inform, entertain, and inspire. If you can do all 4, you've hit a home run. So understand, and I use this all the time in the back of my mind when I'm creating content. Number 3, you need to follow and subscribe, get them to follow and subscribe to you. Okay, and it's not just on social, it's also on email. If someone actually subscribes to you via email, they really want your content. So once they've engaged, you need to get them to subscribe to you. Once they subscribe to you, if you want to monetize, you then have to actually sell. And there's a really interesting fact that shows that 50 to 60% of the marketing journey for sales happens before anyone picks up the phone. So you need to create content that has calls to action that convert to sales. The last marketing goal is, if you can turn them into raving fans and advocates, then you're going to have loyal customers, and they're going to speak about you across dinner tables, in bars, and in coffee shops. If you can do that, then you are really, really doing well. And that comes down to, how much value are you creating in people's lives? The third pillar is this: you need to create content that is almost contagious or viral. Now, all of us think viral is fast viral, but there's actually another type of viral. And let's have a look at how we create viral content. Viral content can be a variety of things. It can be text, it can be images, it can be videos and podcasts. So what you understand is that some people prefer it via video, some prefer it by text. Gary Vaynerchuk, great on video. My strongest skill base is maybe in the text arena. But it doesn't mean you can't work on the others. But you've got to understand that we've got lots of ways of actually reaching people. But here is something that happened to me. It was actually about 2 years ago. And this is the opening line to a blog post I wrote. It said, "I'm starting to wonder if Google Plus is a waste of time as a marketing platform for bloggers and brands." Chris Brogan noticed it. He told a friend of his that was on Google Plus, it had 1.5 million followers. And within a matter of minutes, I had hundreds of comments streaming into my blog. I couldn't approve them fast enough. At the end of the day, we had people leaving 1,000-word comments. I'd stirred up a Google Plus hornet's nest. This was fast viral, a lot of traffic. So I didn't plan for that. I didn't write this opening sentence to actually create viral, but that is an accident with fast viral. So what is quick viral? It's controversial. And that's what I discovered with this. It can be surprising. In other words, if someone sees it, wow, that blows them away. So quick viral has certain characteristics. But there's another type of viral, and it's called slow viral. It's viral that continues to actually be shared because you've become a resource. And this is a blog post. This is not 500 words in this blog post. It's not 1,000. It's not 1,500. It's not 2,000. It is 3,000 words. The aim here was to be a resource for the industry and niche in which I'm in. So what are the characteristics of slow viral? It's often educational. It's long form content. It's evergreen. So what you understand is that it don't have to hit a home run, such as things like here where we have Ellen DeGeneres' selfie that was driven by influence and supercharged by mass media. We also can have content that goes viral, such as infographics. So it doesn't have to be a selfie. So video, what makes video viral? Often humorous. Here's an example of a tongue cleaning toothbrush that is now 20 million views because it's humorous. It's often short. In fact, we've moved from 2-minute videos being short to 20-second videos being the new short. So things are evolving on this social web rapidly. You need to be aware of that. And again, surprising. So in wrapping up a little bit about viral marketing content, what are some of the art and science of viral content? Well, BuzzFeed started in 2005 as a viral research lab. And what did they discover? They needed to create a great headline. They needed to be tried negative. And I discovered that being a very powerful way. I found that a blog post I wrote 3 years ago, 30 things you shouldn't share on social media, hit 120,000 views versus a positive headline, 20 things you should share on social media, got 16,000 views. So go negative. You can teach positive lessons through negative headlines. Be controversial. BuzzFeed also discovered, and everyone's known for a long time, big lists work. Grow your social networks because that gives you the distribution. And that's where Beyonce was able to get that record number of sales. And build a big email list. Again, that gives you distribution. And also use platforms and technology that can crowdsource your content. So let's look at number 4. Earning and owning your content distribution. You need to build your tribe. And that's what I discovered. And what was interesting with this was, this is my first tweet, because I'm obsessed with Twitter. And this was watching the cricket. Now, you in India would understand that watching the cricket means watching a game. When I put this up as my first tweet in 2008, was someone said, what was the cricket doing? So that was really interesting. And guess what? They weren't from the UK. They weren't from Australia. It was someone from the US. And I very politely said, it's a game. So building on Twitter, really important, because it's unfiltered. Beyonce, remember we mentioned this, that Beyonce built her own distribution network. She didn't have to rely on what we call pay to play. And we can build our distribution on a range of things, social media, and the big ones are Facebook and Twitter, but don't forget the others, Instagram, Pinterest, LinkedIn, and Flipboard. And these are all going to vary depending on your marketplace. The other one to look at is email list building. Why? Because you earn it and own it. You're no longer going to be controlled by Facebook's reduced algorithm that stops you reaching your fans. If someone subscribes to your email, they really want to connect with you. And guess what? It's still the top business communication tool. So building your email list is really important. The other one is to actually make sure that you can distribute and build and earn authority on search engines. Why? Because it can be 50% of your traffic. And today, 50% of my traffic is from organic search engine results. And who doesn't like free? So we need to understand that search engines are also important. So don't get distracted by the shiny new toy of social media. It's part of the solution. The other one is if you get found on Google and rank on the first page, it builds that credibility and trust. So let's look at the last pillar. We need to market our content. Remember, it's not build it and they will come. So what was my first big marketing mistake? This is it. I didn't build my email list from day one. And I could have had an extra 100,000 email subscribers if I'd done this properly from day one. And what you need to understand too is we need to engage with this, what we call the law of reciprocation. Give away a free ebook, give away a free webinar. And so, but basically people will give you their email in reciprocation for something for free. But there was another mistake I made. From day one, I didn't do this. I forgot about search engines. I just published and I forgot to optimize. And today with 50% of my traffic coming from search engines, if I'd done that earlier, it would have been a better result. But what did I get right? I didn't just rely on Facebook, and I know it's the biggest platform in the world, but what we've seen with its reduced organic reach, it's becoming more difficult for you to earn authority. It's now pay to play. So my challenge since day one was to be on a variety of platforms. So just wrapping this up, let's have a look at marking the content. This is what I do. I agonize over the headline. In fact, Upworthy, the fastest growing website in the world, asks all its creators to actually write 25 headlines. You need to optimize for search engines. I do that before I publish. I then hit the publish button. I then distribute it via email. I then tweet it. I put it on Facebook. I then put it on LinkedIn. I then put it on Google+, and I then tweet again. And then I've actually helped people and train them to actually automate my content. So you've got to understand content marketing as two parts to it, content and marketing. So let's wrap it up. We need to understand the journey by actually just starting. By starting, you're going to understand your target audience by the feedback you get. You need to understand that you need to get discovered first, and then to get to a point where you have raving fans and advocates. You need to look at building content that is so good it gets shared and becomes contagious. You need to build your own distribution network, and you need to be persistent, because we've moved from what we call campaign marketing to continuous marketing. You need to not give up. Thank you for having me today. It's been a pleasure to speak to you all. And remember, done is better than perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I really love those keywords. As he mentioned, he said to be discovered first and to also earn that network there, be persistent. A lot on content that he mentioned about. Well, yes, that was Jeff talking about content, visual content, and also talk about available content and what you're doing about it. Moving further, we have understanding the art and science of social sharing. Namaste BuzzFeed India, saying that we have Mr. Scott Lamb, who's the Vice President of International BuzzFeed, and he would be talking about understanding the art and science of social sharing. So from content, we move further to social sharing. Yes. Hi, Scott. How are you doing? Great. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much to Social Media Week for having us. I'm going to speak for about 20 minutes, mostly just kind of rehashing the stuff that Jeff just said from the section on BuzzFeed. And then we're going to have a panel that's going to be talking about the future of media in India with a couple of really interesting people. So I hopefully will not bore you too much, so you can stick around for the panel, because I think that's going to be super, super interesting. Let me just get this started. Great. So yes, the topic today is the art and science of social sharing. BuzzFeed is a media company. We're a social news and entertainment media company. So that means that we really, we make entertainment and news based on the social web. We want people to share the work that we do. People typically think of BuzzFeed mostly as cats, so it's important, I think, to start out the presentation with a cat GIF. to talk a little bit about who we are and what we do, just briefly before getting into the art and science. BuzzFeed is mostly known as a website, although we also do video. We have a suite of apps. But we have about 150 million people a month coming to the website. A lot of that is on mobile. We are a mobile-first company, as I think that all digital publishers in this point in time need to be. And about well over half of our traffic comes from people on mobile devices. We're also very focused on social. So about 75% of our traffic comes from sources like Facebook, like Twitter, increasingly Pinterest. And because of that, a lot of our readership is fairly young. 50% is in the age range of 18 to 34. We're also increasingly international, which I'm very excited about because that's my job to grow our international presence. We have about 50 million unique visitors a month coming to us from overseas. So when I started at BuzzFeed back in 2007, there were we just had 2 editors in a little office in Chinatown, 1 developer, 1 designer, and of course our CEO, Jonah Peretti. It was a very small operation. We honestly had no idea what it was that we were doing. And since then, we've grown a lot. Now, BuzzFeed in 2014, we have a staff of over 200 editors worldwide. The total company is about 575 people. We have offices around the globe, and we're a 24-hour news organization. So, that's a lot of growth in a fairly short period of time. We're a very young company. A lot of that growth has really come in the last 2 years. But what people often want to know, and what I always get asked when I go to the various offices that we have around the world, is how do you make something go viral? That's the #1 question that journalists want to know. It's what people who work in marketing want to know as well. And I always tell them the same thing. There's no formula for this. You can't just make something go viral. I wish it were that easy. I wish it were sort of a paint-by-the-numbers thing. I will tell you today, though, although there's not a formula, there is sort of a mode of thinking and a way of looking at content that people share that will help you be able to create it yourself. So I want to start out with talking about the art of social sharing. This is the soft part of it. BuzzFeed really did start out as a content lab. We were very experimental in our early days. We didn't know what this website was going to be back in 2007 when we started. So we tried out a lot of things, a lot of different experiments, threw a lot of things at the wall to try and figure out what was going to work. So I just want to talk about two of those early posts that I think really informed how we look at the social web and why people share content. The first of which is this image, which hopefully some of you maybe recognize. This was an image that actually someone sent to our CEO, Jonah. They thought it was a funny picture, and they were like, hey, put this up on BuzzFeed. Let's see if we can make it go viral. So he did. He published it under the headline, Pyromaniac Girl, just put up the photo. There's a funny little deck there sort of describing what the image is. And we published that on a Wednesday. It did OK. It got a little bit of sharing, but we thought this is such a compelling image. There's got to be more that we can do with it. So the next day we came in and we thought, all right, let's try this again. We're going to put up the same image the next day, but we're going to give it a different headline, and we're also going to give our users the ability to take that picture of that little girl, which is just so compelling. You feel like she's done something wrong. And we'll let them use it themselves to put on top of photos. We wanted to give it a different name. Pyromaniac Girl is a little negative. It seems like she's a psychopath who likes to start fires, not super shareable. So we thought, let's give her a slightly more ambiguous name. So we came up with the post Disaster Girl, which I published the next day. It was a nice title. It gave a great name to who this was. And it went viral. And this was actually the first time that we had created a meme. And we didn't really set out to create a meme. We just thought this was a funny picture that people would share. But people took it and they started putting it on other pictures of disasters like Miley Cyrus. The end of the dinosaurs, the national debt in the US. And from there, it sort of spun out into a whole range of different photos. And really very quickly left BuzzFeed and was spreading around the web, totally unassociated with us, which we were just excited that people really liked this image. So that really changed the way that we were thinking about what we were doing. At that point, up until BuzzFeed's history, we were really focused on capturing and talking about what was going viral on the web, but we weren't yet creating it. And this was one of the first things that we actually got in the game of making our own content. Another example that I want to talk about is from a couple of years later. At this point, BuzzFeed had been creating its own content. We'd been starting to-do lists, but they hadn't really become the powerful force that we know them as today. And this is in 2010. At that point in time in the US, in the political sphere, the Tea Party was becoming very dominant, and there was a march that was put on in Washington, D.C. by two comedians, Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert, sort of as a response to the growth of the Tea Party. And it was really, people who were sort of dissatisfied with what was happening in politics, but it wasn't meant to be a super heavy political thing. It was also meant to be a fun event. One of our editors, a guy named Matt Stapera, who has been really a genius at the internet ever since we hired him, he really wanted to go to the event, but he couldn't make it. So instead, he spent the weekend creating a post of all the really funny signs that people were carrying at the protest. And he ended up with this massive mega list of 100 signs from the rally to restore sanity and/or fear. And this is just one of many. They were hilarious and sometimes very pointed politically. But what he wanted to do with that post, and I think that's what he was successful at doing, was to give you, the reader, the sense of actually having been to that protest. It was very well covered in the media in the United States, but obviously not that many people can get to Washington, D.C. So this let a lot of people, millions in the end, saw this post, get the feeling that they were there. It also, because there was this political element to it, let them post it on Facebook and like it and basically show their support for the cause of these two weird comedians. So these two experiments, one of the things that they have in common that we figured out pretty early on is both the Disaster Girl meme and this signpost people shared because it was a way of expressing themselves online. So, over the years, as we've done a lot more experiments, obviously I've just pulled out 2 posts. There have been, I don't even want to know how many posts on BuzzFeed at this point in time. We've learned a couple of core principles as ways to think about how to create content that people share. Probably the primary one amongst them is that content is about identity. People like to share things because they like to express themselves. They like to, share with their friends and families their own identity. This is an ID post that one of our editors, who I think is here in the audience, did for BuzzFeed India, which is one of my favorite posts that we've had so far. It's a thing I think a lot of people can relate to, of growing up with unreasonably overprotective parents who are just they have obnoxious ideas about how you should behave in the world, and it drives you crazy. You just want to go out and your parents quiz you to death about who it is that you're going out with and where you're going. I think this is I think particularly funny. Because it's something that we can all relate to. We all feel probably like we have overprotective parents. Another sort of key principle that we have at BuzzFeed is thinking about emotion. So a post that we had a couple of years ago was this love story in 22 pictures that did well over 1 million views. It's on its way to 5 million views now. And there was no text in the story. It was just all images, and it told the heartbreaking but ultimately uplifting story of this couple, where the husband was in the military, went overseas, came back, and really had some serious struggles ahead of him. His girlfriend at the time, they were then married. It tells their whole tale together, and really a beautiful and simple way that anyone could understand. It really speaks to emotions, and when you come across something like this on the web that impacts you in such a way, you're very likely to share it because you want to share that emotion with your friends and your family. Another core principle we've learned over the years, obviously this is true, has been true of news for a long time, is to try and capture the moment. When there's a big event that happens, you want to be able to give people something to say about, something to joke about. So this example is from the Oscars last year of that amazing moment when yet again Leonardo DiCaprio realized he did not win an Oscar, and you can see it right there on his face. That's the moment that he's like, damn. Once again, it's not me. And that was one of the big moments at the Oscars. People wanted to be able to share that. There was a massively shared experience in the US, and people want to have something to send to their friends about it. Obviously, humor is inherently social. you know, if you see something that you think is funny, you're like almost inevitably going to share it with your friends. There's just something natural in humans that when we find something that makes us laugh, we want to share it with the people closest to us. And this is just another great example of a post from our team here in India. A similar thing on a heavier scale is human rights. I think also people like to share causes that they believe in. They like to share things that they want to show support for. You know, the like button on Facebook has many, many different meanings, and one of them is I believe in these ideas or I support this cause. So this is another example that was a very successful post for us in India, I think because it let people show their support for feminism. Certainly, we are known for lists. We did not invent the list format. It's been around for a very, very long time in humanity. But I think that one of the things that we've also learned is very, very important for BuzzFeed is matching the format to the story that you're trying to tell. So for BuzzFeed, a lot of times that is a list. This is the most 100 most important cat pictures of all time. This is fairly scientific. We spent about 2.5 years researching this. So you can trust this list, but you know, this is about as silly as it gets. But BuzzFeed has a range of formats. We don't just do lists, we don't just do quizzes, we do articles, we do stories, we do videos, we do long form pieces as well. And it's been very gratifying for us, given that we started out doing the fun and easy stuff, to see how long form stories work really well on the web. This was one from last December. It was an 8,000 word story about a guy who bought and renovated a house in Detroit, got over 1 million views, half of those on mobile. People were spending 20 minutes on their phones reading this really, really long piece. It kind of flew in the face of our usual understanding of how the web is, that it has to be very short and quick. I actually think that's changing very rapidly as people start consuming more media on their phones and on tablets. So at BuzzFeed, you know, we have a wide range of options. We can choose to do a short, funny list about something, or a long, really thoughtful, and maybe really heavily reported piece about it. 2 quick things to think about to not share. Obviously, don't share stuff that is going to embarrass people. That's never going to go over very well. You know, in the early days of the web, SEO let you get away with doing more salacious content, and people would look at it, but they wouldn't share it because they didn't want anyone to know that they were looking at it. If you're working on the social web, you're trying to do something, make something go viral, obviously don't embarrass people. Similarly, we have a pretty strong anti-clickbait policy at BuzzFeed. We often get lumped in with publications that don't believe in this, but there's a really, really simple reason why we think you shouldn't use clickbait. And clickbait is basically over-promising with a headline and then under-delivering with the story. When you write a really sensational headline that doesn't have follow-through when the user comes to read your stuff, you've basically just tricked them, and they're not going to trust you again in the future. There's only so many times that you can say, you know, this video is going to change your life, or you won't believe what happens next. You might actually believe what happens next. You might have a really good idea of what's going to happen next. You really need to be careful in the way that you use that trust with your readers. So that's a little bit of the art of virality that we've learned over the last couple of years. I want to talk very quickly about the science of social sharing. I want to go back to another experiment from our early days. This was a really awesome quiz that a really funny guy wrote for BuzzFeed. It was actually the first quiz on BuzzFeed. We had just debuted the quiz functionality. And the thing that's interesting about this is actually it's a terrible quiz. It's really dumb. But it's from 2009. We had been working on, you know, we had told the dev team, we think quizzes are going to be big. Can you build us a tool? They built us a tool. We started using it. We had some minor successes. But 2009 is several lifetimes ago in web years. Between then and now, we have worked pretty consistently to try and make quizzes work. And it really wasn't until this year that they took off. And now, actually, the biggest post of all time on BuzzFeed is a quiz. It's this quiz, what state do you actually belong in? Obviously, referring to states in the US. You know, you sort of get to go through and choose different aspects of your personality and colors that you like and sandwiches that you enjoy. And you end up with a state, in my case, California, which is lucky because that's where I live. But it took us, you know, basically 5 years from the idea of making quizzes and having them be something interesting to get to them being big. And the reason was it's hard sometimes to make things work on the web. But we were able to get there because we learned a lot from the data that we got back from the posts that we were doing. So at BuzzFeed, every piece of content has a social lift dashboard attached to it. Every editor can see exactly who is watching, who is reading their content, where they're coming from, where they're sharing it. Are they coming from Facebook or Twitter? And that allows us to learn a lot. And I think it was one of the ways that we were able to make this quiz, which was the first really big quiz on BuzzFeed, blow up. This was another sort of where should you live type of quiz. And Ashley, when she made it, was able to log in and see where people were coming from and see what sort of traffic she was getting. And this is kind of what the social dashboard looks like for an editor when they're logged in. It's probably kind of hard to see up on the screen, but it says, this is how many people are coming from Facebook, from Twitter. The breakdown of traffic there is really, it sort of defines how BuzzFeed editors think about the work that they do. The blue down on the bottom is the seed traffic, and that's basically coming from anyone who comes to BuzzFeed.com from the front page or clicks on a thumbnail or a headline on the story. That's the seed traffic that we control. It's the direct traffic. The red traffic is the thing that we're interested in, and that's the juice that we try and get editors and writers at BuzzFeed really excited about. That's the social lift. So that's traffic coming from people sharing this on Facebook, on Twitter, and all manner of other sources outside of BuzzFeed. And obviously, very early on, Ashley saw this post just taking off. The red traffic was massive. She knew she had a big hit. She didn't know how big. It was kind of amazing for us to watch how these quizzes blew up. It really changed the way that we thought about the work we were doing. There's now a website in Israel that has their entire business is based on making quizzes that are very similar to BuzzFeed quizzes. It's a very successful way to engage with readers. So the last point about sort of the science of social lift is to think a lot about platforms. Certainly, I think that's a big part of what Social Media Week is about, is thinking about social media. But social media has only been this really relevant, powerful thing for a pretty small amount of time. So very quickly to think about the evolution of the internet, in the early days there were portals, Yahoo or AOL. This is how everyone interacted with the web. And of course, to a certain extent, portals are still pretty powerful. For a lot of people in the US, they still think that AOL is the internet. They think that they're actually one and the same. I hope that changes at some point. But for a long time, that really was, for all of us, how we interacted with the web, until a little site called Google came along and really changed that. Search became this totally different way of interacting with the web. You could have a question about anything in the world, from can I get tickets to this show to, what's the deal with Justin Bieber to, can I fix my golf swing? It was all in there. All that information was out there. Then there was sort of another revolution, and that's the era that we're living in now, and the reason that we're all here in this room is the beginning of the social era. And really a very fundamentally different way of interacting with the web, where you were looking for signals about what was interesting from your friends. You were wanting to connect and share things with them as well. In effect, we all became publishers. We all became little bloggers when social media came along. It's not really the way that we think about it, but of course, in the early days of Twitter, it was a microblogging platform. And in fact, very quick side note, in 2007, BuzzFeed was at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas, and we were nominated for the Best New Blog category, which we're very excited about. But we were competing against this website that we hadn't heard of before called Twitter. And Twitter won. It was a big year for them at South by Southwest. But it's amazing to think back that in 2007, there wasn't even a social media category yet. Twitter had to be nominated as a blog, which is very, very strange. So in thinking about how to make things go viral, obviously thinking about platform is really, really important. And the Google worldview is a very, very different thing. When publishers wanted to go after SEO and search traffic, they thought a lot about the questions and the terms that people were going to be asking, because it was about connecting the reader with the information that was on your site. Or you had a question about your golf swing, you could go to Google, and it was very efficient and continues to be very efficient at connecting you with that information. The problem is, this is not information that I'm necessarily going to share. If I have a question about correcting my golf swing, I actually don't play golf. I'm not going to take that and share it with people unless maybe I'm a golf blogger and people kind of look to me for information about golfing. So the Facebook worldview was very, very, very different. And I think this is, I'm using Facebook as an example here. I think it's true in some respects for all forms of social media, that it's about connecting people to one another and letting them express themselves and letting them communicate. In this worldview, you're much more likely to share things that you think are funny or have a real emotional impact on you. I had this experience actually in the bathroom here just now. You probably can identify with it. It's super annoying when the paper towel falls apart in your hands as you're coming out. And you probably have a reaction to this. You're very, very likely to share it. It's not about information. I'm not writing an article telling you like, hey, guess what, paper towels suck. This is more of a fun thing that we can share with one another. So thinking about the platform is really, really important. I think this particular story did very well on Facebook. We see for us news and breaking news, current events do very well on Twitter. In the US at least, that's where a lot of the conversation is happening about news. That's where people get a lot of their news initially is on Twitter, and they want to find well-researched, authoritative stories on what's happening in the world. Another platform that's very big for us now is Pinterest. Thinking about Pinterest, it is a totally different format than thinking about Facebook or Twitter. We spent a couple of years really focusing on trying to crack Pinterest. It's now our number 2 social referrer. And I think that's in part because we discovered that people like to have things be very, very visual on Pinterest. And this is a header image that we created for this post to make it easy for people to share things on Pinterest. So again, thinking about platforms, super, super important. So just to wrap up very quickly, social publishing is both an art and a science. You really need to think about both the creative part of your brain and the really rigorous scientific part of your brain, I think, to make it work. You really need to think about the emotional impact of your readers. A thing that we always ask writers at BuzzFeed to do is sort of do a gut check of the thing that they're working on. Do they think it's funny? Would they share it with their friends? If you can have impact, that's going to always lead to engagement. It's just a very natural part of how humans work. On the science side, experiment and iterate, try out a lot of things. Data is your friend. Don't be afraid of collecting as much data as you can. It helps you learn about the work that you're doing. And really be very thoughtful and understanding of the platforms that you're trying to publish on. You have to get native with all of them and really use them and learn to love them if you want to reach readers on those platforms. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Scott. Well, he would be moderating our next session. In fact, that's our first panel discussion that we're going to have for the day. And that would be on future of news. Of course, we've seen media take a whole new dimension in the last 30 years, haven't we? So future of news, finding nirvana in India's new media landscape. So we have Scott Lamb once again. Scott would be moderating the session. Yeah. Okay, Bobbin, I'm so sorry. Okay, Bobbin James. Bobbin James, photographer, music programmer, and journalist, would be moderating this session. My apologies for that. And joining Bobbin James would be Scott. We have Rega Jha, who's from BuzzFeed India editor. Yes, do we have Rega? Okay, great. Yes, let's have the round of applause going in. Please do join us. We have Kim Arora, senior correspondent from TOI New Delhi. We also have Rahil Khurshid, head of news, politics and government at Twitter India, Twitter. Yes. Okay, and we have Bobbin James, who's going to be moderating this particular panel discussion.
I have one extra chair here. Super. The last 2 sessions, they're brilliant. They actually touched upon a lot of things that I really wanted to talk about. Yeah, the slides, right? Just to kick this off, we're talking about the future of news. What is news? The traditional media was typically a publishing platform, which would be a newspaper or a magazine. It dispensed three sort of things for me. One is news, second is information, third is entertainment. Somehow now in this digital world, these things have, the boundaries have blurred. Everyone, so for instance, a BuzzFeed dispenses news, it dispenses information. A Times of India dispenses news, it dispenses entertainment. A Twitter, which started off, as Scott pointed out, as a blog, a microblogging platform, now a social media network. It also is, personally for me, it is my first port of call when I want to get breaking news. So, Rega, my question to you, let's just start this off. Would you agree with me when I say that these boundaries have blurred? If so, how are you as a publisher tackling that?
Absolutely, I think they have, and I think part of the reason for that is, you know, like Scott mentioned again, with the advent of social media, all of our habits of consuming information online totally changed. So when you log on to Facebook, you know, you have your friend who's really into politics posting articles about politics, and then right under that, you have your friend posting pictures of their cute dog. And we sort of got used to consuming information in that sort of, you know, meshed, very seamless format. So I think it's been natural for publishers like BuzzFeed to adapt to that readership habit. And so, you know, you go on the BuzzFeed homepage and you have the same sort of trend. You have, you know, like Scott pointed out, an article about feminism, and right after that, an article about cats. And that's fine. People are used to that now. When you log on to Twitter, most people aren't filtering like, oh, today I will only see serious things. You're seeing everyone you follow share different sorts of things. And I think in order for a publisher to be successful at this point, we need to adapt to that format.
Sure. Kim, my question very naturally coming as you are from the more traditional media, how are you adapting? How is a traditional print publication adapting to the new digital world?
See, what's happening right now is that information gathering is not a journalist's preserve anymore. Information can come from anywhere, and everyone potentially is a reporter now.
Right.
So the journalist skill set needs to scale up to not just getting information, but because there's so much discrete packets of information all over the place, the skill needs to be to put all those fragments together into a logical whole. Mm-hmm. So you have to be a storyteller, somebody who can make sense of different kinds of information and put them in a way that makes sense and puts it in context. So that's what it is evolving towards.
Sure. There's this thing that I was discussing with Rekha the other day and we are strictly concentrating on news right now in this part, so there were these two cases that happened on Twitter over the last few weeks. One was this whole Oscar Pistorius case, the hearing. On day one of the hearing, he was acquitted. But he was acquitted of culpable homicide, or it's the other way around. See, even I do not remember. But if you notice Twitter on that particular day, everyone was outraging about the fact that, hey, how is he not found guilty? The second day is when he was found guilty of the other charge, which was murder. Now, my question to all three of you, in fact, would be how much of a responsibility is it of the reader, of the consumer, to actually be able to sift through the information that you are being bombarded with? Because it seems to me that people are sort of consuming news only in those 160 characters or in that one headline. How much of an onus lies on part of the publisher? How much of an onus lies as a reader? I mean, there's that whole caveat emptor thing. Is that a much stronger thing right now?
I would say there's some onus on the reader. I mean, going by...
Has that increased?
No, not really. I mean, it's... a lot of people tend to go into commentary without having read something. But I mean, if you go through the comment section of any news website, it will be very clear that half the people haven't gone beyond the headlines. And the other half probably got to para 3. The last thing, probably nobody got to that point. But yeah, but then again, it's also about what you're doing as a person. If they know that, okay, Rekha writes brilliantly on feminism, and if she's written on feminism, totally doubting your capabilities here, Rekha. So if she builds a reputation for a certain beat, and so people will come to it and read through. But that's what it has to be presented in a format that is friendly, that is that makes sense, that organizes information in a way that's not too difficult to digest for a lay reader. Because readers, like reporters, do not have beats. Right. So some of them follow something obsessively, but readers wouldn't have beats.
Rahil, I'd love to know your views on it, considering that I'm sure you get, sometimes you get a lot of feedback about you being the publisher, simply because you're the platform. Even though you have probably not published that particular point of view, you might receive flack for something.
Feedback, abuse,
yes.
Feedback.
Yes. So what's your take on something like that?
consumption habits are changing, and like to start off, comment section of any article is where humanity really goes to die. But from a publisher point of view, we're neutral. I mean, anyone can publish anything, and how that piece of content be shared, be consumed by anyone. And of course, there is a responsibility on us in terms of how we define as content that's abusive or content that's that is an objection to our terms of service. But and that's for everyone to sort of see and analyze and see. And when they are consuming content, I think purely from the fact that content has now, or at least globally, it's now going mobile. And we are a mobile-first platform.
Right.
For us, within the company, I think the conversation centers around how can we make sure that content creators like BuzzFeed or the Times of India or someone like yourself is producing is easy for people who want to consume that content to consume.
Right. You brought up a word there, analysis, which actually brings me to my next point. Traditionally, again, news reporting is about reporting, and then there is this whole analysis part. Right now, again, in this whole race to get the first views, the first clicks, the more clicks, the analysis part seems to have taken a backseat. Again, if I were to quote a very recent example, the Delhi Zoo tiger incident, on the day that happened, you could have read 4 different versions of what actually happened, depending on which publication you were following, the Times of India versus the Indian Express versus the Deccan Herald versus the Pioneer. All of them had different versions. Some said the guy was drunk, some said the guy was stoned, some said he was taking a selfie and he toppled over into the enclosure. So again, how does one analyze that news? If I were to typically follow all 4 of these publications, let's say 4 publications that I'm talking about right now, how do I figure out what is actually the truth? I mean,
attribution. What do you attribute your reading to? If I'm saying that the guy was drunk, how do I know that? Has somebody done is there an MLC? How do I mean, these are things that can come out only after a report, after a post-mortem report, right? So, but if I say, oh, people said he was drunk, then obviously I'm somewhere.
Absolutely, but you were in a hurry to get your story out, so
then
you had to.
Then you have to qualify. You don't say that the guy was drunk or he was stoned or whatever. Right. Seemed drunk to the people who were there, seemed stoned. So you have to really qualify and be very, very careful about what you're writing. You can't claim something like this for sure unless you have a medical report. Absolutely,
but do you think readers right now are discerning enough to?
They are very discerning right now.
Okay. What do you say, Riva?
I don't know. So I remember when that happened, I was extremely baffled because a lot of recent news stories have followed the same trend where various publications are tweeting things like, confirmed this number of people suspected dead. And I'm like, you can't have confirmed and suspected in the same sentence. I can't deal with this as a consumer. So I think you're totally right. The race to get there first has compromised a lot of reporting. I mean, I wish everyone had the same mindset as Kim and attributed and confirmed. I think the onus is on the publishers, honestly. I think, using Twitter as a source is fantastic, but essentially what Twitter has done is taken the average person on the street and put them on the internet. That doesn't make them more credible. So unless, as a reporter, I would just, walk on the street outside the Delhi Zoo and ask some random guy, like, kya hua, batao na, and then publish that on my website. Unless I would do that, I also can't be using tweets as, credible reports of what happened. Kim is absolutely right. There needs to be some sort of confirmation, but I do think that onus is on the publisher, not on the reader. I think as a BuzzFeed, as a Times of India, as a BBC or whatever, our job is to call the zoo and be like, what do you know? And then if, 3 hours later we have no idea, the way to go is to say, this seemed this way, or conflicting reports say,
said or relatives said, or,
Which is obviously a disappointment to the readers when they, click on your headline and don't know what happened. But it's I think we owe our readers honesty.
But you guys feel no pressure from the publishing house that you are at to be able to put out a story which seems the most...
I can't hack into a guy's body and figure out what was wrong with it, right? So you have to wait for an official confirmation. You work with what you have.
Right. What would your take be, Rahil, and not as someone from Twitter, but purely as a consumer? When you are bombarded with, say, stories like this?
I think the intrinsic point of consumer intelligence in terms of what kind of content to consume is to be kept in mind. I feel that as people get more and more used to consuming content from the internet, over time they figure out what sources, official and unofficial, are to be trusted, are to be relied on, and what sources they don't want to trust. So particularly on Twitter, you have a range of journalists who everyone knows are journalists, and then you also have another subset of users, the influencers, who have a very good understanding of their domain area, right? And people who are into a certain kind of content know where to go for that kind of a story. User intelligence in that sense and over time user education and experience come into play. And I feel that the onus, as much as it is on the publisher of putting the correct story out, it's also on the user to figure out where to get the correct story from. You can't be picking up any piece of information anywhere on the web and going nuts about it, saying, hey, this is what this guy is saying, oh my God. It doesn't work that way. You got to understand what news is coming from where. See, with the cell phone now being, as Kim pointed out, having given everyone the ability to report around their surroundings, if you take any top 10 stories, the first, even the zoo story, the content that all the publishers used was user-generated content.
Absolutely.
And there is a level of attribution that publishers need to put out, because you're certainly taking a piece of information from the spot, which is the tiger standing over this boy, and you're blowing it out to the larger public. The responsibility then is on the publisher.
Right, right. So you're basically saying that you as a publisher, be it a publication house or as a single individual influencer, or whatever you may call it, you need to build up a reputation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have that.
Yeah, over time, I think people understand, as I said, the kind of content that you post, your hold over that content, and also your ability to point to other sources of content. Because I think there are a bunch of markers on any piece of information that if you've spent long enough time on the internet, which we all have, looking at cats on BuzzFeed.
You're all welcome.
You get, you develop an understanding of what kind of content could be, looks genuine, even if, say, the user has a very limited number of followers, even though I don't believe that's a measure of the kind of content that a user can post. But over time, people develop instincts and understanding of what content to trust or what content to pick up and have a peer group come in a particular social network and verify that piece of content.
Sure. And since you mentioned cats and BuzzFeed,
since you mentioned cats, let's go to Ray.
Yes.
Great segue.
It says cats and BuzzFeed and points at Rayga.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, which is very interesting. I mean, does it ever bug you that BuzzFeed is, like Scott mentioned earlier, that you kind of get lumped into clickbaity websites? Yes.
Not really. I mean, it's such a fun challenge. Scott and I talk about this often. My favorite, so BuzzFeed got huge using cats and, funny viral content. But if you go on the site now, there is so much, investigative reporting. There's really good long form, et cetera, et cetera. And my favorite feedback to get on Twitter when I'm like going through my mentions or whatever, the favorite thing I like to see is someone posting, oh, I don't usually read BuzzFeed, but this was really good. Because to me, every time I see that, it's a conversion to the new view of what BuzzFeed is and what BuzzFeed does. And I'm hoping that we'll take that turn in India as well, where right now we're churning out a lot of viral content, a lot of humor-based content. But I mean, I think there are so many stories in India that need to be told about, LGBT rights, about feminism, about sexual harassment. And I would love for us to be sort of the progressive pioneer voice, telling them in a progressive way.
Right. In fact, when you and I were talking the other day, I was mentioning how BuzzFeed.com/longreads is one of my favorite sections. Unfortunately, a lot of people that I seem to interact with don't seem to have heard of this.
Right.
They somehow automatically associate BuzzFeed with listicles and cats.
Which, this sort of goes back to, just to bring it back to social media a bit. Again, what you see is what your network shows you. Like
Right.
the way we consume news and content now is we log on to Twitter and Facebook in the morning, and what we see is what our friends and our followees are sharing.
I think that's a brilliant point.
So, if you happen to be seeing, like, you clearly have seen long reads, so I'm going to say you follow some great people that have shown you this. But when someone says, oh, BuzzFeed just does, pictures of cute animals, I think to myself, well, you need to follow some smarter people then, because BuzzFeed does other stuff, and that stuff also gets shared just by a different user base, maybe. So I think, like, at this point, your perception of any publisher is based on who you follow more than what that publisher is actually doing.
Sure. And again, getting back to something Scott mentioned about saying no to clickbait, how do you make sure, Rekha, that you don't disappoint your reader?
So, I mean, our philosophy, Scott mentioned this, is you can trick someone into clicking something, but you can't trick them into sharing something. And we care so much more about figuring out what makes Raheel read an essay, get to the end of it, and decide, I will show this to all 15,000 people that follow me. That is a huge decision for him to make, and we are obsessed with making him make it. So,
Whoa.
so
I don't know how I feel about that.
So one way we try very hard to stay away from doing anything clickbaity is just by honestly not prioritizing that. Like, we don't care about a click-through rate, we care much more about a sharing rate. So, the more you disappoint your readers, the less they'll get.
Note that down. Sharing instead of just click-throughs.
Yeah, you can trick a click, but you can't fake a share.
That's brilliant. No, absolutely.
I didn't come up with it. I heard it somewhere. That's fine.
It was on the internet.
Have you attributed it?
He said somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah. It's good enough for this internet.
Kim, what would your take on that be, coming from, again, a traditional thing, but now being on the internet and the whole social part of it? How does a behemoth like the Times of India, how does it navigate itself through the social media?
Can you be more specific about that?
The point being, you have already created a sort of a reputation as a print publication.
Right. So,
but right now in the social media space, you have competition.
There's a overlap, obviously, between the print and the online audience. So what I see a lot of times is on the TOI edit page, sometimes there's this section where you have a popular quote, a talked about quote with a picture
Sure.
of the person who said it.
Right.
And a lot of times I've seen people click a picture of that and share it. So that probably works like a preview on Facebook. If you share a link, there's a little preview window, right? Or on Twitter, there's cards. So if you expand a tweet, it'll show you a picture with a little headline and a little summary. So it functions like that. So people are figuring out ways to, as a user, they're figuring out ways to converge the two. But
no, but as a publication, I mean, during your edit meets, do you sit down and say that, hey, this is what I'm going to do for the digital part of things, this is what we're going to do?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Because compelling stories are going to get told anyway, online or offline.
Right.
So that way, it doesn't really, I mean, if it's a story on the project to clean up the Ganga, so there will be one small thing on the budget allocated and everything. And then there'll obviously be a long read on what has been done so far, what went wrong. And both of them are compelling enough to go forward in print and on digital.
Okay.
So,
but
see,
and this is a question,
like Scott said it earlier, that talking about tailoring content for online.
right.
Right. So that can't work for every story, right?
Okay.
Not every story will have its own internal logic and it needs to be told in a certain way. So you can't really play around with that. Of course, you can do, for online, you could do things like, a listicle probably, like 7 things you need to know about the Make in India campaign. Why not?
Right.
You can
Right.
do that. Or 5 things you need to know about Obamacare. So that sort of thing would work very well online, definitely. But it has its takers offline as well, like a good explainer. Listicles, the format of a listicle would work brilliantly for an explainer if a big story blows up like the ISIS or something. So suddenly people are coming into it with no background whatsoever, and they're reading story after story and they have no background. And a listicle is the best way to break it and sort of get people going on further stories.
Absolutely. Would your audience reading the print publication be distinctly different from the audience? I mean, do you ever approach it from that point?
As a journalist, no.
Never.
As a journalist, no.
Okay.
If it's a story, it has to be told a certain way. I will tell it. I can't do injustice to it.
Okay.
So
So you're not saying that, hey, there is this 22-year-old sitting in Bombay on the mobile. I need to capture that guy's
I'd be
attention.
more like, hey, there's some discrepancy in this financial filing. I need to capture that. Doesn't work that way.
Okay. Okay. A question again to all three of you. What do you think are the common challenges faced by both traditional media and print media? Oh, sorry, and digital media. You want to take it first?
Yeah, why not?
Coming as you are from a journalistic background.
And now the digital news space, yeah.
Yes.
I think as Kim pointed out that the conversation about what traditional news organizations can be on social is a conversation that's still being had in so many organizations. I met the top editorial board of a legacy newspaper a couple of weeks ago, and there was some 9 or 10 people in the room, and they put the question on the table as to what do you think this newspaper could be, and everyone sort of addressed that question from where they came from. So an artist basically said that, well, I'd like to see more art news in the newspaper, and so on and so forth. When my turn came, I was like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you can be, and I don't know. And by sort of putting this question out there as to what you want to be, you also need to specify the channel. Like, what channel is that question relevant to? Say, as Scott pointed out, that what started off as this fun, casual thing now does long investigative stuff. So BuzzFeed at this point in time is a source of news as well as a source of entertainment for whosoever is looking for news or entertainment. With the diversification of offline and online assets, news channels now have the ability, news organizations now have the ability to be whatever they want to be on whatever channel. So you could be looking at a possible scenario wherein, because in print and on TV, because the real estate is so precious, a very limited of that gets allocated to news. A very limited amount of that gets allocated to news, and on web and on social, the organizations do a lot more.
Right.
So you could basically be looking at a possible scenario 6 months to a year from now, when Kim would have a really short piece on the financial irregularities of whatever in the newspaper, with a longer piece on the web with multimedia, and then her own Twitter feed hosting a Q&A about how she wrote that story, and if there are other aspects that she didn't have the space or the time to put out there, and collect information, more viewpoints, and then do a follow-up piece on the web, or on social itself. So it's all, I think it's all going towards integration. I know it's, as I said, it's a hard conversation to have. I started off as a journalist, and in 2008, when I started off on Twitter, I started with CNN IB, and I was working there. And Rajdeep and Suhasini, all my bosses, basically would casually make fun of me. Oh, what are you doing with this? What is this 140 character? Now you are doing news in 140 characters, you know. What is this? Where are we headed? You know, that kind of conversation. Funny jibes. To a point wherein I now go to the newsroom pretty regularly, every 2 weeks or so, to help them build their audience on social. So it's great for me, and it's great for them. But yeah, it's eventually sort of, because audiences are moving towards making their own choices as to where they consume content. And if you're not where the audience is going, where are you going to be? You don't have, metrics is another massive, massive issue, wherein you basically are looking at, theek hai, we have put something on TV, how do you know how many people have seen it? On social, you can actually measure that. And now I think newsrooms are also evolving that conversation into how do we make sure that we're monetizing our social audiences. I think as the conversation gets a little more serious, and as audiences grow on the internet, and that's partly a function and the construct of the internet growing in India, and more people logging in and determining their primary news sources, this conversation is going to be a lot more interesting. And you will basically you could potentially see the Times of India group as a whole evolve into the next social behemoth, because they have the content.
Sure. My original question, okay. My original question was, what do you think the common challenges between traditional and digital?
I can only speak for myself as a journalist. So the thing is, when you put your story out, you're really keen that it gets read, and and I often joke about, how, okay, so exactly 3 people read my stories, and if somebody says, oh, I read it, I'm like, okay, that makes it 4, brilliant. So, no, and the thing is that as for an individual, I don't know, for a news organization as such, I can't say right now, maybe later, but as an individual journalist, it's more about getting your story read, making it visible, and that's easier online, right? If I do a story on the Internet Governance Forum in Istanbul, and Milton Mueller tweets it, everybody's read it. Everybody who's following him, he's got a great following. They've read it, and it's gone to an international audience right there. But if it's
Wow.
Okay.
Oh.
Guys are welcome.
News break.
We'll take a cut of the revenue. Right? We'll be outside. We'll be outside if anyone needs to have that conversation.
Did you lose your train of thought?
No, I got it.
Okay, super.
No, but if it's somewhere on page 17, bottom right.
Right.
Where I don't know, there's no way to measure, in a paper who read my story, unless, people coming up to me offline saying that, hey, I read that.
Right.
So that is a challenge which is easier solved online, is what I would say.
Great.
So.
Very quickly, I feel like we are running out of time and we want to take some questions from the audience. I think the challenge is the same as it's always been, and it's to build credibility. When you picked up a New York Times, 10 years ago, before Twitter, whatever, you picked it up because you trusted them. And right now, when you click on a New York Times headline, you do it because you trust them. And I think the challenge for both traditional media and digital media is still to build and sustain that credibility. In India, I think a unique challenge is that there is so much sponsored content, and you almost never know what is and what isn't. And I've been sort of devastated to find out that this is an increasing trend on social media itself, like not even on publications, but on Twitter. Influencers are paid to tweet certain things. So I think the challenge is just to sort of establish credibility with your following, whether you are a publisher or a person on Twitter. Just be a trusted source for information and endorsements and whatever.
Right. So it really brings it back to what Rahil mentioned earlier about building that reputation and credibility. I think we're just about running out of time. I had a few more things, but should we throw it open to the floor?
Yeah. Bob, your call.
Yes, ma'am.
So you discussed about newspapers. What about magazines? Magazines also have like a web portal, and magazines don't really want to show their, they basically sell photographs also in the magazine. So they publish only one photograph, but they don't publish everything. They publish only a part of it. So what do you think on magazines? What should they do if they want to go on the web?
I mean, I think this goes back to the first question Bobbin posed about, the blurring of lines between entertainment and news and this and that. I think magazines are in the same game now. I mean, with Times of India publishing entertainment content, with BuzzFeed publishing Bollywood content, I don't think there is a distinction between, the sort of following Femina is going for and the sort of following, I don't know, the Hindus going, like everyone's looking at the same Twitterati and trying to build their trust and build their following. So I don't think they're playing a different game anymore. I think the internet has totally sort of thrown us all in a basket and said, have fun.
If I could add to that, it's also about what a news organization, irrespective of what your final published content is, whether it's a magazine or whatever, they're expected to be different things online. All of them, you're expected to be, no matter what you are, a wire at the time of a big news break. So if there's a swearing-in ceremony, you would expect an Outlook to tweet exactly the same thing that, say, a Times of India is tweeting, the minute-by-minute, quick updates. On weekends, you're expected to be a magazine, put out your long reads. People have time, they want to read it. And you're also expected to be a blog. So it doesn't really, on the social space, it doesn't matter whether you are a magazine offline or a newspaper.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, I come from a print background myself. At least I used to be in print until about 3 years back. Unfortunately, in India, a lot of, especially with the print magazines, a lot of print magazines are shutting down, except for the mainline news magazines like your Outlooks and India Today's. They're struggling. They're struggling for revenue. It's far easier for them to go online, be it an iPad app, be it just a website. It's just far more easier for you to manage overheads if you're online. Even with an iPad app, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the Esquire magazine iPad app. It's one of the most beautiful magazines I've seen on an iPad, or the Wired magazine for that matter. And eventually, I think all magazines will need to do that. They will need to make engaging content online, because that's where your audience is going to be.
I think disruption.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add to the point that whenever disruption happens, and which clearly in this case has happened, there are some winners and there are some casualties, depending on who adapts and who is left behind. So, say for example, when Craigslist came up, it didn't intend to kill the phone book, kill the classifieds. But it did eventually end up doing that. So, but it's also a huge opportunity, right? If take any magazine, that if they want to think content first and if they want to think digital first, they already have resources, people, they have a newsroom that just needs to be customized to digital.
Because news has already reached during the day through multiple mediums, whether it is Twitter, whether it is XYZ. How do you manage to control the content which is highly opinionated without resulting in some very strong way how people are going to perceive you? For example, the symbolism and the semiotics that goes in the content. How do you manage that it's no more the news that I'm reporting, it's no more the facts, but it's my view on the content. And what I see today, whether it is in the physical copies of the newspapers or on the online version of all the publishing houses, is opinion and no more news. So how's this world is managing with that, with no news but just opinion being reported?
I wouldn't say it's no news and just opinion. Opinion is always, it's often post facto, right? It's something has happened, and it can only come when everybody knows what has happened. You can't have opinion in a vacuum. So I wouldn't. I would actually disagree with the premise of the question.
I think it also goes back to user selection of sources. So there are sources that only, say PTI for example, the Press Trust of India on Twitter, or ANI, Asian News International, again in Newswire, they only give out news. So if I want to know what's happening in a particular story in terms of news breaks, that's where I'll go. If I then need additional opinion on it, I'll go someplace else. So it again goes back to the point of the users being more educated, I feel, about where to get what from.
Yeah. Hello. My objective of coming here was to understand what is this social media all about. because I wanted to create a website of my own and I wanted to make it more interactive as is possible. My question to all of you is, when is this printing, I'm sorry about all the people who are into printing media.
We're all sorry.
My question to all of you is, by when do you think this printing media is going to, this industry is going to end?
Why do you want to give
Because personally,
2 years ago.
personally, I have stopped taking newspaper at home because that newspaper wala used to come sometimes 7:30, 8, 8:30. I had a couple of fights. I told no need. I'll read it on the internet. I stopped my Tata Sky connection because I can see whatever I want to see, whenever I want to see on the internet. And the most of the time that I used to spend on TV, television and newspaper, I'm now spending on Facebook and LinkedIn, which is not only giving me good reading, I can also share information with others. So my personal feel is that this television industry and this publishing industry doesn't have a great future, and it is all about the social media that is going to remain.
I wouldn't say it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't have a, it has a great future if it converges, if it evolves. By itself, obviously you'd perish. You need to evolve, don't you?
Right, and I think my take on that would be there's going to be a generational shift. I come from a generation where I used to spend a couple of hours maybe when I was growing up. It was a ritual. You spend a couple of hours reading the daily newspaper. The next generation, the current generation probably does not read the newspaper as much, like you very correctly mentioned.
No, I'm also from the old generation.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Actually, I would agree with him. My mother, she used to read the Navbharat Times.
Okay.
Now she's saying that let's unsubscribe. I get it all on the app. Okay. She reads it on her app. So it works for her. Why not?
What app? The Navbharat
Like an
Times
Android
app?
app, yeah.
Yeah, so she's still a reader.
So she watches videos on that as well. So it works for her. I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well.
It's quite possible that the One Times and Times of India, some of these newspapers and the kind of editorializing that is happening of news on it.
You know, the best.
That's why it's happening actually. You know, and
I'm really sorry I'm having to do this. I can't see you very well because of the light.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I can see you if I shield my eyes.
So,
I'm saying
so I think I mean, I am also, I mean, I've been reading newspapers as well as I've been on the net since 1999, and I've been accessing news from all sources. But I feel that newspaper reading is going down because it's the credibility of the newspapers and the reporters and the journalists has really taken, has really gone down. People don't trust them. People don't trust their editorializing anymore. And most of the time, the news is very irritating. If people want to react very strongly to whatever is happening on television or whatever is being published in newspapers.
I get your point and I take your point. I'd go back to what you said in the beginning about giving out a correct opinion. I don't know if there is a correct opinion on anything at all. As a news organization, my responsibility would be to give out as many opinions as possible. You choose.
I also don't think, I mean, I don't think it makes sense to say that the change in journalism skills is resulting in, you know, people shifting from print to online, because the same people are now writing online.
Well, I'm sorry to interject over here. Can we take this offline, please?
See, the best part about the internet, the best part about the internet is that it gives you the ability to choose where you get your news and your views from. Oh my God. I don't think they're pointing a gun.
That's perfectly okay.
I don't think they're forcing you to consume their content, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry to interject.
Do we have any time left?
No, unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I'm so sorry to interject over here.
Yes.
We could take the rest of the questions offline. I'm sure as there's food for thought being given, there are also thoughts on food that's being served outside. An interesting panel out there. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you, Rahil. Thank you, Boban. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Rego. We're going to break for lunch for just 40 minutes. Request you to be back on time 40 minutes from now, and that's when we resume with our next sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, 40 minutes is your time for lunch. Thank you. See you.
my experience with all of you on such a huge platform. So let me introduce myself, Tausif Siddiqui, the co-owner of Be The Locals Tours and Travels with my friend Fahim Vora. I am here to tell you how technology helped us to grow from nothing to something what we are now. A small video is there, maybe you can.
Yeah, we would like to share a small video with you all, which has been powered by Intel.
लोग धरावी को स्लम बुलाते हैं और पहाड़ के लोग ये भी बोलते हैं धरावी में पॉवर्टी है, क्राइम है, गंदगी है। I was born in धरावी, मैं यहीं का हूँ, यही मेरा घर है। फहीम एंड मी बचपन के दोस्त है, लंगोटिया याद है।
हमारा एक मिशन है कि लोगों को धारावी बाहर से नहीं अंदर से दिखाए, जिस तरह से हम देखते हैं।
इसीलिए बी द लोकल स्टार्ट किया, जो धरावी का एक लोकल टूर सर्विस है। बिगिनिंग में सिर्फ एक विजिटिंग कार्ड था, पर हम लोगों को समझा ही नहीं पाए कि हम क्या दिखाना चाहते हैं।
वी रियलाइज कि हमें एक इम्पैक्ट करना होगा जिससे हम लोगों से कनेक्ट हो सके। हम लोगों ने कंप्यूटर पे हमारा वेबसाइट बनाया, बी द लोकल टूर्स वेबसाइट। We wanted to show a glimpse of Dharavi through our website. Internet is so vast, मुझे लगता था कि क्या कोई हमारी छोटी सी वेबसाइट को देखेगा।
एक हफ्ता रुके, 2 हफ्ता रुके, बट कोई रिस्पॉन्स ही नहीं मिला। और फिर पहला मेल आया। आज भी वो ईमेल को देखता हूँ तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
पहले टूर में मैं बहुत नर्वस था, बट लोगों का रिएक्शन देख के आई फेल्ट वेरी गुड। हमारे यहाँ जब विजिटर्स आते हैं तो उनको यकीन नहीं होता है कि एक स्लम में इतनी सारी इंडस्ट्रीज है, सब एक साथ। We started getting more and more emails and people started contacting us from all over the globe.
जब लोग यहाँ आते हैं तो कुछ और एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं। जब वो सरप्राइज हो जाते हैं तो मुझे बहुत खुशी मिलती है। एक कंप्यूटर से शुरू किया था, आज खुद का एक छोटा सा ऑफिस है।
Today we have 10 guides, college-going students from Dharavi. The money which they earn, it helps them in their education. At the same time, when they meet different people from all over the globe, they get an exposure of the world.
अगर लोगों को कुछ दिखाना है तो टेक्नोलॉजी से पूरी दुनिया के साथ शेयर कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी ने दुनिया को बहुत छोटा बना दिया है। इन मैनी वेज इट हैज बिकम लाइक धरावी। सब एक दूसरे से कनेक्टेड है। जब मैं छोटा था, अम्मी जो है अपनी सारी कीमती चीज एक छोटे से टीन के डिब्बा में छुपा के रखती थी। धरावी भी मुझे वैसा ही लगता है। इतने सारे अमेजिंग लोग एंड चीजें एक छोटी सी जगह में, सब साथ में। इसीलिए जब टूर एंड होता है तो लोगों के चेहरे पे हंसी होती है, क्योंकि उन लोगों ने कुछ नया देखा है।
Thank you so much. So this was our video which explains or which gives a glimpse of how and why we started Be The Local Tours. That is a company of our company's name. And we are from Dharavi, which has a lot of negative images. Many people think that people in the slum or Dharavi are very poor, they beg for the living, crime rate is high, etc., etc. Or there are many gundas or kind of stuff. But it is not at all like that. We have born and brought up over here. And we have seen many people became, doctors, engineers, policemen. And, they are still there. And they are proud that they are a part of Dharavi. So, we try to show, that part of Dharavi by our tours. So this is why our company Be The Local was started, to dispel the negative image about our place where we belong. And it is not only Dharavi, even in Western countries about India, there are many misconceptions. India is very poor. Going to India it is not safe for women, and there are many misconceptions about India too. And even for Dharavi too, it is the same thing. Many people think it is not safe, it is not that. So by our tour, we try to dispel the negative image. At the same time, what we do is, we are from a middle class family, and our parents were not able to pay the university fees. For management fees, those fees which were management fees. So it is not only us. There are 20% of India's population comes under the middle class section of the society. And more than that, around 30 to 40%, 30% comes under the poor section. So imagine like half of the population, or 40 to 50% of the population could not afford the university fees. And so we thought that this is a very good opportunity where we can hire students, train them to be a guide, and provide them part-time job, so that the money they earn, that helps them to fund their education. In Mumbai or in India, there are part-time jobs available, or funding options available, but it is not as compared to the number of people, as compared to the population, it is very less. Like not everybody can reach, and even if there are part-time job, it is not well paid. So that's why we thought that this is a very good option, and then we came up with this. And as our video said that when we started, we just had an idea that we would like to do this kind of tours, and we didn't knew that what all things we should do, like website, Facebook, Twitter, nothing. We were both in college. I was in my second year in commerce, and he was in his first year in physics. So we both were in our college, and then we just made our that card, started going to the tourist area and started giving over there. Then we did our research and came to know that we should make a website, and we should make a Twitter handle, Facebook page. Then slowly and gradually we made all this thing. And Dharavi. And it is not only like technology. Like when we didn't had all this website, or we didn't had internet or technology, it was just giving the cards, and we were not getting any tours. No one would know us. But because of technology, they have helped us to to go all over the world, you can say. So yeah, it is very technology is very good. And we did our research, and yeah, so I'm glad that technology has helped us to come till here. And our aim, what is our aim? Our aim is to provide. We started with Dharavi tour. Now we have started with Mumbai tours also, and the tours which we design are such tours like we do not provide the normal sightseeing tours. We provide authentic experience. We provide, when the guest comes here in India or in Mumbai, they just see the monuments and historical places, but we want them to experience Mumbai, experience our culture, experience India. So that's why we have designed tours. Like you can go on our website and check our, tours, what all tours we have. And then our aim is to provide tours all over India with the same concept of hiring students, providing them part-time job.
Thank you, Fahim, and all of you. So it's nice to meeting you all, like what you giving opportunity to us to share our experience to come here. Thank you.
And do you all have any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, it's bethelocaltoursandtravels.com. Even if you Google Be The Local, it will come on the first.
Yep.
Be The Local. Be The Local. I could not hear you.
We have generally seen that in Bollywood films.
Yeah.
I mean, Dharavi is always presented as you know, a place where, you know, youngsters are goons and so this is very possible. But tell me, I mean, this film was made, Slumdog Millionaires.
Yeah.
So there was a buzz about, you know, creating these Slumdog tours. So I hope your experiment is not something of that kind.
No, sir, not at all. Yeah, that only like media and movie had, like, not media, you can say movies had, you know, depicted slum in a wrong way. So by our tour, we try to dispel it. We don't show the poverty, but actually we show what actual Dharavi is. So Dharavi is much more than that. And in the movies, to make, you know, more interesting, they made, you know, all this, they had portrayed it in a wrong way or in more poor way, which is not at all like that. Yeah.
Hi, Fahim. Would love to know more about how your partnership with Intel and, you know, the video that we just saw, how did that happen and what was the idea behind it?
Okay, we had, you know, tours from Intel, like Intel, many clients from Intel employees, they did the tour with us and we met them and then they liked our concept very much. And then suddenly we received an email and a call from Intel that we would like to, you know, because this is a very good example of technology and, you know, using the technology you're trying to do this. So then they came up and we were very glad because we were in, like, we needed that. And that was the help which we got and we, you know, accepted it. And then it was made.
Fahim, Tausif, Assalamu alaikum.
Bahut
mubarak ho. Congratulations.
Thank you
Very
so
well
much.
done. I just want to find out, how much do you charge? What's the fee for this service?
Okay, we have tours running every day, one in the morning at 10 o'clock, another in the afternoon at 3 p.m. We meet at Mahim station and the cost of the tour is 500 rupees per person and photography is not allowed on the tour as we respect the privacy of the people.
Hi, Fahim, Tausif.
Yep. Hi.
Yeah.
I had a question. The gentleman here also spoke about the way our media has been portraying Dharavi. So, you know, even we learned about Dharavi being the largest slum in Asia and as a dirty place, or as a filthy place, through media, through newspapers, through reports, through television. So now that with this initiative that you have come up with, is there a support from the traditional media? You know, do you find their coverage has changed or the way they report Dharavi has changed? Is it making any difference?
Yeah, it is making
actually, after this video, Intel video, you know, like we are getting the tours like outsiders from 90%, 90 to 95%. Now it turns to like 70% now. So 10 to 15%, the NRI and the Indian peoples are coming up and they are appreciating what we are doing. So it's thanks for the Intel team, like which they have shown us in very positive way. As from that way, you know, as like we born and brought up from that place, and like people are like from the movie and the media and from all parts, what people are thinking about that way, and not what we are saying. From our view, it's totally different. From that view, it's different. So like it's like when you are every day passing from the highways, you know, like from the outside, because you are seeing, but not from the inside. But once you're coming in and you are saying something like that, like how people are walking, how they are doing that, how life is going on. So it's totally changed of them. So because of that video, it's also the same thing. Lots of people are coming in.
Yeah, the media, it has changed because before, like now, you know, we have been encountered by many journalists and many writers, and they want to portray the positivity about this place. Like they come and ask, okay, give me some example of, you know, people over here who have done something great or who are doing something great. So they come and choose like this, you know, points and then portray it in the book or in the media or wherever. So it is definitely, it is changing.
So we can definitely hope that, you know, more and more media people pick up the positivity of that place and do more coverage of it in a positive light, so to say.
Thank you so much.
All the best to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Hi, Fahim and Tausif. Fantastic
Hi.
video and great initiative.
Thank you very much.
What do the people who run those factories and who live in those houses feel about strangers looking at them every day? Do they feel like a little bit they're in a zoo and we're watching them?
No, sir.
No, it's not
We
like.
have, before starting it, we have visited that place and we have explained the people what we try to do. And the people who run the industries are either our relatives or our friends, or they know us, or our family members, or someone. And we have explained them what we do. We try to, we are trying to dispel the negative image. At the same time, we are trying to help the local student itself. So they are very happy that, this is happening, or someone local is doing this.
They are very much welcoming to the other.
Sort of a follow-up question to that. So how did this entire Be the Locals tour help the small industries grow? I mean, all these household industries, I'm sure this might have impacted them and helped them grow. Any example on that?
No, it has not helped any small-scale industry. It has not. But, it has helped like few students who are working with us. And it has helped to clear the image. That's it. So we are not doing something very big or for the industries. We are doing it for, even for the students. We believe that education is very necessary. So even if, few students come up and they take the higher education, the one person will be able to, take and grow 10 more people. So we are not focusing on industry. Instead, we are focusing on students. But yeah, we have done one project with IIM, one student from IIM, and dharavican.com. They're making a website where they will be, displaying or online, the industries in Dharavi would be online. So it is going to come soon, and it would be, it will take 1 month more, I think, and then the industry would be online. Then the people can directly, contact the people from Dharavi itself via emails or internet.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, Rashid.
Good afternoon.
The government has, talked about a big plan to redevelop Dharavi into a big, skyscrapers and big city type. So is it going to affect your basic, the traditional culture and your industry? The development comes really up.
Yeah, sir. Government have came up with many different plans. Every time the plan was not successful. But this time, government have came up with a plan in which, they are considering the industries too. Earlier, they didn't had any plan for the redevelopment of the industries, only the relocation of the people. So industries were going to shut down. But now the recent plan which has come up, in that plan, they will be providing the industrial area to the people who are living over there. So it is going to help. So it's a good plan.
Thank you so much, Fahim. Thank you, Tausif. Well, I know there's so many questions for this particular discussion that's happened here, but I would request you to take it offline as we're running a little late.
No.
Anything that you would want to share?
No, that's it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for them and for the initiative. Clearly showing the power of technology and the power of social media, and what an interesting initiative there. We'll move forward, ladies and gentlemen. Next up.
That it kind of shows is, okay, sorry. I don't know what's happened to the slide. Yeah, it's working. This is called technological striptease. Somehow the chart refuses to come up. So these are supposed to be some very nice visuals, which they're so nice. It's like when you put something away very carefully so that you can find it the next time you want it. But unfortunately, the next time you want it, you've put it away so carefully that you can't remember where the bloody thing is. But anyway, so while I'm sure they'll sort it out, what this slide is supposed to say is not just the only, but the only thing that's constant in life is change. And as somebody who is, if I was to flatter myself, I'd call myself a digital immigrant. but it's not just that. I think the reality is, you know, again, I'm going to keep referring to these two young guys. It's amazing what you can do if you just have a little initiative. But there was a study done by Adobe in the US where bulk of the marketeers said that they had seen more change in marketing in the previous 2 years than probably the US had in the 50 years before that. And I think that's really where the level of change shows. But as a marketer, okay, I'm going to give it another go. Should I try it out? Okay, let me know when you're ready. So, you know, this change that we keep seeing around us is something that marketers have to contend with. And when you, okay, bravo, thank you so much. So the only constant is only constant in life is change. And when as marketers we are living with this change day in and day out, you know, it kind of reminded me of the relationship that a husband-wife or a couple have, where some point in time you kind of look back and suddenly say, I thought I knew you, right? And it becomes a case of pati-patni or woe. Except in this case, the woes are many, yeah? W-O-H, not W-O-E. But the woes are many. Just to kind of start with the number of touch points, right? 5 years ago, I thought life was extremely complex. I have, you know, if you're planning a campaign, there's so many channels to choose from and so on and so forth. But today, 5 years ago, life was so simple. So much has changed that I would love to go back 5 years in time. Look at the number of brands that are trying to talk to everybody. And it doesn't matter whether, you know, you're a big brand, small brand, the whole explosion of touch points and the explosion of media, social media, internet, media per se, has allowed brands, irrespective of budget, to reach out to people. Because it's also allowed for a lot of creativity. It's allowed for choice, right? And that has complicated the equation even more. And then, of course, there are people like us who have proliferated the number of screens that consumers use. And this just, you know, these numbers from the US, 81% people use a smartphone and a television screen together. It is unbelievable or unheard of a few years ago. But so now there are actually campaigns which plan for that. So there's something happening on television and there are tweets going so that it prompts others to go move to that channel. So this kind of multiplicity, if I may call it, combined has created a phenomenal plethora of options, has created a lot of churn, has created chaos, and, you know, led to a very, very simple but critical question that most marketers, I'm sure, ask themselves every day. How do we navigate through all this? How do we continue to reach, continue to engage, continue to connect with our consumers? And this complexity, how do brands manage this? So, like I said, you know, if I flatter myself, I call myself a digital immigrant. And therefore, I found it always helps to keep things simple, right? And going back to basics is what helps time to time. So we'll just look at a couple of examples, and then I'll tell you my views on how I cope. So Nokia had this property for 2 years now, which is called Your Wish Is My App. It's the world's only app development reality program. And we completed the second round this time. The first time around, we tried the usual classic thing, you know, television, print, radio, online, everything. Let's do everything to try and get lots of traction around it. Some of it worked, some of it didn't, and we had to learn. And we said, okay, look, what is the objective at the end of the day? The objective is to help people get the kind of apps that they want and get those apps out there, because not everybody knows what they want. And so we said the focus is on getting number of ideas. And therefore, let's look at what are the platforms, what are the mediums that have actually helped. That's number one. And number two, what were the barriers that didn't allow that to happen the last time around? And therefore, how do we make it easier? So we made it easy enough wherein people could even tweet their ideas and we'd reach out to them and understand more, and so on and so forth. And just a few platforms, a few avenues of communication, but focused on what we intended to do. And it's actually nearly doubled. We thought we'd broken a kind of a record when we got 37,000 entries the first year round, and this year we actually got nearly 62,000 entries. And in that sense, there was a huge return from a point of what the objective was and what is it that we wanted to do. So rather than just let a lot of people know that about the initiative, it was about let a lot of people get involved in the initiative. Yeah. The second one is from the World Cup, where how Adidas transformed buying a soccer ball from buying it to it became buy me, right? Adidas has been making the official soccer ball for many, many years, and so was it this year. But they decided to actually engage with consumers and make sure that they kind of fell in love with it. And therefore, the simple process was engage them in deciding what to call it. Yeah? And this was a campaign that went on for a couple of years and engaged them on across points, but with a simple objective was what do you call the ball? And eventually, they had over 1 million Brazilians vote for a certain name. Brazuca was the name that actually won, and it won by a huge margin. And they've sold 14 million of these worldwide. 14 million soccer balls have been sold since World Cup, just before World Cup and now. So, I mean, these are just two simple examples. I'm sure there are many, many more. But I've used them as kind of fodder. And why do I believe they were successful? You know, just like everything we do in life, in marketing also there is the what and the how. Yeah? And I personally believe that the what hasn't changed at all. It starts with the consumers, it starts with understanding them, it starts with getting that insight that will help us, creating the proposition, the benefit articulation, the brief, the campaign, the product, all the way through to create relevance for the brand, relevance for what you have to offer, the service, the product, whatever it is. So this whole what of insight to relevance hasn't changed. But what has evolved and what is creating the chaos is the how. Because how this is executed, how this is to be delivered is something that's changed radically, and that's really where the challenge comes up. So, comes a simple but a very telling quote, strategy is the art of sacrifice. And, you know, again, go to the answer that was given on stage here. We are not trying to change the industry. We're just trying to help a few students. Very clear. That's what they want to do. And that's how they've modeled what they do. We help students, they work with us, they get money, they're able to pay their fees, they're able to grow in life. Yes, if things happen for industry, that's fine, but our objective is this, and that's what they're focused on. Strategy is the art of sacrifice, and that's many a time what, and I've been, you know, guilty of the same thing, which is in this whole wow of all the various woes that I was talking about, you know, oh, this is new, let's try this, oh, that's new, did you see that brand they did, why don't we try that? Yes, there's lots that can be tried, but what are we sacrificing to stay true to our strategy? And in this context, what we focus on is critical. So if we believe that at the heart, therefore, is the consumer takeout, what is it that we want to leave the consumers with? Everything around it are executional elements. Platforms, creative, campaigns, ideas, on-ground executions, everything, right? If we focus on the executional elements, it's bound to leave a big question mark on what did the consumer take out at the end of the day. Because the focus is on the wrong thing. Yeah, we're focusing on, again, all the tamasha and all the various elements that seduce us, but we're forgetting what we wanted to actually get out of the picture, get into the game. And therefore, if the focus remains on that consumer takeout, if that focus remains on ultimately what is our objective, we want to help those boys. The rest of it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you execute, what elements you use, what you don't use. it will still deliver because the focus is on the right thing. And I think this is something that happens very often. And if you think back on a lot of things we worked on, we'll realize that, yeah, in hindsight, maybe that was going a little too far out. Yeah. And the other thing in engaging with consumers, if I go back to the analogy of the relationships, right, there are those moments of truth that help you understand the value of that relationship. And every touch point is a potential moment of truth. And the more the touch points that we engage in or that we want to use, the more the potential of the moment of truth, but at the same time, more the potential of just distracting and confusing our consumers because we haven't given it the right context. We haven't given it the right relevance. And going back to the previous slide, we focused probably on that touch point and what it offers rather than what is it that we want them to take out of it. And this is again something that's extremely critical because it is very easy to do lots of things today. It's very easy to do lots of things, and the bigger the brand, hopefully the bigger the budgets, and therefore the bigger the risk, because you can, right? And I think this is something that, again, we've realized, and if I go back to our Your Wish is My App example, the first year we made that mistake. We did lots, and we realized we were kind of wasting a bit. We were a bit all over the place. While, yes, it was a success, you know, from a number point of view, but it could have been bigger. And that's what we focused on in the second year, and it was even more of a success. So keeping the focus on what's that moment of truth and how am I delivering it across the touch points, quality over quantity, that's what really matters. Measure, measure, measure. We have that opportunity. I mean, if I look back, you know, think about when I first started working, we used to very proudly quote that old adage of, you know, 50% of all advertising works, if only I knew which 50%. And it was a kind of a cop-out for marketers, you know. I'm advertising, I'm there, this is my media plan, but I don't know which 50% is working. Today, that fortunately is not an excuse anymore. There are enough avenues to measure what we do, right? Simple things like analytics tell you what's the relationship across media. So we know that about X% of our digital traffic comes from TV advertising. So when the next time we're looking at evaluating a plan and budgets, at the back of my mind, I know that I can't compromise on a certain touch point because there is a multiplier effect. There is a relationship, right? We've all seen and experienced in the early days, you know, as internet was picking up in the country, the moment you had a press ad, your search spiked. Yeah, and especially when we launched a new device, it was, you know, it was quite amazing. I could actually probably tell you what time newspapers are delivered in which city, because very clearly you'd see the search spike up. So measuring not just the outcome of things we do, but measuring these relationships that ensure that the input that goes in is the right input, so that the output is what you want, is also extremely critical. Which brings me to, I think, roughly my last point, which is being result-oriented. At the end of the day, you know, focusing on the fact that the what hasn't changed, it's the how that has changed. Focusing on the fact that strategy is the art of sacrifice. Focusing on the fact that if we keep our eye on the ball on what we want the consumer to take out, not what the executional elements are, right? And then we measure how we're doing. All leads up to being result-oriented. Because at the end of the day, today, we know what kind of environment we operate in. We know business is tough, consumers are spoiled, they have a lot of choice. We've seen all the various multiplicating factors on platforms, on touch points, on number of brands fighting for share of mind, and so on and so forth. And therefore, it's all the more reason to kind of hunker down and say, okay, what is it that we're trying to do? How do we want to do it? Let's keep track of how we're faring, fine-tune as we go along, and try and kind of get result-oriented. So just, you know, to me, these are all pretty simple. I think over a period of time, you know, 10, 15 years ago, doing this was easier because if you had a product launch, yeah, you had a big TV campaign, you had few print ads, you had a little bit of radio, and that was it. So in some senses, these basics, you know, kind of happened automatically. But today, one needs to actually take the effort of remembering these basics, because it's very easy to kind of get lost in this whole quagmire of options and platforms and where the consumer is and what do they do and so on and so forth. Because at the end of the day, the consumer will do what they do. They will go where they go. But what is important is, why do you go there? Why does a brand go there? What does a brand do there? And that's really the core of it, which hasn't really changed. And in that sense, you know, the more things change, the more they remain the same. It's just that ensuring that we remember that they remain the same becomes tougher and tougher. And one needs to kind of remind himself, herself, that these are the things that haven't really changed. These are the things that really drive that engagement, that relevance, that connection, and stay focused on it. So that is it from me. Thank you. I think we have a few minutes if there are any questions or thoughts or views.
Hi, Viral.
I'm going to grab some water. Yeah.
Actually, you showed the list of channels that you have to tackle before all product launches and how that has changed over time and how it's become more complex now. But on the other hand, you see some new entrants in the market trying only the social channel out of that and actually making, actually doing it successfully. So what do you think about that? Is that a possibility for a player as big as you to do also?
Absolutely. And we have tried it in small ways in the past. I think it's really a, you know, so at one level, it is an implementation of what I was saying. I mean, they've decided what they want. They've decided what is the best way. Probably they had 3 options, could afford only 2 or 1, and they've said, no, this is how we'll do it. And they've gone after it in that fashion. And we've tried it in our own way. We've tried it for some of the device launches in terms of focusing more on certain touch points and certain kind of engagement activities, and that's how we've really learned. And I personally actually think that is a way to go about it. Even if you can afford to do more, it's important to start off with doing what is most critical, whatever the team believes is the most critical for success, and then building out from there.
So are we seeing a virality coming in sales, for instance? The online virality sort of kicking into your marketing thing? What you saw with the Xiaomi phone, for instance?
I think that's part of the evolution that I was talking about, right? I mean, so what I probably didn't put there is the number of points that a consumer can buy things from, right? And the kind of convenience and service that they can get today. And that's one of the elements making life more chaotic. And you therefore have to deal with it in probably the same way in terms of saying, okay, what is our objective? How do we want to tackle it? Yes, while one part of it is, for example, availability and convenience for consumers, and you know, therefore you need to be present in that channel. Another part of it is that we are talking technology. We are talking things that consumers are not always very comfortable with. And what they're even more uncomfortable about is telling people that they're not comfortable with technology. And therefore, how do you give them that experience of understanding what the new device offers? And therefore, offline continues to be important. But there are certain people who are only online. So how do I give them the same experience online? So it kind of follows a similar thread, except again, the how of it changes. And you need to incorporate these changes into the how and decide how much of it do you take on, how much do you not take on.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. In the context of our presentation,
yes.
of your presentation, I just wanted to learn or hear about your comments on the upcoming Xbox launch.
Yeah.
And there are a few firsts there that Microsoft is going to be doing that in India, some from global learnings, some from local learnings. And also, if you could take it a step forward and share some of your thoughts on, given that gaming and gamers are a very passionate community, is there a specific influencer strategy along with any content-driven approach since you guys are going online only this time?
Okay, so one health warning is that I look after the devices, mobile devices group. So Xbox in that sense doesn't come under my purview. So I can tell you what I think about it, but that's not, you know, I can't comment on what the real thinking is because I'm not involved in that. But I think, again, if I go back to what I was saying about, you know, the what doesn't change, the how changes, and again, the concentric circles, right, in terms of what's the consumer takeout. And we are talking, when you're talking Xbox, you're talking a very specific need. You're talking a very specific target audience, especially with the first launch. And therefore, the way you approach them, the way you target them is also got to be pretty specific. And that's really, you know, one of the planks of why and how it's been launched. Of course, there is a plan on, you know, you asked about influencers, gamers, etc. There is that. Unfortunately, I'm not the right person to share those details. Yeah, but it's there. Yes.
Now with this coming of social media, your advertising cost is going to come down substantially. So can we expect that with the advertising cost coming down, there will be a drop in the prices of the products also in very near future?
By the laughter, I can guess everybody's heard the question. But for those who didn't, the question was that with social media, advertising costs come down, and because advertising costs come down, would prices come down? You really want me to answer that? Well, okay, if you want me to, I guess prices and advertising budgets honestly don't have any connection. I don't think the two are related, to be very honest, because even if I have an advertising budget, there might be a product on which I may choose not to invest, irrespective of the price of that product, number one. Or number two, if there is a launch that's coming up which is of a certain criticality, let's just say the first Lumia launches that we did in 2011 end, right? It was absolutely critical to make a big splash around that launch, irrespective of the margin we made, irrespective of what pricing it was. So I think they play very different roles, and in that sense, they're not really connected.
We'll take one last question. My lady over here, she's been raising her hand. There's one last question. The rest of questions, request you to take it offline, please. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. And just adding to his question, Mr. Gentleman's question. Actually, I'm coming from agency side, and I don't see there's any decline in advertisement budgets if it is from online. So the price and advertisement expenses are not related, I believe.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. Now, my question is, sir, you were saying that when we are talking about different platforms, now we have multiple touch points. So we focus as a flaw on what different platforms are offering, rather seeing what we want out of them. But every platform has its own advantage and limitation. And hence, what I assume is that this is certain objective. Now, how I can use different platform as a different building blocks to get my objective fulfilled. It shouldn't be this way, that we are focusing on our objective and not on trying to change platform, how they can make our things better.
Yeah, sure. So ultimately, like I said, the focus is our objective. The focus is what we want the consumer to take out from, you know, whatever it is that we are doing. And it's also a function of how we see that being delivered. The good thing about, you know, marketing or brands is there is no right or wrong. It's whatever works. So one brand may see the advantages and disadvantages of a certain platform in a certain way and choose to go ahead with it. Another brand in the same category, talking to the same audience, might interpret it differently and choose to do it differently. So I think, and that's where the measurement and the focus on results comes in, because it allows you to fine tune as you go along. Yeah, and that's the whole advantage of it, which is that yes, we see a certain platform in a certain way, we've approached it in a certain way based on our objectives, but somewhere you realize that it doesn't work, and you have the flexibility of changing track.
Yeah. So we can altogether change the platform itself. So if my purpose is not fulfilled
Sure.
by, say, newspapers
Sure.
or print, I
Sure.
can go online.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. One more thing, just adding to this, and that's not related to exactly session. You are coming from this mobile devices. Is there are rumors that Nokia name is going to be dropped out of the Lumia? Is that correct? Just to tell you, I work for the agency that also handles some of the Microsoft.
So then you know. I don't need to answer it in public.
No, that's my personal information. I wouldn't want to share. I'm talking for like maybe all, because there are plenty rumors, and I have read it online also that there are some clarifications coming that there might not be a drop, but then there are also the rumors that it's going to be dropped in very near future.
So what we've always said is that that Microsoft does have the license to the brand name Nokia for the feature phones. That's where it will continue. But beyond that, we haven't really announced what the names will be in the higher end range or in the Lumia range. So
as of now, it is Nokia Lumia.
Yes.
People say that. So
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oza. Thank you. Well, next up, our panel members are ready for a discussion, and the topic would be on future of social intelligence. I would like to invite first the moderator for the session. We have Mr. Ranjit Nair, who's the CEO of Germinate Solutions, the moderator for the session. Joining him would be our panel members. First up, Mr. Nikhil Day, President of GBM. Yes, please do continue with a round of applause as I do call upon our panel members. We also have Jasneet Bashal, who's the Senior Vice President, Group Marketing, Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited. We also have Karthik Nagarajan, National Director, Social Media and Insights, Group M. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. You've had good lunch, so please do continue with that. And finally, we do have Aditya Save, who's Marico's Global Center of Excellence for Digital and Media Heads. So yes, we have our panel members and our moderator. Over to you.
Can we have the slide deck? Yeah, the slide deck. Brought both the publishing side as well as the marketing side. We are going to talk about a very interesting subject today. We're talking about the future of social intelligence. Now, you have the Twitter handles of the panelists here, so if you want to tweet to them both during or after the panel discussion, I'm sure they'll get back and answer all those questions for you. Okay. So we're seeing that we're now in the age of the customer. So this is what Forrester calls the age of the customer, where the customer is now empowered. The customer is now influencing product choices. The customer is influencing product design. The customer is influencing the sharing of information. And the control no longer resides just with the brand. Now, in this age of the consumer, is truly king. Right? Now, you're all familiar with this, with Rogers' diffusion of adoption or diffusion of innovation curve, where you have your innovators, you have your early adopters, and so forth. The same holds true for brands as well. So brands who are those early adopters, those innovators, are the brands who are going to lead the way forward. And here we have with us today a set of panel members who are truly the innovators in their field, and they're going to help us understand what the future of social intelligence holds for us. So we'll just broadly define what we mean by social intelligence and then get right into the panel. So it's the use of social media analytics to understand the customer better, so that these brands can be more relevant to the customer, offering the right set of products and services and the right communication. Okay. So to get started, let me start with you, Nikhil. Nikhil, what are some of the consumer trends that you're observing that you think is very impactful for brands, both in the PR space as well as marketing?
Ranjit, one that I'm particularly passionate about is the subject of caring. Just one word, caring. And by that I mean, do you genuinely care for me, the consumer, or are you just communicating at me? There's a deluge of communication that we are confronted with as consumers. And I think the sweet spot is when some portion of that connects with me in a personalized way, and I feel that this brand or this company or this individual who I'm interacting with demonstrates through their engagement that they care for me. So I'm a big proponent of telling my team often that, there's IQ, there's EQ, and there's a term that I've coined called CQ, saying head and heart is good, and that's great to be a smart marketing or communication or PR professional, but what is going to make a big difference is if you can demonstrate CQ. And I'll illustrate that with the example of, in the public relations business, we have customers and end consumers. Our customers end up being oftentimes influencers, either journalist community or powerful online influencers. And nothing irks them more when a misinformed PR person spams them, blasts them with a press release that has no meaning or relevance to them or content that they don't care about. So something as simple as taking the time to study what that influencer genuinely wants and cares about and giving them customized content, if it were, or reaching out to them in a way that, or a format that they appreciate, is all that it takes to become a valued member of a professional tribe to them, or somebody who they really get irritated. And that links back to, I think, social intelligence as you defined it. Because while this is all logical, how do you get a bunch of people to buy into this, make this attitudinal shift, and then equip them with the skill and the will to deliver on this? That requires a lot of smart listening, analyzing what is happening, feeding that information back as an organization into team members so that they can engage better.
So you touched upon how caring is kind of essential to be able to communicate better both to influencers as well as to the end consumers.
Yes.
Jasneet, is that also demonstrated, that sort of caring, is it also demonstrated in the kind of products that people come up with?
Definitely it does. So for example, if we take Kotak Jiffy, which is really a bank account that is integrated with Facebook and Twitter, it definitely has the consumer at the center, at the heart of it. So for example, as we all know, I mean, it's common knowledge that increasingly people are spending more time on the social platforms, be it Facebook, be it Twitter, be it any other platform. So we thought about, why not, for a guy who's on Twitter, why not let him do certain, things like check his bank balance, order a checkbook, etc., on Twitter. That would be listening to the consumer, recognizing his needs and enabling his needs. So that is really what Jiffy does. And we picked on, multiple insights which the consumers really are demonstrating on the social platform. Really, you can talk about them almost as being inherent habits on the social networks. So what we've done in Kotak Jiffy as a product, we sort of reward them for those actions. So for liking, for commenting, for sharing, this is all that people are doing, amongst the multiple other things. So they get rewarded for interacting with the brand on these platforms on Twitter and on Facebook. Also, the other bit is that on social platforms, yeah, brands, we're all there, we're present on the social platforms, but the way the branded potential is sort of different. And consumers would prefer peer-to-peer speak versus brand speak on the platform. So therefore, even in our go-to-market approach for the product, we chose to get bloggers to review the product, which was a very bold step really, from a brand that is launching in the marketplace. And we got them to review the product and talk about the product. And that is really how we chose to go forward rather than putting advertising or branded communication upfront in the faces of consumers. And going forward also in our approach to acquire more customers, so referrals from friends is a key approach, which again is somewhere, it's really truly for the people who are very social on social,
right.
Truly social.
So you kind of understood the heart of the psyche of your online customer and designed a product based on that.
Right.
Karthik, in your experience, while you've worked with many, many brands, have you seen a similar sort of appreciation of the online customer, the social customer, translating into some product design or interesting communication?
Many actually. In fact, I was very interested when you said your definition of social intelligence was all about the customer, right? So one thing that has changed in the last 2-3 years is that we've gone from a brand out kind of a insights frameworks, which was largely concerned only with the marketing team, to a different approach where these insights are now impacting multiple stakeholders within the organization. So you take an organization like Nestle today. Some of these insights go back to not just the marketing team, but to the product team, to the nutrition team then. And likewise, for clients like Honda, etc., where serious inputs from here are going there as well. So yeah, it's gone beyond just marketing. And
Aditya, what are some of the consumer trends that you've seen demonstrate?
So Nikhil used one word, which was caring. I'll use two. I think the biggest one that we see is trust deficit.
Okay.
Given and this is, if you look at mobile phone penetration, it kind of allows just about everybody to talk. And what we've seen is a lot of times consumers don't really trust the information that comes to them from brands.
Okay.
And therefore, it's almost elevated the importance of peer-to-peer recommendations, like Jasneet said. We've seen this, we've studied this, we've been able to benefit from a lot of this. But that's, I think, one big thing that we get to see and probably have to live with as the chatter increases.
So when you're saying consumers don't trust the brands, who do they trust, and how do you leverage that? How do you identify these right set of people?
So, and this is not new from a social media perspective, but people trust experiences, and they trust each other when they don't have a stake in that transaction. So a consumer is more likely to believe another consumer as compared to a brand which is saying almost the same thing. And that's what I mean by saying, they don't trust us as much as they trust each other. So that's one. Okay. The second big thing, and this is more from the work that we've seen across markets, is that mobile phone penetration also means that multiple languages come into play. A lot of vernacular chatter is what we get to see.
Engage with it and continue to engage with it. So we were able to create, so if I were to sum that up, leadership from the organization, the company's end, taking the subject seriously, willingness to work with partners to find solutions that aren't cut, copy, paste, but learning from best principles, but create something that works for your company is, I think, the two that would really make sense.
The other phenomenon that we've observed is the second screen phenomenon, and this is something which maybe it's not as prevalent today in India, but certainly outside India it's huge. And so Karthik, are you seeing that as becoming extremely relevant? Are you seeing relevant in India as well as outside India? And given that there is a second screen and people are using that second screen for social media, is there a lot that could be learned from those interactions in social media to improve things at the brand end?
Absolutely. In fact, I'll strongly contest the statement that it's not big in India. Okay. I'll give you two examples. One is Pro Kabaddi League. In the first 15 days, saw the hashtag Pro Kabaddi League mentioned about 6.5 million times. So that's a kind of buzz. The overall Kabaddi buzz must be even more. If you put that in perspective, in the first 15 days, that's the actual amount of buzz that IPL 2013 generated overall. Right? The other thing is, this is Twitter. Twitter is a popular platform.
And you find this happening more during the hours of the show, while it's live?
It's mostly during when it's on air.
Okay.
The other thing is, you take this is not so much what's on air, but still a second screen phenomenon. I'm sure many of you here should be familiar with a platform called Rocket Talk, which is the mobile social community. And we were looking at conversations around the television show Mahabharata, and we found that there are 17 different communities on Mahabharata on Rocket Talk. Amazing numbers. So second screen is a thing of yesterday, like not tomorrow.
But have brands and broadcasters woken up to how they could use the insights from there to change their programming or influence their buying decisions?
Absolutely, it's a work in progress, but we work with many brands now in what is a working title. We refer to it as social TAM, which is kind of yes, there is a few metrics by which you decide on where you're going to invest in, but can we also understand the social resonance of a show on TV before you make those trading decisions?
So to add to that, Definitely, I mean, from a marketer's end, when you're evaluating the properties you should associate with, or where should you invest the bucks, social chatter is a new metrics that you would definitely, view.
Sure.
In addition to the other.
So it's suggesting. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, so I was just saying, I've said this before. Content marketing is actually context marketing. Okay. Right. What you're trying to do is you're trying to understand the context of a person's frame of mind at that point of time and cater to it. Sure. For example, if Rocket Talk has a lot of chatter and one of them is about Mahabharata and you're kind of on the brand team, you would want to live with that, but leave the rest out. So I think that's one the person would have, and try and stick to those. Now you can pretty much slice and dice. It sounds like a very bad word, but you can decide consumer segments or sub-segments and only talk about stuff which is relevant to their life. I think that's a great help.
So, I mean, that slicing and dicing is ultimately going to lead to smaller and smaller segmentation. Ultimately, you get to the holy grail of it, which is the segment of one, right? How far away are we from being able to understand each and every single consumer to be able to make products which are relevant to that consumer, as well as communicate to that consumer in a way that's very relevant to them?
I would answer it slightly differently. I'll give you some examples. One, most human beings don't say too much of meaningful stuff all the time. So there's only very little that you...
I don't say it at all.
Yeah. So I work with 2 startups. I mentor 2 startups, and both of them incidentally have had to use social intelligence in different life stages. So one, for example, tends to listen to young students who have questions around education, career, moves, etc., etc. Has a back-end engine which maps the kind of person, the kind of knowledge, the way the person learns with a bank of mentors, and then uses the 2 to figure out who's good for whom. And the success rate has been really awesome. Another one is in the real estate space, and what they're trying to do is you have this bunch of portals which try and talk about everything from every single property and whether it is rent and whether it is purchase. What they try and understand is what are your aspirations around buying a house? What really is your budget? What really is your timeline? And they use a lot of...
I'm the expert at that, you're the expert at that, why are you getting involved? Within companies, you see departments, there are early movers who get in there first, and then they feel they own that. And you mentioned multiple stakeholders going beyond customers, could be employees, etc., etc. So what I clearly see in the future is a forcibly required shift in mindset. Nobody owns this space. We all have areas that we can be valuable, and we should be able to work with each other to make it more valuable for the customer and for the brand. And I'll illustrate this by, I see an area where PR guys get called in oftentimes in a social arena is when there's a crisis, there's a problem. So you've got somebody who's managing the Facebook environment, somebody who's managing something else, but when there's a problem, all these people typically say, hey, this is not my territory, you guys come in. And that's perfectly okay. The ability for us to come in and do this seamlessly, to work hand in hand with all the other partner agencies, working with speed, requires pre-planning. You can't suddenly say, okay, who's got access here, how do I get it there? Imagine if I have to craft a tweet, get it approved by legal, get it approved by global, then find somebody in that company and route it to them. The crisis is over by the time you can act. So that's where I see it going. We're going to have to collaborate a lot more, and there's going to be process and form given to that to say that nobody owns this, we each have our roles to play.
Excellent.
Okay,
so very much agree with Nikhil that for organizations it's going to be a collaborative way forward, and therefore we have to be champions of the social cause. So they sort of socialize social media across the firm and are building towards a more cohesive organization that will be sort of ready for the future. Because tomorrow, if there is going to be convergence of analytics and social and mobility and all of that, the opportunities that it has to offer is going to be plenty. And if we as firms, we need to be ready to sort of leverage those, and so the readiness has to be built in from today. And if we are to look at, opportunities that are going to be thrown at us can actually be a marketeer's delight. Today we are looking at segments and sub-segments, and it is truly difficult to talk to a person, so to say, you know. And particularly if you are in the customer, you know, in a service domain, and there is interaction with the customers, so you can really have intelligent conversations with the customer. You know, if you want to upgrade, you want to upsell, you want to cross-sell, you can be certainly sure that you are actually, you know, putting forward the right proposition to the consumer.
Which
so
actually brings me to my last question, which is, if we are able to know so much about the customer and we're trying to intelligently converse with that customer, how do we ensure we don't overstep that creep line where we, since we know so much about them, we are able to get their digital trails across different devices, across different platforms, and build a very, very detailed profile of that person. We could very easily end up crossing that privacy boundary. So how do brands safeguard it? Do we need regulation, etc.?
Okay, let me just read something that I tweeted a little while ago. Intelligence is the capacity for logic, emotional knowledge, and problem solving. Social intelligence is learning from many and applying to one. Okay. So if you look at your creep line, it's kind of getting there, right? Yeah. So in my opinion, this thing of emotional knowledge, of treating others the way you treat yourself or want to be treated yourself, I think it's a very important part. And in my mind, there's no algo which actually does it for you. So as marketeers, we've always been responsible for what the brand says and also responsible to the customers that the brand talks to. So in that sense, I think that role will continue and probably get enhanced. There will be some amount of regulation, there could probably be some technology, but finally it's a lot dependent on the team which handles the technology and the amount of infringement that you're willing to do onto your customer's domain.
Okay, excellent. So thank you everyone. We'll take a few questions now.
Hi. I think we've all established that understanding the consumer psyche is the first step and one of the most important steps in terms of your overarching communications and marketing strategy. So there's one trend that I've seen across agencies where of your agency, so is it a little unfair to expect them with perhaps their limited experience and their limited capabilities to distill that level of insights, those level of insights to actually go to a brand and say this is what you need to do, or does it need to be more of a collaborative effort?
So it's a great question. Karthik and Nikhil, are you being unfair to those poor community managers by expecting them to be analytics experts?
We're not. In fact, that's the wrong agency.
Okay.
So, seriously speaking, very clear that, and we were just having this conversation outside, that when it comes to social intelligence, social insights, very clear that the pedigree of talent has to come from a confluence of a marketing background, a research background, and a technology background, right? And I think if you're working with an agency which is using a community manager to do social insights, we have a bigger problem than social insights.
So I agree, which is why setting up something like what they have as a newsroom is not taking your client servicing folks only and saying, okay, you also do this. You are setting up a separate ecosystem and infrastructure, both with technology, hardware, software, and humanware, which has got the right capability to analyze and then use this. So that is the direction that we are going now.
Thank you.
Hi. My question is for Jasneet. I had read about Giphy. And when it comes to banking, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when it comes to banking, people are very concerned about the privacy and security. I know a few people are still wary of using banking on their phone just in case their phone gets stolen. So how did you balance the security while giving them access through social media to their accounts?
So the point to understand over here is that the banking is not on social. The banking is on the banking platform, which is as safe as any other banking platform that you use, but it is layered with social. So social has no access to banking. So your social behavior is what you're getting rewarded for while you're doing your transactions or while you're interacting with the brand.
Okay, thank you.
Question here.
Hi, I am working for a company which actually has a B2B product and not a B2C, and I am working in the social insight team for that company. So just wanted to know from you, how do you see these two platforms as the different things? What are the different aspects you see in B2C and B2B social insights listening from the customers?
I think to start with, you're luckier than most people who are B2C because you know the names and addresses of your customers already. So this thing that he talked about, creep value, it's already taken care of. But largely, in most cases, B2B happens to be about influencing the person who will take a decision which will then affect somebody else or a larger set of people. So one possible way to look at is not to look at them as customers or consumers, but more as influencers.
Yeah, there are the two, buyer and buyer and user. There are two different segments which we actually see. The person who buys that product may not be the person who uses that product. So the buying decision made by the different person, but the person who uses that, usually we find that the person who uses that put some thoughts about our products, about his user experience on the various social media, saying that he's facing some problem or he's experiencing some problem on that product. So, dealing with that, how do you suggest proceeding there?
So I think you're already ahead of the curve if you have segmented the two. Honestly, if you're looking at social media listening to help you, what he said about category listening is something that can help. The challenge, I think, is the fact that today, while we call it listening, it doesn't cover audio, it doesn't cover voice, it doesn't cover what people say to people. And that's something that you have to learn to pick up from the tonality of the chatter that you see around.
So it's going to finally come down to business objectives. So if that B2B brand could become a thought leader there. So the business objective could be to influence the influencer. So you want to understand the influencer, then understand their conversation, which may be completely unrelated to that field, make sense of it, and then have that human connect with them.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
Just wanted to know, email marketing. I know about email from many banks.
I can't hear.
So he's saying that he gets emails from many banks, but he never opens any of them.
So I need to know your perspective around when you do A/B testing when it comes to email marketing. What is the kind of social insight you get from email marketing? Because I, as a bank customer, I have never opened an email from a hotel because they keep spamming on my promotional email feed on my Gmail. So what is the insight? Because I, as a bank customer, I've never opened an email which has come as a promotional email from any bank. So what is the social insight that you get from email marketing? Is it still effective or kind of defunct when it comes to social media?
So I'm sure it would be working differently for different brands. But having said that, email marketing is just one of the ways that a brand is probably trying to reach out, and the efficiency of it would definitely vary. And I understand when you say you don't open the email or you don't open, an account at the email level. When you say you don't open an email, I would believe that this would cut across a lot of categories.
Yeah, because so the moment I see a bank's name.
We take this question offline because it's not really related to this subject.
Okay, I'm talking about the social insight you get from email marketing.
We're specifically talking about social media insights. So since we're talking about your question is around emails, we'll take that one offline.
Okay, no problem. Thanks. Yeah.
Hi. So earlier we were talking about how consumers they kind of believe in peer-to-peer experience rather than brand talking to them. So I come from an agency side, and I have brands coming to me and coming to us and saying that everybody just wants to look good online. Everybody wants to look good on social media, but offline they definitely are not up to the mark. And how do you tackle that? Because consumers are very intelligent. So even if you, let's say, hire a blogger who's writing good stuff about you or is trying to hard sell your product, the consumer sees it, and especially on social media.
So for example, definitely you're not using reviews and bloggers to hard sell a product. So when you're throwing open your product for review, you're throwing yourself open for criticism too. So that is where the maturity of the brand comes in, and that's why I say that's a bold step, because you have to be sure that there are people who will love the offering you've put out there. There are people who will be just warm to it, and there will definitely be a set of people who are not in agreement with it, right? So it takes all types, and that is what a review is all about. But that is where the genuinity of the medium really steps in. So therefore probably it has more appeal to the consumer than just brand speak, which is all positive.
True. That is why, you know, it is very, very important that offline also you guys are so up to mark so that it actually reflects online, because both cannot really have a disconnect, right?
Yeah. So you're talking about the disconnect between the discordance between the brand's behavior online and their actual performance on the ground.
No, are you talking about the brand's behavior? You're talking about the blogger
No, the brand's behavior overall. It's not just the bloggers. That was just
okay. Yeah, so the brand has to, across all touch points, be similar, right? Yeah. So that is the task of marketing.
Yeah, there's a question there from the
Yeah, the amount of data that's available on digital is scary. As we call it, there is too much of noise out there. How do we differentiate or rather identify signals from this noise?
Okay. We'll talk offline. I'll tell you how Germinate works. Right? but it's a very valid question. There is a lot of noise. And some of this noise is contributed by brands themselves by running all kinds of contests. It becomes important that the tool that you use is granular enough to be able to separate out the different aspects of conversation. So conversations around different touch points, what people are saying about, say, the ATMs, what they're saying about the in-branch experience, what they're saying about your campaigns. And if you're able to distill that out, then you can focus on that part of the signal which is actually relevant to you. Okay, I think that's, there's no more time, we're out of time for questions. We'll take that last question offline. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. We'd request you to take the questions offline. Thank you, panel members. It was a good discussion there. We'll move forward, because we have our next panel members ready for the discussion on from a marketer's agenda to a larger organizational agenda. To moderate this session, we have Unni Radhakrishnan, who's the head of digital South Asia at Maxis. So he would be moderating our next session. And I would request our panel members and the moderator for the next session to kindly come forward. Meanwhile, I would request you to take the questions offline during the break. We would be having a break a little later. And joining him is Mr. Akash Batra, who is the Regional Digital Marketing and E-Commerce Manager for Asia Pacific.
I think we have Rohit also.
Okay, and joining them is Rohit Verma from R-Square Consulting. We have Rohit joining the panel members. And gentlemen, yes, over to you.
Hi.
Waiting for Venki?
We'll get him on stage.
Hey, we need a chair there.
I think Rohit is more popular than everyone here.
Sorry?
Rohit is the most popular.
So get closer, get the cameras covering them.
Okay, thanks. I think the earlier session in a way set the context for what we wanted to discuss, and in a sense probably we'll be continuing that discussion. So essentially what we wanted to talk about here is that we all know that social has become more of a operating system for consumers, or rather it's become a lifestyle for consumers. So the most common narrative in social media is largely about talking about marketing. So what we want to talk and understand now is about how is it going beyond a marketer's agenda, and it's going to a larger organization agenda. Which are the business areas that is impacting, social is impacting, and how organizations are getting ready for that. So we have an experienced panelist here. So let me start with Akash on this. So Akash, is our organizations really acknowledging the role of social media beyond marketing? Is there an appreciation and acknowledgement of that?
Sure. Let me start by saying I work for Nestle. For whatever reason, the designation seemed as if I take care of digital for Asia Pacific. Specifically on your question, and I think the most important point is we at Nestle believe that it does provide a faster, better, cheaper way of increasing efficiencies in how we, collaborate, how we organize ourselves, as much as efficiencies it provides from a communication perspective. right? And that's one reason, you know, even internally, for example, you know, my boss, global head of digital, Pete Blackshaw, his designation still says global head of digital and not only global head of digital marketing, right? So I think that remains at the, you know, heart of what we do. That's the first point, and I think what we've you know, eventually done is said that we're looking at a transformation for the organization, and not necessarily just for the marketing function. While they might be the leaders in the space because of the reasons consumers are driving that change, but they continue to be, but the principles continue to be relevant across the organization. And let me just you know, quickly take a quick couple of examples, right? I think from a digital transformation perspective, we focus on 3 pillars. The first one's called you know, embracing the fundamentals across organization. Second one is external focus and innovation. The third focus is rapid scaling and collaboration. Let me just you know, focus on the last bit, which is the collaboration bit, right? I think, I mean, as a large organization, you know, we've got close to 300,000 people. We operate in almost all the countries. Nestle is the largest food and beverage company in the world. You know, there will always be pockets of excellence, great ideas, or, you know, the people who are sitting at our headquarters focusing just in digital, or, you know, people from our team who are based out of Silicon Valley talking to startups and trying to figure out how they can work with us. I mean, they have to seed the thoughts, or they have to give ideas or learnings about what's happening, and, you know, sort of say socialize it with everyone, right? How do we do that, right? And I think it's no different than you know, I mean, we don't look too far away. It's everything what you guys are doing right now, social media, right? At Nestle, you know, close to actually all 300,000 employees of Nestle are on one common platform, which is called Chatter, which is, you know, which is exactly like Facebook. And the communities, they're close to about 5,000 groups for different communities, different areas of interest, whether it's social media intelligence, the future. Yeah, answers?
Yeah, so that's interesting. You said operating, no, social as operating principle. So Rohit, now you've been doing this social media week for about so this is the 3rd edition of social media week, and you probably would have come across a lot of organizations or partners who are working with you, or even presenters who are talking beyond beyond marketing. What is your experience, or is there any interesting stories which you have come across where you know, social has gone beyond marketing to the organization agenda?
Actually, if I look at the last 3 editions, and there are different kind of stories have actually come out. I can actually take different examples. So talk about Social Media Week itself and some of the works what we have done. Social media is just not about marketing. If you talk about the internal communication, internal finding out the, say, the kind of interest levels what you have, in that way also social media works very fine. Say, for example, as a talent hunt, it's just not the function that a marketing guy only can do a marketing job, but you actually can get a lot of inputs from the other teams also, that what works and what doesn't work, or how do they see, because that kind of input would have come earlier, but now because of the social media and you have the closed groups by which you can actually garner a lot of information. More awareness can be created using the social media. There was no marketing angle there. It was a complete social angle which has been created there. So I see social media is just not about marketing, but it definitely goes much, much beyond that.
So Akash, coming back to Nestle, from an organization perspective, what do you see as a, you know, if you're saying organizations are getting ready for this, what are the typical challenges, or, you know, or what could be structural challenges or could be cultural challenges? So whether everyone in the organization is ready to embrace social, or which are the departments beyond marketing, so whether it is customer service, product, which are the areas which are significantly getting impacted by social, and how this, you know, changes are, how is these changes affecting the organization?
Okay.
So in other words, what I'm saying is that how, from a structural and cultural perspective, how is organization getting ready?
Okay. Digital acceleration or organization capability building is right on top of my agenda. So, you know, and as I always keep saying to a lot of people, I'm actually not worried about today so much when there are in India 200 million internet users. I'm worried about when we reach a number which is 500 million or 600 million, right? if the organization is not ready from a marketing perspective, from a consumer services perspective, issue and crisis management perspective, or using this data for intelligence as we discussed in the previous panel, I mean, we will be in deep trouble, right? So culture and digital acceleration become really important. And let me explain you, my views on what is culture really, how do you develop a culture, right? I think from an overall perspective of trying to make sure everyone starts appreciating digital as much as, for example, everyone here does or all the experts do, is to make sure you give them a reason to get pulled into this, right? And one of the things that at Nestle, what we've done is, we set up something called the Digital Acceleration Team. It started in markets. India was the first market to do it after Veve. The intention was, first internally, make sure digital is not a one-person team, right? Because or else what happens is that this guy eventually becomes like a consultant, right? And I keep saying, when I joined Nestle India, that's what my role was. And I would run from one meeting to the other, just giving some, fairly broad gyan about digital and move on to the next one. My ability to create significant impact was low. So what we did was we said, well, let's set up a larger team with broader experts. I had one person joining my team who was from traditional consumer services, and the other person from traditional brand communication, which was largely TV, one person joining from the media team, and we said, now this team is going to focus on accelerating digital in the organization. So we took up projects, we were working on big campaigns, making sure the entire organization falls in place. The other thing that we did, and Uni's been part of my journey since then, was to make sure that externally we get aligned with agencies which can help us move forward in this journey. So Maxis manages all owned assets for us, social media websites, a lot of social media intelligence as well. We got Zero to manage all our media, which is both paid and digital and offline. And I think and eventually what we did, the third thing that we did was to set up an infrastructure. Unlike, I hate to use the term command center, because how can you be in a social media environment commanding with consumers? We call it the consumer engagement center. State-of-the-art infrastructure, which kind of, if you were here the first day, I think CVL did show a photograph, doesn't look like it's a part of the organization, but that was a lighthouse for everyone. Everyone walked into the room saying, I want to know what's happening with my brands, I want to know what's happening with my consumers, and eventually all of these actions push the agenda and making sure that the culture is a lot more focused in saying, how can I use this medium a lot more better, whether it's in marketing, whether it's in consumer services, consumer insights, or even building products.
So before we made it possible to join us, so we were just discussing about the impact of social beyond marketing. Now, and I know that you've been doing a lot of work on the Star, and it's probably an interesting example how you look at social beyond marketers' agenda. So, for instance, listening for improving product experience or programming experience. So, if you can tell us how you use social beyond marketing, with some experiences and perspective, it will be great.
Firstly, apologies to for coming in late. See, at Star, we've embarked on this journey about a year and a half now, in terms of how we can use the chatter, because content inspires conversations. And the entire, unlike other brands, we are a content powerhouse. There's lots of content across genres. And whether it's sports or entertainment, this is what inspires conversations. So rather than only focusing on pushing our content, using social to push our content, we said, what can we learn from the conversations which are happening organically, wherever people get inspired? For example, a great tennis match happening in Wimbledon and people tuning in and how the conversations happen from then on. Or in terms of programs, the serials which are happening, how people are connecting with the progression of the storyline. So, whether it is Diya Aur Baati Hum or Mahabharat or Is Pyar Ko Kya Naam Do, any serial which is there, there's a lot of chatter that happens in terms of what the audience likes, what are they feeling, how are they looking at the relationship, the chemistry between the characters, actor-specific feedback. Whenever there is a change of an actor, how the actor or actress is being received. So a whole lot of other points that come in for us as inputs, which we can then study over a period of time and take decisions. So there are decisions that have been taken which impacted our art direction. It could have impacted a music score. It could have impacted casting to the storyline progression itself. So lots of these things are already being done, but may not get it. So we need to be extremely careful about coming to conclusions, because 600 million viewers, and you look at, in terms of people who are on social media, it's a smaller subset. However, very important subset, better than most of other research panels and all. So we see this as a always on focus group, which you can get instant feedback on. So that's one very big area that we have worked upon. Another interesting area is as a CRM process, especially in sports. We have now come with multiple languages commentary, English and Hindi. So people sometimes, there could be technical problems where the commentary may be coming jumbled or mixed commentary, or South in Kerala somebody may be getting Hindi commentary instead of their preferred English commentary. So then we've noticed that people are tweeting. The first thing that they're doing is, even before they check up with their cable operator, they tweet about it. So we are connecting with them instantly. As soon as they tweet, our CRM center gets activated and we connect with them, figure out who the cable operator is, whether it is an issue at the cable operator or they don't understand how to switch on their own remote, help them understand that and resolve that issue. So this is another big use case that we have built from social.
So let me come to Anand now. Anand, you've been in the CRM space, and at the heart of all this is the customer. And your experience with with multiple brands in terms of setting up call centers or consumer conversations. How has it helped, with those conversations, how has it helped beyond marketing? For example, certain impact on product. Are there any interesting example how these conversations helped in managing, as an input to the product team itself?
I think one of the first things that's happening in the social CRM space is it's beginning to be seen as a contactable point. 10 years ago, email became a mandatory field in most of your forms that you had to register in. I suspect in about a year from now, a Twitter hashtag code is going to become a mandatory part to capture in a form, which means you're going to make any reach out beyond the email and the mobile with a consumer or a customer mandatory, because that's your best form of handles you want to pick up on the social media space, is that consumers get to understand that there is somebody listening to me, and therefore they become far more agile, far more flexible, far more emotive when they start talking to brands. A good example is an experience that takes me back to about 3 years ago when we used to work on this brand called Mahindra, and one of the largest complaints that used to come on the Xylo vehicle was that it was too unwieldy for the city, and it was about 2.5 lakhs costlier than what they would love to pay for a vehicle of that size in the city. It's one of those inputs that actually went into the designing of what came out 2 years later as a vehicle called Quanto. Now, Quanto was an abridged version of the Xylo. It came down at about 2.5 lakh rupees less. But what came out of that is that conversations can lead to products, and products can lead to good innovations. And that way, I think there are a lot of brands that have started using that well. But are we in the right space? I suppose we are not. I still think, like Akash was saying, there is still a team or one person who is in charge of social, and that person invariably starts reporting to the head of marketing, and it's seen as an asset or a KRA of the marketing team. Unfortunately, not for the entire organization. So things like, for example, there's a flight that you're taking out next morning. Instead of getting an SMS, shouldn't they be picking up your handle and saying, sending out tweets to people saying your flight is delayed, instead of you tweeting saying, why the hell am I in the airport 3 hours behind a scheduled flight? Yeah. But I think it's a change that will happen, and I think it's good to be playing the role of somebody who's going to be catalyzing that change.
Okay. My next question to all three of you, and so given that there are multiple stakeholders for social and social media and listening, so it's not just marketing, who owns this? From an organizational perspective, who takes the ownership of this? Is it a marketing department, or is it consumer services, or is it the research team, or is it service? Who owns it? What probably is the ideal way of doing this?
See, at least in our case, the way we see it, it is part of operations overall. And when I say operations, everything comes into that. Whether it is marketing operations or distribution, everything comes into that. Like the cases that I have given, one is solving how social is solving for distribution, how social is solving for content, which is our the core part, and of course how it's solving for marketing. So the way we have envisaged as a hub, okay. So a hub which is obviously led by the digital marketing team, but it's serving all the custodians. So the whole the premise, the way I've seen it is that while you started off, most of the organizations or brands start off trying to see how social can be used to connect with consumers, leverage that. But when you see these other use cases as they're building on, today my content team, as soon as an episode airs, the first thing they come is check on the social chatter, how the social chatter is happening. So it's become part of the operations. So you don't need to force it because everyone knows how it is actually impacting. So you are part of it. So it naturally evolves into that structure where it becomes part of your core operations and utilized by all the teams. And you are, and the way you develop the processes, say for example, distribution updates, the distribution team is roped into that content. So there's specific deliverables for each of these teams. So it doesn't, after a period of time, it doesn't really matter who it reports to. Once the organization, as in our case, is adopting it in its true sense.
Yeah.
Just to add on to what Venki is talking about, we were working with one of the clients, and what we saw initially, the
culture, as we call it, I think is very personal. It's still people use it for their own pet peeves and their passions. It's very personal. It's yet to come into the office borders and use it for office work. I don't think that's happening in a large way. And only when that happens with this ownership of social digital space, as everybody on that platform and everybody on that platform with everybody else is going to change. Otherwise, I think we are still far away from people using digital as part of their work culture.
One last point, Akash, what are the challenges you see between different departments of the organization? Like again, because digital is multiple stakeholders, so for instance, we know social listening and social intelligence is becoming extremely important. How does the existing traditional consumer research methods and those teams, how are they adopting that?
Okay, it's tough. Okay, and when we started this journey about 2 years back, we kind of decided to retain intelligence or analytics or measurements as a part of the digital team instead of letting the consumer insights team manage it. And I think just because we knew they're going to take some time to understand it as well. But I think the most important thing is to collaborate. I know it sounds like a fairly abused term, but I think that's what will drive digital further into functions, right? So today, what we've done is, while both of them were working separately for a very long time in India, what we've done is now they're taking up joint projects, right? The best is, and I know Karthik talked about this, to get people from people who have a really good tools experience, people who come from a traditional research experience, and put them together, right? Now, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but what I've seen as a trigger is to give them projects which are jointly owned by them. That doesn't work if you say, oh, this project is owned by digital marketing team but supported by the consumer insights team, or consumer insights team is running it and digital marketing supports it. It has to be a, if I have to say, a joint KPI and saying, guys, this is a project that we're doing, digital or measurements and listening is going to be an integral part of it. It's going to be co-owned by both of you. And I think that's the only way in trying to accelerate it as a culture and also kind of get over with the ownership issues and not getting anything done out of it.
So Venki, your experience also similar? Has it been a difficult journey getting these two people together, or?
Yeah, it's not been very difficult because I think the like we have a consumer insights team and they understand the importance. We tried, but the proof of the pudding lies when you actually bring it together. Like, look at the way you get your ratings today, whether your TVT, STAM, weekly. So if I put social chatter together alongside, then it makes meaningful sense. If I just take social chatter and see that, okay, this is how these programs are faring, it might not give me any meaningful insight. Yep. Like Diya Aur Bati Hum is one of the top rated shows on social chatter. It's not necessarily the number one. Is Pyar Ko Kya Naam Do, maybe the number one on social chatter may not be on really high on ratings. So unless you put both together, you will not get a complete picture. So I think it's the need of the hour now. So it's been realized. So it's coming together. And what, as he said, it's absolutely that's the way it is. You have to work together. The teams have to come together. They have to be conjoined teams and not necessarily led by one and supported. That exactly doesn't work. They have to really own that mission, whatever that is set, whether it is consumer insights 2.0 or whether it is content intelligence 2.0 or whatever that is, you need to own together. In fact, even IT needs to come in because your business processes, they all need to come together. So I see IT catching up more than anybody else. I think others are really up there, whether I look at consumer insights or even HR, there is a sense of urgency everyone feels. Yeah. How do I use it better? How do I use it? So they are very, very keen. They are looking for answers. Now, that's where I think organizations are moving towards.
So we started by saying that social is more of an operating system for consumers, and what we hear from the panel is the way Akash put saying, social or digital is becoming an operating principle for organizations to get ready for this challenge. So I think on that note, we can probably take questions. I think there are no.
Here, front.
How do you, think about the negative remarks that come to you through social media? How do you, handle that? Because I have put negative remarks and people have deleted them from the pages and have not got anything out of it. Even a review, like I had, through social media, I got my 2-year-old Timex watch replaced because I had put a negative remark of that. But if I did the same for Whirlpool, they did not reply me. So how do you,
I just hope it's not for Nestle. If it was, please do let me know.
In private.
And I think, again, social media as an additional channel for getting access to consumer queries and consumer feedback is a significant, if I have to say, ask for organizations to manage. Okay, traditionally we're used to sending emails like thanks for reaching out to us, we're absolutely sorry to hear your problem, but we constantly keep looking at your processes, blah blah, and all of that stuff, right? Whereas on social, one, there's not enough space, and second, you don't have enough attention, right? So I think what's actually happened is the first set is obviously to change the organization mindset to move into that space, saying social is going to be quick. You don't respond within a few minutes. It's difficult to do that, trust me. I mean, you've lost the opportunity of converting what I say spurned media to earned media, or negative earned media to a positive earned media, and probably you've lost a customer or a consumer for life, right? So in last about a year and a half, everywhere we've significantly built processes to address this, whether it's what we say owned platforms like our Facebook, Twitter, where you come and reach out to us and saying, we have a problem, please tell us. Or if it's third party via listening and figuring out, even if you hate us and you don't want to talk to us directly, still want to go ahead and tell us on Twitter. So we have an internal guideline or internal SLA of responding to every consumer query. I shouldn't say every, most consumer queries, complaints within 4 hours, right? But now what's happening, what's most interesting is this part is also now changing the traditional consumer services. From writing long emails to can I resolve this on the phone? or can I resolve this in social media without, without troubling anyone else, or can I write smaller, sweeter emails and try to close the issue rather than being, look very corporate-ish, very formal, and so on and so forth. So very important, we continue to focus on that.
But it is fair to delete the person's remark from your page.
So
is that fair enough?
It's a sensitive issue. So typically what we believe is, as long as it's not against, for example, it doesn't violate our house rules, and largely which will be no political, no abuses, no religious comments, and so on and so forth, no derogatory, no IP violations. Till that happens, we will never delete it. Again, it's your say, it's your comment. Even though if it's on our platform, we continue to appreciate it like that.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, here. Yep, towards the end. Just to take the conversation one notch further, we've been speaking about CRM and solving it at the shortest TAT possible. What is your take on WhatsApp being the next platform for CRM from a brand's perspective? Now, my only point of view there is, from a user perspective, I think it's the fastest platform possible to solve your queries, to get the brand's attention. But from a brand's perspective, yeah, that's not going to be open to the public unless they add a share button or something like that. But do you think that's going to be the next big thing or next big platform for CRM?
Well, I think the market is changing. I'm happy to tell you that more brands are waking up to the reality of being agile on the social platform. It's becoming a 24/7 activity for many brands. It's saying social media doesn't shut down. You can shut down a call center. We've got used to this culture of not sending an email after 8 o'clock to a company. You would send it to a friend. But social media, it doesn't shut down. And therefore, brands are waking up to that reality. And I think going forward, like I said, a brand could actually have multiple Twitter accounts for service, support, deliveries, product management, warranties. That will be the changing face of how brands will start using social media. So you actually know who to tweet and who to hashtag on this, and how you get your responses happening.
But that's about Twitter. What about WhatsApp?
It will move across. So it's just the beginning. See, WhatsApp is still being seen as a very groupish platform. We don't know how it will transform now that Facebook has come into the picture and things are changing there rapidly. I don't think this is about just Twitter or WhatsApp. It's about saying, how do I use the large canvas of social? And brands will say, I will be where my consumers are. That will change.
That's true, but there was a time when BlackBerry, brands started using BlackBerry BBM Messenger to solve queries.
Correct. I agree with you. See, brands are actually very, very keen to leverage WhatsApp. Okay? Give me a solution, I'll do it today. But is anybody from WhatsApp here? Oh, sorry. WhatsApp is still not in the party. They have not come in the party. They have not opened their API yet. So there are a lot of complications in terms of if I have to use it. There is some amount of spamming that needs to get involved if I have to really start using it as an engagement channel because of the way they have set up right now. So, I mean, they are in the process of opening it up. There are, hopefully, we may get some APIs and ways of using it. It happens. It's the next big thing out there, waiting to explode. But brands are looking for a way to, leverage it better. Right now, it's still very marketing. You're just trying to break on marketing on WhatsApp. But to take it to that level of CRM thing, we need scale to go beyond the existing limitations which is there. That's what we are looking for.
See, I think there are a lot of exploratory stuff happening on that area, but I think a lot depends on how these platforms are enabling it. So, for example, WeChat is actually, setting up their own dashboard and giving certain flexibility to brand marketers to how to use that. And in evolved market like China, for example, WeChat has opened up that to brand marketers. It all depends on how the platform flexibility in terms of APIs and all that come, and then so that to give you a short answer, it is still a very exploratory stage right now.
Hi. Hi. My question is to you. You're just saying that Nestle does not stop people from as in writing it on their walls and everything. But as in some years ago, an incident happened regarding the Kit Kat brand, wherein as in there was a lot of, I would say, a lot of people saying bad things about it, and Nestle was just deleting it and not providing any explanation. They even went out and said that this is our wall. If we want, we will keep your views. If you don't want, we'll delete it. So what you're saying, did that happen after that fiasco happened?
Okay, thanks for bringing that up. And I think even if you go search on Google saying top 10 goof-ups from organization, this comes in the list, okay? Something obviously we're not very proud of, right? And I think, let me say that, I think that was a big inflection point within Nestle, okay? That's the time when we realized that, you know, we need to deal with digital and social media a lot more differently and seriously. By the way, I mean, just for everyone's this thing, I think this happened in 2010, 2011, you know, if I get my dates right? And this was 4 years back. And I think that drove significant amount of changes. One of the biggest changes was we hired, Pete Blackshaw as global head of digital, who's a, sort of a renowned expert in the social media space. And the second step that we took was to make sure that we have, very set, defined processes and principles to deal with issues and crises, right? And I think now we're a lot more, if I say, learned, or a lot more capable to manage such situations in the spirit of being absolutely transparent with consumers and what our views are. So thanks for raising this, very important. I'm hoping it never happens again, and at least till the time I'm around. Yeah.
I have a question. Do you all have an internal process in place for your respective organizations to get your employees to use social media? A. B, if you do get them to use social media, do you use them as torchbearers? For your brand, do you ask them to just be themselves, or do you get them to just be active and become more visible on social media platforms?
Yeah, I think the thumb rule is don't be an idiot. I mean, don't say anything that you would not say in public, or in if you were a person and you're walking in the corridors of the organization, whatever, or outside of it, whatever you don't want your people not to hear, don't say that. So that's and nobody would, when you are part of the system, you would want people to raise it internally and not really be the window or be the mirror for all for the negativity. And every organization has its own share of, there's no perfect organization out there. So that's the first principle, that don't be an idiot. Second thing is, you can't stop people from not being on social media, right? I mean, I was reading one leading IT organization, leading IT company in the world, till recently, who had banned employees from using Facebook and Twitter. They have also opened up. So that means that was the last, according to me, that was the last organization to open up. So you can't really stop people from not being there on these places. The point is, just as consumers, just as your actions and your content inspires consumers to talk about it, if you can inspire your internal consumers, who are your employees, that's great. But you have to earn it. You can't demand. You can't ask them to go out there and do it. Encourage such behavior, but at the same time, employees, or as employees on our part, we should stick to that rule.
But from a brand perspective, you encourage your employees to do they have certain responsibilities in terms of what they do related to your brand on social media?
Just like, as every employee, I don't expect an employee to do PR for me, right? Though he can. Some people are capable of it, some people are not capable of it. So there isn't, what we believe is that you don't need to push them to do that. If they're inspired and capable, they'll do it. So, added that. So there isn't a active agenda to turn every employee into a evangelist for the brand. That's also a hard sell. Like every consumer, you don't want to turn them take this hashtag and start tweeting it. You don't ask every consumer to do that. They should get inspired by that. The same rule applies out here. That I believe is a same way of managing it.
Let me just add to that. I think wonderful points. I think the only additional point that I'd like to add is, for us, the other most important thing in such situation is transparency, right? The only recommendation that we have for our employees is to make sure if you're either, tweeting about a brand or about your own brand, or you're responding to a consumer challenge, a consumer query, consumer view, and if it happens to be your friend, please be transparent in telling them that you're an employee of the organization, right? I think that continues to be an important point. So for example, on my Twitter handle, you'll see in my description itself, I write where I work, right? So hence every tweet that comes out of my handle, which is probably brand related, obviously promoting the brands that I love, that I work for, I think that transparency is most important.
Hi, my question is to Venki. Just one question, that Star has its own star player online. So in the growing phase of social media, where social media is gaining a lot of momentum, do you think podcasts could be one of the new way to look at TV soaps?
Yeah, I mean, there could be numerous other ways. The way we look at ourselves, we are a content powerhouse. Consumer has got a choice where to watch, how to watch, it's up to him. We have to make the content available to him in such a way that we also make money. That's it.
Hi, if you have consumers as advocates, then if people are talking things that are not really true about your brand, but other consumers are responding to that, should you as a brand also respond to that?
Okay, see the general principle, I mean, it's a tough question. I mean, there's no one single answer, but I mean, one view is to not join a party where you're not invited. Okay, that's one view. If somebody tags you saying @Nestle India or @Nestle or @Nestle Care, it's fine if you want to jump into the conversation. The other thing that we'll keep in mind is, if the conversation needs some additional information which will steer the conversation in the right direction, I think we would like to participate in that conversation. So it's sensitive. Again, you'll have to evaluate what works in that situation and what doesn't. Okay?
Thank you.
I think there's also a perspective to this, right? Consumers stop talking if they know that there's somebody who's actually sitting there and listening without being invited. So you might actually want to play it very safe to be sure that you're not seen as an intruder who's actually spying on them or stalking them. But be on the periphery, get a grasp of it, and get in when the time is appropriate and then the consumer is confident enough to take that conversation forward. And that's what the CRM engine is all about, right? It's saying, when do I talk and what should I talk?
I mean,
Where is the voice?
it was actually in reference to that KitKat issue. I mean, generally all these organizations, they have some kind of a crisis management policy. So for social media also, within your organization, you talked about certain set of rules, but you also have a kind of a policy document about crisis management, which also takes care of the legal issues that are related to whatever complaints are being raised.
Okay, as I said, integration is key. Crisis and issues have existed for years. I mean, they're not new, right? Social media brings in a new, if I have to say, flavor to it, be more positive. Good news travels fast and bad news travels faster. So hence, it does bring in a new angle to discovery, to managing it and making sure the right information is put out there. So the crisis management committee and the principles still remain the same. But the newer digital and social media angle is to make sure you discover it on right time, early enough before it becomes a crisis. Make sure you evaluate the threat, and you make sure if it's actually turning into a crisis, you escalate it to the crisis management committee, right? So that process remains the same. Again, digital and social kind of makes it, how do I say it as nicely as I can, more exciting, right? So that's the situation.
Yeah, I mean, as consumers, we would expect brands to revert in as soon as we tweet it or post it, we would expect or be delighted by brands which can respond instantly. In some cases, many brands do. In some cases, especially in those tricky cases, and these crises are not, you can't predefine everything. I mean, the people are, organizations are experimenting, so situations are also quite new. So, because when you're trying to address it, while you are innovating at every level, but there are some checks that need to be in place, especially from legal or the council that you will have. So your revert times do get affected. And that's why consumers wonder, why did it take 6 hours for the brand to respond? Why did it take 4 hours for the brand to respond? Why did it take 8 hours for the brand to respond? The reason is this. And it's a very important checkpoint, because the community manager out there may have a viewpoint, but in such situations when the organization may put the organization or the brand liable, then it's very important to go through this. The good news is that even the legal or the council within companies are quite sensitive about this. They have become socially quite sensitive, and there are people available through the week, almost to the extent of being available 24/7. So there are organizations which are, or the teams which are working together to be able to respond to such crises quickly.
Hi, one question. It's more about use of social media inside the organization. Now the typical organizational culture is hierarchical. The most valued commodity is structured information. Now while social media is exactly opposite. It's free flowing, it doesn't have any formal structure, and spot authority is more or less the call of the day. How do you get these two cultures to coexist and even add value to each other?
Okay, very good question. Let me start with that. Okay. So I think I talked about a few, what I say, digital dualisms. Again, not my term. My boss, Pete, uses it extensively. I talked about it, assimilation versus integration. One of the dualism that he talks about, and which I really like, is what he says: informal power versus formal power. Right? Now, in the social space, actually the boundaries do break within the organization itself. Right? In the spirit or using the principles of digital and social, if everyone has a view, everyone has a view on internal social networking platform as well. So long as, just borrowing Venki's term, you're not an idiot, I think everything works out. And I think what has worked really well is to wield this informal, influence on the larger organization, right? And, I think we've seen, various people within the organization who are considered influencer within our social media platform, where people will follow them, look up to what they're talking about, so on and so forth. If they make a comment which probably needs to be noticed by senior management, it does, right? So it does work in our benefit as well, but as long as you're not an idiot, right?
But I can tell you the lines are changing. There are CEOs who consult the social media expert before they go on the public platform, just to be sure that what they're doing is socially acceptable, very different from what a CEO needs to speak in a public forum, which is more comfortable with. But I think the expertise build-up is happening, and people are, bridging those gaps very fast.
And there are CEOs who lead by example, who show the organization, how to really use social media and connect with people.
Actually, just to add on to what you're saying is that I think most of the organization CEOs have realized that they need to be active in social and digital.
Finally.
So that is actually happening. You can see it happening. And that's the reason consulting with the social media experts or digital experts, it is happening big time. Yes. They just cannot ignore it.
So Anand, from his experience, tells us that the Mahindra customer service managers are always very scared and on the edge, because the first person to see a customer complaint is Mahindra himself. So the service managers are always on the edge. That's it.
Any more questions?
Last question.
Do you think social media would take over call centers? Do you think call centers will be, like for complaints, call center will be shut down and social media will take over that?
I would say it is going to be integrated. The way you call it, social CRM, eCRM, social CRM, all coming together. Because at the end of the day, have we stopped, talking on the phone? We haven't, right? So have we stopped emailing? We haven't. So people will still use email, phone, or social. I think at that particular point of time is the right thing to do, and organization should be geared up. And the right thing is you need to integrate so that you know who is this customer, who has given you an email last week, who's tweeted about you this week, and maybe an year ago who has made 10 calls to you, 10 frantic calls to you. So if you can connect that this is the same guy, then you are able to respond to him in a much better manner.
People are using call centers right now because it's the fastest way to reach the company. But as social media is just increasing, so
That's what I'm saying. And see, today, if you look at, there was a day when a call center used to get 20,000 calls and 5,000 emails. Okay? Today it is 20,000 emails and 5,000 calls. Tomorrow it will be, and say about 500, posts or tweets on social. So it may change tomorrow to 20,000 posts and 5,000 calls and say 1,000 emails. So it really depends, but you need to be geared up for that. So your agent out there or your response manager should be able to address it, whether it is an email, phone or social, with the same persona, with the same mindset and with the same process at the back end helping him to respond to these things.
I think the principle should be wherever consumer wants to have a conversation with you at whichever time, on whatever platform, you should be available for them. I think that's the principle, right? And all these platforms and touch points are something which will come as the organization. It's tough for us to catch up, but we will be available there. Some will take a little time, some will happen a lot more sooner.
Just adding on to what you were talking about. So, we have a population of 1.2 billion. And we are talking about 200 million internet connections. So I don't see it is going to happen so soon where you don't need a call center. Integration, as he spoke about, is definitely required to be done. So the one person should be able to manage on any platform. So, but I think it's a long way to go because we need to have those 500, 600 million users. Then the whole phenomena or whole fundamentals will change.
Not just that, I don't think people will stop talking. That's the fundamental difference. The day people stop talking, you can stop calling. So as long as people talk, we will talk is the branding.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Well, we head for a break right now. That'll be for 30 minutes. So 5:30 p.m. is when we resume. So hashtag SMW Mumbai. You could continue tweeting using hashtag SMW Mumbai. Continue tweeting and go ahead and enjoy your tea and snacks. But 5:30 p.m. is when we resume. We have interesting panel discussions underway after the break. See you.
behind the scenes कैसा हो रहा है क्या हो रहा है वो सब करेगा
क्या पूछा Twitter, what you guys are doing? There are everybody.
Yes.
Will I? Okay. Ready? I saw that. So Amit, you're behind this massive feat of 50,000 tweets with your Twitter army and your Twitterati. Tell us something about it.
It's all about teamwork, and we are continuous tweeting about SMW Mumbai and SMW 14. We are using that hashtag and constant tweeting about speakers and live streaming link and whatever happening on a stage and all things we are tweeting.
So you're the guys backstage. So what you're doing is all the guys backstage who are not being seen, you're trying to get them online over there. So how does it feel when you reach 50,000 tweets? The speakers were interrupted, I saw.
It's time for rocking and feeling very happy at that time. And it's a happy moment for all SMW Mumbai team. All are working for जो भी लोग काम कर रहे हैं, जो ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए एक हैप्पी मोमेंट था.
So you did this last year also, no, for SMW?
Yeah, I were there in SMW Bangalore also.
How many followers do you have?
It's about 6,800.
6,800. And these are real, not bot followers?
No any bot followers. All are real.
So you're going to be next year in Bangalore also?
Yeah.
So which part of India are you from?
I am from Ahmedabad.
And tell us something about yourself.
I'm working in IT company as a digital marketing head and managing the team over there.
So your office gave you off time to come to Mumbai?
Yes.
So it's not leave, it's paid leave to earn leave?
That even I don't know.
Okay, so probably after seeing the work which you've done is definitely they're going to do that. Thank you so much, Amit, for being on. Thank you. And yeah. We have Werner, I'm going to pronounce it right this time, from Pink and White Consulting. So Werner, is this your first time on Social Media Week Mumbai?
Yes, very much. This is the first time. Very interesting experience. It's 5 days now, and the surprising thing is, despite it being 5 days, there's hardly any repetition. The diversity of topics that have been covered, very interesting, right from social good to marketing to, right from the depth of stuff is also very good. It's the whole the fact that the kind of people that have come here, the marketing, obviously a lot of marketing folks, but even a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of folks from, from the NGO side, etc. It's very interesting, good mix of people, and I think good job done.
So you think networking is a key thing over here also?
Now, since I'm talking to you, obviously networking is a good thing. Certainly a good thing. And I think given the whole fact that it is social media week, so it's bound, it's natural that someone, you don't only be social online, but you also be social offline.
So are you going to be here next year or are you going to go to Bangalore also?
I will definitely be here next year. I don't know about Bangalore. I have no idea when that happens, but
February.
February, okay. I may go there, but definitely Bombay, certainly.
So I hope you had a good time over here.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Sampath.
Thank you. And we have Arun Yadri from Bangalore, all the way here. Arun, tell us something about the Twitter army.
And what more to say? The Twitter army is like the backbone of the social media of Social Media Week Mumbai. And it's great to see some new faces coming on board this year in Mumbai. And definitely we are really thrilled to see that SMW Mumbai is the top cities compared to the the other global cities which the event is happening. And definitely kudos to R Square, Rohit Verma for putting this great show together. I mean, really great content over the last 4 days, amazing set of speakers, and I'm pretty sure everyone here is enjoying the socialness, right? And also getting to hear some real great content.
So you were there in Bangalore last year? You were there this year, February over there. So you're going to be back again in February?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I need to I think sign sign some kind of a bond with Rohit that I want to be with with all the SMW events, whichever location they are going to plan in the future.
So I saw that tweet thing of SMW the World, where they had all those monuments and India was right on top. So next time we are going to tell them to develop something for India. It could be maybe some tower or something, or some Taj Mahal over there instead of some skyscraper.
Or maybe a new hashtag called SMW Tower.
So how did it feel when that 50,000 tweets went up?
No words to explain. I think the party is yet to begin, right? Of course, 50,000 is a great number compared to the kind of stats which we have seen in the past. It was like way ahead, and definitely we are all proud. I think it was a team effort at the end of the day. And it was just not about the count at the end of the day. It's the kind of reach and impression which you saw. Definitely, I mean, Mumbai has definitely maybe set the benchmark for the other cities, for the future of such events.
You think that quality is more important than quantity?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have been hearing this particular statement in most of the sessions now, right? Quality in social media really matters a lot. And so is the kind of tweets which we have been trying to cover. I mean, at least some of the major highlights have been trying to get the right traction, in terms of retweets, favorites. Some of the speakers are really interacting from the stage, which is like absolutely phenomenal, right? So that's, I think that's really key. I mean, quality really plays a vital role in terms of reaching out to your target audience. And we have seen this, that phenomena over the last 4 days.
So how's the competition between you, Manish, and Amit?
It's pretty healthy.
No fighting. You're not saying, okay, I'm going to be number one. So I think you and Amit are competing.
No, there's nothing like competition here, right? As I said, it's a team effort, and it's a healthy competition, right? We share a lot of ideas and share the suggestions as well, like it's in the right spirit at the end of the day.
So yes, there is spirits at the end of the day, so you can enjoy those spirits at the end of the day. And thank you so much for having you on. Thank you. Zen, Captain. Come, coffee khatam ho jayega. And yeah, okay. And we have Zain Clarence over here. He's the captain. I heard one big shout over there. Hey guys, let's do it. What was that about in the morning?
Well, that was just to motivate the team early morning. I mean, because we all had, sleeping and stuff. So I thought all of them are half asleep. So I thought I'll just motivate them and maybe boost the spirits up.
So are you happy with the team effort?
I am really much very, very happy, yeah.
So is 50,000 too less or too much?
Actually, we're looking to clock about 65, and I think we will do it.
Yeah, I think by the way, these guys are just, the Twitter army is at it. So when I wanted my session, I think there were 40 people in the room for my session, but there were 200 tweets with my mention. So I found that was much better than, the people in the room over there, because the reach increases.
Right, so we've kept a production rate of about 40 tweets per hour. So we're trying to match up with that scale.
Per person 40 ki totally 40?
Per person 40 tweets.
Wow, that's quite huge. I mean, this guy's fingers are all going to go at the end of the day.
Yeah, so that's why we got mattresses being sent to the room.
Oh, I didn't know that. Clarence, so it's fun having you here, and let's look at this again next year. Thank you.
And thank you, Sampath, for the awesome photography that you're doing during this SMW.
Most welcome, most welcome.
I'm zapped a bit.
Sandeep, come. Where's the sticker? Okay. Rolling? Yeah. And we have the man behind the live feed, Sandeep Ori. Sandeep, tell us something about April broadcast and how is it helping SMW to reach out to lots of users?
Yeah, actually, this has been a crazy experience for us too. We developed this solution that's capable of doing a lot of this video production and live streaming as well. And so you can do a lot of the a lot of stuff that actually is done in post-production. You can do this online. So you end up doing the logos, the tickers, the mixing of multiple camera inputs, and you can broadcast it, you can stream it, you can record it, and all at the same time. So it makes the job of running an event and covering the event a lot more simpler. So this tool, we believe, enables a lot of people more in terms of those who want to do a very sophisticated video production, but don't want to invest in too many different complicated pieces of equipment. So you have just one box which allows you to do all of that. So that's what we're doing here.
So I heard that you just managed to integrate it into YouTube, and it was very tough doing that job. Tell us something about it.
Yeah, YouTube wasn't so much of a challenge as was getting it done with Google Hangouts. You see, what generally happens is when you have programs which are streamed on the net, you always have it one way. So you have people talking and, that's messages going out to everyone else. But what if somebody wants to call back? Somebody wants to talk back to you? Like we have the audience here and they ask questions. Suppose somebody on the internet wants to ask you a question. What happens? So we looked at the options that were there. And the most inexpensive options were, of course, like, Skype, that's free. So a lot of people use that very easily. And if you want to do it on a more larger scale, you do Google Hangouts. So that's another thing. So integrating with Skype was relatively easier because, you can take a third-party input and it becomes simpler. Integrating it with Google Hangouts was a big challenge. It was a real nightmare because if you want to do a Google Hangout with people who are sitting behind a desktop or a webcam or something like that, yeah, that's okay. But if you want to do it in an auditorium like this and you want to take an external camera input, it's a nightmare. So we had to actually sit down and, our developing team sat down and wrote some code to make sure that, we could get the auditorium input in that. And you'll see that in a while when we have the Google Hangout session over here. So it is a challenge, but I think we did it.
So the proof of the pudding is going to be in the eating.
Yes, it's going to be in the eating now. So let's see.
And this YouTube is going to be available offline also later on. People can watch it?
Yes, by default, what YouTube does is if you have an event and you put it through YouTube, by default it gets recorded and it's up there at the same link for people to see. So it'll just keep accumulating the videos. So in fact, the opening day session the entire recording of the entire opening day session is also already available on YouTube. Yeah.
Fantastic, Sandeep. Great job done over here. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I managed to get one hidden gem out. He was hiding outside. I managed to get him inside. I have Manish Pandey, the Twitter artist. See, everybody's clapping. Nobody was clapping at that time, over there. So, Manish, tell us something about your experience.
My name is Manish Pandey. I work in Pune and now I'm in Bombay. So, I work with a digital agency called iKnowledge Factory, and I had social media there. And about Social Media Week, if you ask me the experience, I got to know about Social Media Week on Twitter. I participated in a contest. I won the passes for the first edition, which happened in Mumbai last year, And I started tweeting about it. When I came to event and, I found that, this is very interesting. Something that you learn here is nowhere else. So I started tweeting about it. And then, I don't know, I appeared to be in one of the top Twitter guy or something. I don't know what was it. And, you were there.
Still you don't know what it was?
No, I know now. I know now what it was, And then it was good. So when the Bangalore edition started, Zain and all, they contacted me saying that, Manish, you need to be here. And I said, okay, wow, I'll be there. And we went there and we started tweeting about it. And Twitter, Social Media Week is a platform wherein I met beautiful people. I met many of people.
Men and women beautiful.
Both of them, yeah. I mean, beautiful by heart and the brains. That's what I meant. So, and I met people like Amit, Nitesh. I met people like Zain, Surbhi, Rohit sir. I got introduced to Rohit sir, you in fact. And we learned together and we jammed with Twitter. And that's how we did. So we put all the information on web and made the world listen that what we are doing. And see how big it is today. We are a united team. We are a team of 7 to 8 people, And I think we're doing a wonderful job. And, we're competing with the world today. That's it. That's it. You express yourself, you have fun, and you make social media social. That's what we're doing.
Did you memorize all this before coming here?
No, you just pick me from there and I'm here. So, what do you call it?
Extempo.
Extempo, yeah.
How did it feel when you hit 50,000 tweets?
Wow, that's a great feeling. It's our teamwork. We know that. So kudos to the team. That's it.
So you think it's teamwork more than individual work?
Yes, of course. I myself or no one else alone can do it. It's a complete teamwork. Every single tweet or every single effort is counted. So it's not my success. It is not Social Media Week success. It's everyone's success. Even people who have tweeted from outside, people who have tweeted from the audience, because the hashtag has been tracked. So it's a success of everyone's, not only my or my Twitter team. It's everyone's success. That's it.
Who's the one person who followed you on Twitter which you felt, wow, this guy followed me?
There have been many. And if I say one, Microsoft India followed me yesterday.
So you got to start using all their products.
I am actually using, and I do it.
Thank you so much, Manish.
No problem. Thank you.
Could I have everyone proceed to the conference area, please? We're going to start with the next session. I request everyone to proceed to the conference area. Also, for the ones who are sitting at the back, I request you to kindly come forward. That'll be better. You could fill in the seats over here. Request you to kindly come forward for those sitting at the back. Okay.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Well, let's move forward to our next panel discussion. In fact, 2 panel members would be joining us physically over here, but 3 panel members would be joining us with the help of Google Hangouts. So that's how this discussion will be taking place, and the topic is on digital diplomacy. Let me invite our panel members, 2 of them who are present over here, and 3 would be joining us on Google Hangouts. But we're going to start that in some time from now.
Hello? Hello, can you hear this? Hello, Matthias, can you hear this?
We haven't activated the sound yet.
Great. Can all the panelists hear?
Should be maybe another 5, 10 minutes.
No. Good evening, Ambassador Suri, can you hear us?
Very good. This is and then there is Mohandas Pai. Sorry? This is Mohandas Pai is the one, the curtain one, but Rahim Khushi there.
So I should have it this way.
Yeah, you can do it. I mean, so just
Ambassador Suri, can you hear us?
Can you hear anything, sir?
No. Your microphone. It's already muted, no?
Hello, Ambassador Suri?
Yeah. Let's mute microphone. You should be able to hear something.
1 second. Hello?
Hello, Ambassador Suri, can you hear us?
There's no sound at all, no?
Not right now.
Well, our next panel discussion will start in some time soon. We are just doing a sound check online and offline. So in a few minutes from now, we shall be commencing our next panel discussion. Thank you.
Ambassador Suri, can you hear us now?
No.
Hello?
Hello, Ambassador Suri, can you hear us?
You want to message them that we can't? It says off air. Yeah.
No, sir, that's to go, sir. And they can see us because otherwise we wouldn't leave.
Hmm.
Yeah, excuse me, is Louis online?
Hi, Ambassador Suri, can you hear us?
Okay. Redial, Yani?
Hello?
You want to type?
Hi, Laheen, can you hear us?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, okay, that's clear.
Uh,
Yes.
I change your name because it's signed in under me. So,
Hi, Ambassador Suri, can you hear us now?
Now I can, loud and clear. Thank
Okay,
you.
perfect. We can hear you very clearly as well. Okay, we'll just begin the panel in a few minutes.
Ready? Is the background okay?
So, well, we do have our panel members online. They're ready out there. So we're just waiting for 2 panel members to join us offline on stage. So just about a minute or 2. is a moderator for the session, Manjeet Kriplani, Executive Director, Gateway House. Manjeet Kriplani, request you to kindly join us on stage. And joining her would be Rahil Khurshid, Head of News, Politics and Government at Twitter India. So we have two panel members on stage, and joining us online, we have Mohan Das Pai, Chairman, Manipal Group. We have Matthias Lufkens, Head of Digital Practice, Burson Marsteller. And we have Navdeep Suri, India's current ambassador to Egypt. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel members joining us offline and online. And they will be speaking on the topic, digital diplomacy.
Thank you very much, and my apologies for being late. It was mostly the Bombay traffic, and I really apologize. So thank you for your patience, everyone. And to the panelists, thank you, Rahil, Mohan, Navdeep, and Matthias, thank you for being on. We're really thrilled to have this, to be at this session today. A quick word on Gateway House. We are a foreign policy think tank based in Mumbai. We are the first of its kind in the city and perhaps in the country as well. We are not for profit. We are non-partisan. We're independent. And we're independent of government. We're independent of foreign agencies. And we hope that this gives us the credibility to be on platforms like this. So we appreciate it. We also have a social media department. My team is here, actually, and I think we're probably the only think tank that is extremely active on social media. So we embrace the technology and appreciate it. All our panelists are people who, Mohan Pai is a founder member of Gateway House, so you can see he encourages us a great deal. Anand Mahindra is the second. So we have the two pioneers of social media in Indian business who are our supporters. I'll go right into digital diplomacy. So traditionally, foreign policy has been the exclusive domain of bureaucrats and diplomats. Social media has now brought foreign policy discussions into the public domain. I think the days when the diplomats wore bow ties and dinner jackets and went out to parties has changed. They've now had to roll up their sleeves and become development wallahs as well. Now, diplomacy is also no longer the domain of merely drawing room talk between ambassador to ambassador. It is now open to the public domain. And so diplomats have had to do a great deal of adjusting over the past few years. I will just move right into the questions to save time. Sorry. We know we have Mohan, who is
yes, I'm here.
Mohan
Yes.
Pai. I'm going to start with you, Mohan. You are a business leader active on social media. Business leads uses social media to push the narrative of companies and business. How does this compare with diplomats with their countries and issues?
Well, I think diplomats need to talk to their constituencies and to people around the world instantaneously about events that happen before the rest of the media comes up and tries to give it a twist. They need to get their views across. And if you look at all the great political leaders, they've got maybe hundreds of thousands of followers, and these followers talk to them, retweet, and reach a very large audience. Also, it gives you an instant access to many hundreds of thousands of people around the world and puts your view right up there before some other commentator comes and gives a twist. But this is one way through social media to directly link up with your constituencies. You need to be careful because on social media you may get abused. There'll be many malcontents who are going to come and tweet whatever they want and write all kind of stuff. But it's a great way to reach, and I think you've got to be there. Whether the best way to reach. And today in a democracy, when you have to get your views across, you've got to be there. And in international diplomacy, when you want to get your views across, you've got to be there. And your social media tweets and your Facebook is being followed by international media because it is a very instant way of logging in wherever you are in a very asynchronous manner, 24/7.
Thank you, Mohan. And we'll move on to two other pioneers. Let's start with Matthias, who can explain to us. He wrote a wonderful essay called Twitlomacy. Thank you, Matthias. So digital diplomacy, what does it mean?
Well, our Twitlomacy study, Twitlomacy is basically the contraction of Twitter and diplomacy, is looking at the Twitter accounts of heads of state and government and foreign ministers, the personal accounts and the institutional accounts. And this year we identified 650 Twitter accounts. And what we're looking at is not the number of followers, who's on top and who has the most followers. We know it is Barack Obama, followed very closely actually by the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has become the third most followed world leader after Pope Francis. But what we're looking at is it's not the number of followers which is important, but the connections between them. So who is following who? And I find this is really interesting because you can see on Twitter who is interacting with who is following who, and it actually allows you to have some private diplomacy on the channel. I don't know how many world leaders actually do send direct messages. I know from a fact from our diplomacy Twitter account that when we send direct messages, we do get responses, feedback, and response rates of 25%, if not more.
Thank you, Matthias. And to Ambassador Navdeep Suri, who began it all for India. So Navdeep, you began India's public diplomacy department, and you really began India's engagement with social media. Tell us a little bit about your journey and what it's really meant for India.
Well, initially, the reactions that we got were really positive because suddenly people started saying, oh my God, the Ministry of External Affairs is on Twitter. How cool is that? Yes. And then we discovered after the the approbation had subsided, and this was back in July 2010 when we became the first Government of India department to formally, under our own handle, go on Twitter under the handle @IndianDiplomacy. Then we started getting a barrage of complaints on passport issues, on visa issues, and so on. And we suddenly realized this new dimension that we had to handle. So we asked the head of our passport and visa, the additional secretary in charge, can you please go on Twitter, because it's important that you and your department handle these queries, otherwise we'll be completely deluged under these. And so I think for us in the Ministry of External Affairs, in those early days in July 2010, there's a lot of learning on the job that we went through with. But quickly, where we moved to, at least in the public diplomacy division, was to recognize that, as Mohandas was saying, that it is such a powerful channel or tool available to you to create a narrative about India's soft power. And so within 3 months, from July to September 2010, we were on YouTube. We started digitizing all our films, all our documentaries. We started an Indian Diplomacy Facebook page. We started a Facebook page for all the iTech alumni, people who we fund, whose training we fund, so that they can get together and start exchanging information with each other. So for us, as a platform for Indian soft power, public diplomacy really started using the social media, and it's been a very, very rewarding journey. And since I have left, my successes have taken it a long way since then.
And you are now India's ambassador to Egypt at a time of great turmoil. Are you using the social media to explain to people, Egyptians, India's position, and to explain to India Egypt's position?
Well, two things, Manjeet. Firstly, let's take our Facebook page. We have 77,000 mostly young Egyptians who like our page. So that gives us a very significant outreach into young Egyptians and in terms of communicating our views, but interacting with them. We use it a lot for cultural stuff. We use it a lot for our business stuff. We used it to talk about the Mars orbiter mission, for example. It's very useful. Twitter, we use differently. And I think, in a sensitive situation, in a sensitive diplomatic assignment, there's a value, and there are also inherent limitations on what you can say and how you will say it on Twitter. To me personally, while I use Twitter to communicate stuff that we do at the embassy and create a texture to the life of a diplomat, and it's not all about, as you said, bow ties and cocktails and so on, but there's real solid work that goes on. But it's also an immensely useful source of information for us, by following the right people, the top journalists or the top leaders or others, the bloggers and so on, we find that it's real-time information. If there's a protest happening next to Tahrir Square, you can bet that there's a senior journalist out there covering it. And I, sitting in my office, I'm getting real-time information about what's going on over there. And I can issue an advisory to the members of the Indian community that, look, today this is stuff happening in this area, so please be careful. So there are real uses for us.
Right. Thank you. And Rail, you have you're really in the engine of the social media. There are negative uses also to social media. For instance, the group ISIS has been using social media, has become notorious for the use of Twitter and YouTube to disseminate its propaganda. How can diplomats work to counter that? You know, what kind of strategy do you think they should use?
You know, the ability that diplomats have now of communicating in real time, live, on a medium that's public and conversational is incredible. As Mr. Suri said, that when they started on Twitter, I'm very sure they didn't think that the medium would lend itself to what they were doing as powerfully as it has. And now you see the Indian diplomacy handle, you see the Prime Minister's personal handle, then you also see the PMO India office handle, and the MEA India handle. So these are 4 handles, and the handle of the External Affairs Minister, Sushma Swaraj. You see these 5 handles literally put out the point of view that India has on every issue that's relevant internationally in real time. That ability is unrivaled.
So
because
does that counter the propaganda?
Of course it does, because the moment someone puts out something, you can correct them in real time. You can put out your point of view in real time. What Mr. Suri was saying, that certainly you have the ability of putting out, amplifying, putting out your point of view to an audience that cares about what you're doing, that an audience that needs to know what you're doing. So if you saw the latest trip, the Japan trip of the Prime Minister, in which he tweeted in Japanese, it's unprecedented. You have the Prime Minister of a country reaching out to the public of another country in their own language. And social, and more importantly, I feel our platform, and I don't say this because I work at Twitter, I say this because we are a public live conversational platform, makes that conversation possible.
Right. Mohan, back to you. Social media often results in information overload. This is evident every day, and you yourself use various formats of information to keep up to date. How can business leaders like yourself practice digital diplomacy or digital communication? How does this help to mitigate the problem, or how do you manage it?
Well, I'm an individual now, so I manage it on my own. I don't have a team of people. But most people will have their executive assistants, others helping them. So they respond to immediate tweets. They only see what they want to see because they could get overwhelmed. And one rule of social media is you tweet to reach out to others, but don't respond to others, because you get an enormous amount of response. Don't get you into argument with anybody. See it as a means of reaching out and communicating with people you want to communicate out of the general world, but never get into an argument. And that makes life easy. Maybe read what others send it to you, but keep quiet. And try to reach out to some leaders privately, because it gives a direct connection. Please remember, the power of diplomats over the country's leaders was because they could isolate information that went to the leaders. The power of the bureaucrat was that he could isolate information to himself and keep it to himself or herself, so the leaders were kept away from the people. Right. Now a president of a country reaches out to all the citizens directly. He could get responses, good or bad. And, all over the world, leaders are doing that. So you know what Premier Abe is doing, you know what President Obama is doing, and how they want to reach. So the power that the bureaucrats had and the diplomats had to keep things to themselves and sanitize what was done is totally gone. Oh. So I think that's a very important thing for leaders. So for me, I love people responding to me. I will not respond to them. Sometimes I argue with them, but I will read what I want to read, and what I want to tweet, I tweet. For me, is a means of reaching out to many other people, period.
Okay, so Navdeep.
Democratization of information and reach. The whole world is getting connected. Just imagine the power that Obama can talk to 6 billion people all over the world, tell them what the US policy is, what do you want to do. Modi can do it. I mean, it's beautiful.
So Navdeep, if a leader wants to communicate and have a conversation with somebody, you don't recommend it either? How do you manage the information overload?
Well, I think starting from your original question about information overload, I'm very choosy about who I follow. And there's a meaning or a purpose behind the people I follow so that I am able to get the information that I am seeking. And as I said, for me, Twitter is not just to put my word out, but it's also a very, very useful source of information. And I think many people underappreciate that. I get access to bloggers and journalists and so on via this medium. The second thing which Mohandas is saying is the paradigm shift for us was in Ministry of External Affairs was that can we move from the need to know mindset to the need to share mindset, where you proactively communicate what you are about, and this was a jump. It wasn't easy in the initial stages to persuade and to say that we're out. The first fear was you're exposing yourself to the public, and this is going to be fraught with consequences. And I think once you choose to go out there, perhaps Mohandas as an individual has the prerogative of not responding, but government, I think we felt that anything substantive we should respond. We got more than our fair share of trolls and of abuse and so on, but we tried as far as possible to follow the principle: ignore but don't block.
Okay.
And we,
No,
yeah.
but
So
don't
if somebody's being if somebody's being completely abusive, all right, I'll ignore you. But even then, I wanted to be aware that there are these voices out there who maybe disagree profoundly with what we want to say or what we are doing.
And I'm sure they're going to tweet about it. So Matthias, your study talks about how the African leaders are the most engaged with their audience. They actually have a conversation back and forth individually.
Exactly, and this is what I wanted to stress. Mohandas said, he's using Twitter more to broadcast, and I think, lots of people use Twitter, lots of governments use Twitter just to broadcast, just like a radio. And Ambassador Navdeep said that, he's also using Twitter to monitor. But what I think it is essential, and Raheel said it, Twitter is a conversation tool, allows you to have a conversation. And in our study, we found that actually African leaders use Twitter mainly to reply to their followers. So basically, they sit down for half an hour or more and just reply to their followers, exchanging niceties, exchanging greetings, discussing issues. Of course, they are not obliged to answer every single question that is put to them. But to give you an example, the former now Prime Minister of Uganda, 96% of his tweets were @ replies. Any tweet that starts with the @ symbol is not seen by every one of your followers. So really conversational use. Also, the president of Rwanda uses Twitter really to address his critics very, very openly. And I think this is what really leaders should do. They should sit down every now and then for short Twitter interviews. Like they were doing press conferences before. Now they can just sit down for half an hour, answer any question that comes in on Twitter. And the beauty of Twitter is that you can it has several advantages over over traditional press conferences, because you can see the question in writing, giving you precious time to answer, to prepare your answer. Just half an hour ago, the Austrian foreign minister was in New York sitting down for a Twitter chat with his followers. So I think it's a great tool, and people shouldn't be afraid of the trolls or getting abused. You can simply ignore them.
Thank you. Raheel, a quick question on the great benefits. If he's talking about the benefits of social media, you were extremely active on Twitter, helping to coordinate relief efforts during the recent flood outbreak in Kashmir. What was the impact of using Twitter to coordinate relief efforts? And are there existing models that can be implemented by diplomatic missions around the world?
Just adding to what Matthias and the ambassador said there, first of all, the fact that, we can't stress this enough, that the platform is live, public, and conversational, and it's mobile, where most of your global audience is going. Everyone is consuming their content on cell phones, and we're optimized for that, right? The ability that gives, the ability to communicate in real time is, as I said, precious. And that's what we harvested when we were coordinating relief and data for the J&K flood relief issue. We've seen, we're a large country, and sometimes there's a flood somewhere, and at the same time, there's an issue of there being no water in other parts of the country. There's a drought somewhere. In this case, what we wanted to do was that we needed to come together as a group that was led by a purely citizen-driven, volunteer-led effort, and make sure that we give everyone else who wanted to contribute in some way or the other to relief or rehabilitation or even data, as far as this issue was concerned, give them that opportunity. Organize information around the issue. There's this, whenever something happens, there's thousands of tweets that go out per minute. Our effort was to make sure that people who were looking at that information as first responders were only looking at information that was relevant to them.
Right.
Because you could basically, if you're using the hashtag Kashmir floods, you could also be expressing shock, but that's not useful to the army.
That's right.
That's looking at that hashtag, identifying SOS messages, right? So also in terms of relief, what we were able to do is purely through Twitter. We had really random people get in touch with us saying, hey, I am a small manufacturer of bed sheets in X part of the country. Could you tell me how many I could send so I could basically ship these to the affected parts?
Yeah, so in some sense, it really brings out the humanity of people in a more immediate way.
Absolutely.
Than otherwise. Navdeep, I think the Indian mission has done very well on relief efforts using Twitter. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit about how we coordinated in Libya to help our people? I'm sure the audience would want to hear this. Navdeep? Oh, I think Navdeep has gone off the air. We'll move on, but the Indian mission in Libya, actually the ambassador there was very quick, used Twitter to communicate, Twitter and Facebook to communicate with the Indians who were stranded and working in different parts of Libya, and managed to evacuate every single one of them using social media.
Yeah, no,
it was quite a triumph.
No, if I can throw some more light on what we did using Twitter, is that we deployed a smart feed, which is a model that we are looking to replicate elsewhere as well, as like on a need basis, so that messages, so if you're looking at about 45 to 50 or 50 to 80 tweets per minute, and you have to make sure, that there's an isolation of what was going on in real time on Twitter to what they needed to see. Making those two connections was very, very important.
Well, this is the great power of technology. Mohan, back to you. A quick question. Social media networks are challenging existing hierarchies within diplomacy, within business. Will a future digital business model create a changed corporation, a changed enterprise? How is that? How do you see that playing out, Mohan?
Well, today I think there is instant reach for every individual with some other individual without going through an intermediary. That's a tremendous development. And it is one-on-one, it's instantaneous, it is very public, that is transparent, and you get instant feedback. So I think that is changing the business model. When you deal with clients, for instance, if the service is not good, they send a tweet to you directly to the CEO and say, man, it sucks. And you get the feedback. Your marketing fellow is going to say, everything is great, don't worry about it, and you'll never get the feedback. It may not come in the newspaper, it will not come anywhere, but you get it. For example, when I had a problem with one telecom provider, I tweeted, and I got a response in 30 minutes. We're coming to you, hang on, we want to solve your problem. Now I know if I call them up, I send something, there would be nothing. And within the enterprise too, if you have 100,000 employees and somebody down the line says, this policy is not good, this is what is happening. So, the whole flow of information, the outreach between individuals and leadership, the leadership ability to communicate, get information, and to have, well, let's say, a one-on-one dialogue is changing the entire context. It probably make organization more flatter in terms of information flows, may not be in terms of hierarchy for discipline or whatever it is, in terms of instant information flows, faster decision making, a quicker response to what is happening in the marketplace and within the enterprise, and overall change the entire dynamics, bring in greater transparency. It also means you can't keep things confidential within the enterprise. Now, please remember, there were many things that will go wrong, and you try to keep it confidential. You don't want the news to go out. Now you've got a medium by which things could leak out. You're on air 24/7 in business, in diplomacy, and everywhere else, and that's a very significant development.
And maybe I should ask Matthias, since Navdeep seems to have gone off the air. Matthias, will we ever see, virtual embassies?
But there are already virtual embassies. There is the Canadian government has set up a mission for Iran, and also the US government is reaching out to Iranians using social media, using Facebook and Twitter. So it's already happening. There are some countries which are far ahead in terms of empowering. Not only Raheel talked about the 4 main government accounts, but every single echelon of government, putting every single mission out on social media, on Twitter and Facebook, but also the ambassadors personally, and then of course all the deputy heads of missions, etc., all the diplomats. So the UK government, I think, is leading in that field and really empowering every single diplomat to be out there, to be active. But I would say one thing: yes, it's true. It is very difficult to keep things private, but I think diplomats will still know what to tweet and when to tweet it. So don't expect a diplomat to go into a private meeting and then tweet information from the meeting unless he wants to scupper the outcome. So if you remember the Geneva talks here in Geneva about the Iran nuclear deal, if I remember well, they basically decided a social media blackout. So basically during the negotiations, no tweet was sent from either side, from the 5 Western powers or the Iranian representatives, just to keep those conversations inside the rooms private. And I think that's the new reality now. You have to make it very clear, if you want to have a private conversation, please don't tweet about it, don't Facebook about it, don't Snapchat about it.
Right. And so we're not going to see any virtual summits soon at all.
Well, this is, what are we having here? We're having a virtual conversation. 3 panelists are all over the world, and you're in Mumbai.
Absolutely. If you could just reference the conversation post the Japan summit that happened between Prime Minister Abe and Prime Minister Modi, when Prime Minister Abe wished him on Twitter on his birthday. So they had a public conversation which was, it's usually these conversations used to happen behind closed doors. No one knew what was said, what was spoken of. And now everyone has the ability to not just consume those conversations, but also to participate in them.
That's right. My last question, and I'm going to have all 3 of you talk to it. How are international organizations like the United Nations using Twitter? Do their specialized agencies use it to achieve some of their goals and missions? And Mohan, I will ask the same question of you with your NGOs that you work with, Akshay Patra, for instance, and also Matthias, I'll come back to you. So,
I mean, it's the same use case, right? The platform being live, public, and conversational, and mobile. You certainly have an ability to reach out to an audience that's consuming content on their cell phones globally. And if you reconcile what you're doing on your, as a strategy, what you're doing on Twitter with how the mobile market is growing in the world, what you have then is an ability to reach out to thousands and thousands and millions of users in real time as they consume content on their cell phones, right? So with respect to the UN, with respect to the World Health Organization, with respect to the ICRC, with respect to Save the Children, with respect to Oxfam, organizations, again, we've worked with in J&K floods, they've all put in real time what is it that they're doing as a response. In fact, if you look at UN, it has multiple accounts, and every now and then you'll see some activation or the other being pioneered. You'll have, say, for example, Kajol just came on board onto Twitter, talking about child abuse, right. And that's an ability that the platform, transfers to a star even as powerful as Kajol.
That's right. Mohan, do you use Twitter and social media to engage with your NGO Akshay Patra, and do they use it?
Yeah, Akshay Patra uses it to reach out to people because they need to talk to the donors, they need to talk to the recipients, get feedback. It's a fantastic tool to get feedback from children, and some of them do tweet about whether the food is good, what has happened today, and it's very interesting. They hired a professional agency to help them out because they were new, and many people are not comfortable with technology, and they need to learn how to tweet, what to do, and sometimes you have to use the short form. So I think many people use a professional agency to talk to them and tell them, and especially political leaders, I think sometimes get some people to do things for them. I know 2 or 3 political leaders in India who tweet every day, and they have one young person next to them who will write it down and make sure it's all right, show it to them. Because what is important is that it's instantaneous. So whatever you tweet goes out, and you got to make sure that it reads well and it is okay, and it is not something that people may misinterpret. Yes, NGOs do that, and I think it's great.
So Matthias, what are the drawbacks of social media today?
I don't see any drawback. I think the drawback is not to be present, to be very frank with you. You have to be, of course, as politicians, you have to be a bit thick-skinned to deal with the trolls and probably the negative tweets and abuse that sometimes comes in. But coming back to the international organizations, we actually looked at 100 top international organizations because Geneva is the European seat of the United Nations, and it's really interesting to see the different use cases. So you have the WHO, the World Health Organization. They have only one Twitter account, which is kind of their official voice, but then you have an organization like the UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, where basically the head of communications has empowered every single member of staff to go out and use social media to tell the story in the field. And they even have one of the refugee camps on Twitter. So the refugee camp is tweeting, what's happening in the refugee camp. There's the Zaatari camp, which is the second biggest city in Jordan. So there's really different ways to use it. But one thing is clear, that those organizations that put in resources, especially staff, are really thriving on Twitter, because one person alone cannot do it, and you can't just do it on the side of your regular work.
That's right. So we'll open this up to the audience. Does anyone have questions? I have a list of questions actually from the audience. So perhaps I can just run through them a little bit. If anyone has a separate question, just put up your hand and let me know. There are countries. Maybe I should start with you. There are countries which are not on the mainstream social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. So Pakistan has banned YouTube. China has banned all 3. Turkey banned Twitter during the protests earlier this year. How are these countries affected by their disconnect from social media? And what is the impact of banning such mainstream platforms instead using countrywide platforms?
I think in all of these countries, the users themselves are finding innovative and creative ways of getting past these bans. Turkey, I know for sure there were pictures out that people printed tweets out and put them on the streets. It was an extremely powerful visual for us to see. With Pakistan, as well as say China, for example, they have their own ecosystem happening, and I wouldn't want to go commenting there. But Pakistan specifically, they also, the users themselves have found ways and means, their proxies in use and so on and so forth. Like, I have a lot of friends in that country working in similar environments. And I know for a fact that the users find workarounds. You see, the beauty of the internet and social platforms per se is that the harder you try to control them, the harder they are to control.
So it's like water, it just seeps out from
Absolutely.
any crevice you can find.
Yeah.
Mohan, question to you. how, aside from increasing interaction between diplomats and countries, how can social media further facilitate interaction between business and diplomacy?
Well, I think you should be knowing that in some countries, diplomats don't take it easily to the private sector, talking to them about how diplomacy should be run. You find that diplomats are a class apart. They think they're the epitome of all intelligence and knowledge in that particular country. They have a monopoly of diplomacy, etc. And they don't want feedback. They don't want to listen to new ideas. And I think when business is increasingly driving diplomacy and relationship between countries, it's important for business to make the point known. And today, if diplomats try to ignore business and keep them away or bear a very perfunctory approach to business, they're going to be mistaken, because business will reach out directly to political leaders. For example, today you can send a tweet to your prime minister and tell him when he goes to New York, this is what business expects from your visit, or this is what we want you to look up. And citizens can send it too, right? So I think it's making it very transparent and very, let's say, direct, and that's a great news.
Okay. And Matthias, last question to you. Can digital diplomacy lead to more of world peace?
That's a good question. Well, we'll hope so. What is really interesting to see, who is connected with who. If you see that the Israeli Prime Minister, for example, is following the Palestinian government, that's a sign of rapprochement. But unfortunately, the Palestinian government does not follow the Israeli Prime Minister.
Does not return the compliment.
So no, don't return it. The other thing is, you mentioned Narendra Modi's Twitter diplomacy. It's very interesting also in which order, remember when he was elected, in which order he thanked the world leaders and who he did not thank. So it's really interesting, how you can basically who's creating alliances with who. One great example are all Latin American leaders. They're really tweeting in a vacuum, only in their on their continent, only in Spanish, and don't really reach out to English-speaking and other English-speaking countries around the world. So it's great to see this, but I hope Twitter and Facebook will really help that we're more connected, that we can be ask a question here from Geneva to the Prime Minister in India and so on. He might not read the tweet personally, but his team will certainly monitor those questions.
Well, maybe our BRICS grouping can start incubating some interesting social media ideas. Maybe, Rasil, you folks should try and initiate some of that.
We're working at it.
So just to wrap up the session, because we're at the end of time. Yes, social media can lead to world peace. Yes, Matthias? And that Mohan says that business can now approach political leaders directly without having to go through their diplomats. And so everyone's on notice, in short, with social media. And lastly, the interesting thing, Mohan says he sends out tweets and gets responses, but he doesn't respond back.
I respond back to few people. I have a running argument with a few people every day, not everybody.
You choose it, okay.
Oh, yeah, I choose it. And let me tell you, Manjeet, it's a great way of taking out whatever angst you got, both ways, all right?
You can be who you want to be, Mohan.
Stress reliever. It's a stress reliever, and you can argue with people, and you go to bed very relieved and say, happy, I had my days arguing. If you don't like it, put it down.
Right, and Navdeep...
I want to make one point, Manjeet, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Look, for the entire population of a country is a stress reliever to take out your anger against your leaders openly and then tweet to them and take it out and feel good about it. So I think the social repercussions of that ability to communicate and take it out openly and tell them what you think of them, and also put forward your pleas, your needs, your requirement, and know that they're going to listen to you is unbelievable. It restores confidence in your country's leadership.
And also because
Manjeet, I'd like to add one thing, Manjeet. I think we really need to teach our children social media etiquette and how to use these social tools. I think it should be really in every curriculum. How to use Twitter, how to use Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. Really that we educate our kids on on how to behave wisely and how to use these tools. You know, I think this has to be the next step.
Well, Matthias, maybe you should be writing that book. But
if I can add to what everyone has been saying, I think what we're looking at is an information paradigm in which the power has finally moved from a select few to the masses. You now have the ability to communicate with the Prime Minister of India one-on-one. If you saw his birthday tweets, he responded to
everybody,
all users. Yeah. You can now communicate with the Mars orbiter in real time. Communication unheard of just a few years ago.
So on that happy note, communicating with your Prime Minister and with the Mars orbiter, social media, you're it.
Twitter, basically.
Twitter.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it, Mohan and Matthias and Rasil. Thank you very much. And Navdeep, who's not here. And thank you very much, Social Media
Week.
Thank
you so much. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panel members on stage and online. Thank you so much. Well, yes, we have interesting panel discussions coming up. Next week, we have interesting panel members also. In our next panel, we have, of course, Milind Soman joining us. Also, in our last panel discussion that we were talking about, we would be having Bollywood actress Huma Qureshi joining us here. So there's a lot in store that's there at #SMW Mumbai here at Novotel. So let's move forward to our next panel discussion. In fact, it's the Unquiz, to test your knowledge of the biggest brand surprises on social media. So I request everyone to settle down. We'll move forward to our next discussion. In fact, it's the Unquiz, and it's to test your knowledge of the biggest brand surprises on social media. I'd first like to welcome the moderator for the session. To moderate this session, we have Ranjini Ramachandran, who's the Client Development Director from Inmetric. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll start if everyone's here. Also, in the next few panel discussions, later we have Harshit Desai, we have Devita Saraf, and of course, Bollywood actress Huma Qureshi in the last discussion who would be joining here. So there's a lot in store, a lot to look forward to. So stay tuned. And we'll move forward with our next discussion. All right, let me welcome our panel members and the moderator for the session. To moderate this session, we have Ranjini Ramachandran, Client Development Director in Metric. And ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our panel members and, of course, for our moderator for the session. Yes, we have Ranjini up there. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the cheers going on. We still have a lovely evening ahead of us. And joining Ranjini would...
Vikram.
Yes, okay. I thought I'll read out the names.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. But actually, Vikram's going to be doing the introductions. My colleague, Vikram. Round of applause.
Okay, there you go, Vikram. Go ahead.
Do you have the slides coming? So, hello and good evening. Good evening, guys. Good evening. Okay, so it's going to be a fun session. We hope it's going to be a fun session for the next 45 minutes. By the time they get the slides up, obviously it is a quiz. And one more second. Okay, so while that loads, let me tell you what we're going to do today, right? We're going to divide the audience into 4, right? So the whole idea behind the Unquiz is that most of the sessions that typically happens is where, you are listening to the, speaker, to the panelists, which is really good. But we thought we can have a more engaging social session. So we have some amazing panelists. We're going to introduce them in just a bit. But we're going to divide you into 4. We're going to have each of our panelists as a team leader. So all of you need to participate. You need to give your responses. And at the end, the winning team will, of course, get a lot of goodies, right? So the first thing is, Unmetric. So we are a social media analytics platform. So we're all about how your brand is performing on social media versus your competitors, versus the entire sector, versus large brands out there. But really the idea is, how are you performing on different networks, on Facebook, on Twitter, YouTube, Pinterest, whole bunch of networks. So we work with brands and agencies across the globe, and here are some of them. So yeah, so we have an amazing panel today. So let me just get them onto the stage. So first we have Karthik. Round of applause, please. Karthik Nagarajan, you guys just saw him, who's the Social Media and Insights Director at GroupM. Next, we have Milan Soman. Milan wanted me to give him an introduction, saying he doesn't need an introduction, but he is the founder of Pinkathon, model and an actor. Next, we have Venki, who is the head digital marketing at Star TV. And last, we have Yuyu. Yuyu is almost the the new kid in the block in the whole digital marketing ecosystem. Karthik has started this trending thing on Twitter, which is, who is Yuyu? So if you guys want to tweet who is at Yuyudin, you can do that. Last thing is, all of you please, if you want to use Twitter, use hashtag Unquiz. Yeah? So over to Ranjini now.
Thanks, Vikram. And before we move further on to the important people of tonight, sorry? I'm going to come there. I'm going to take a seat. I'm an important person tonight. Okay. I'm going to introduce you to Unmetric's team who's here. Back there, can you guys just wave when I say that's Saima, Vikas, Martin is somewhere. Okay, Martin, Peter, and of course Vikram, and I'm Ranjini. My team is, the team is going to be dividing this audience into 4. So go ahead. And in the meantime, I'd request the panelists to please introduce themselves, assuming everyone doesn't know everybody. Thank you.
So I'm the guy who gets paid for making your Twitter timeline come alive with awesome content and make my clients extremely rich. But my career-defining work is happening tonight with Who's Yuyu. You don't need it.
Is my mic working? Hello, hello. So, why are you walking around this thing? So yeah, I don't need to say anything.
Yeah, Milan, could you please introduce yourself, or maybe Pinkathon?
What should I say? Okay, so apart from what you might know about me, which might be more than I know about myself, I founded this running event called the Pinkathon, which is only for women, and it's grown quite substantially in the last 20 months. We do it in 6 cities. The reason for starting the Pinkathon was to actually try to change the mindset of a country through its women, getting women to understand the value of regular exercise, of an active lifestyle. And I'm very happy to say that the response has been really fantastic. We'll have almost 40,000 women running in the Pinkathon this year across 6 cities. Thank you. You can amplify that a little bit.
Venki.
Hi, Venki Sharma, and I work for Star TV. My job is to ensure you keep loving the content that you love. Yeah, be it Star World, or sports, or Star Plus, or Life OK, or Channel V.
Whoa.
We believe.
Or Star Movies.
Okay.
Or Star Action Movies.
Thank
or
you.
FX Crime. Star Gold. Don't
Thank
forget
you.
to watch Kick. Don't forget to watch Kick tonight.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm browsing channels. So, is my mic working?
Is the mic working?
Can you hear you?
Can you hear you? Speak.
No? Okay. Who's you? I'm apparently the new kid on the block. I head the digital team at Genesis Persmar Stellar, based out of Gurgaon, but we also have an office here. Check out Who's You.
Okay, cool. Thank you folks so much. Vikram, are the teams ready? Great. So what we're going to do now, Vikram's explained, this is where my panelists stop being panelists and they become team leaders. So I'd request you to please join one of the subsets over there. Wait, before I do that, is there anyone from GroupM here? Could you please raise your hands? Okay, so Karthik, you can join any group except that bunch. Please head into the audience and maybe here. Stay. Karthik, seriously.
Oh.
Join the teams. And Milind, please stay here.
Well, go and sit over
Star TV, anyone? Yeah, okay, you can have Milind. Milind, go.
Now you can move. Now you can move.
Star TV, anyone here? Okay, that we're safe.
Okay.
And you, oh no, 1 second. Wait. Anyone from UU's team? Don't cheat. Okay.
They're all from UU's.
Both of you are safe.
What about them? Come. I like these girls.
Okay. Milind, stay.
Wait.
Okay, we're getting to the unquiz now.
Yeah,
Milind, someone will be available outside after the quiz.
Available.
Okay, guys.
You're supposed to stand.
Vikram's gone over the rules. I'm not sure if the mics were working. No, if you
The answer is Tata Tea.
I'm going to ask you this question. Group M handles a number of brands, okay, across sectors.
Including Tata Tea.
That's unfair. That's unfair. Unfair. Unfair.
Okay, this is just the follow-on question. It's okay. He doesn't get points for this.
Okay, no problem.
No, I want an honest answer. Okay, great then in that case. What does Tata Tea look to gain by supporting something like the elections? How does a brand gain from it?
Besides the ultimate privilege of being the right answer in an unmetric quiz?
No, your personal view. You've come here as Karthik tonight.
No, I think Tata Tea has taken this path not just in this elections. It was a trend setter with Jagore earlier. Right? And this year, it probably is one of the most important campaigns marketers have run in this country, Power of 49, throughout the year. So it sits in the DNA of the brand. There's nothing new for it.
Fair enough. Thank you. Going into question 2. Okay, now every brand has its own target market, right? You have BMW. Everyone has their target market. But occasionally, I mean not occasionally, these days we're seeing that social media kind of throws a spanner in that whole plan, right? So that's where the next question comes from. Traditionally, these brands have targeted women in their advertising, but which one has the highest percentage of male fans according to Facebook? The choices for your answer are, and 1 second, I will be getting the answer from UU's team first this time round. The choices are Tanishq, Fab India, Maggi, or Ariel India. Traditionally, these brands have targeted women in their advertising, but which one has the highest percentage of male fans according to Facebook? Okay? I repeat, according to Facebook. Your time starts now.
Okay, so we're doing 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So,
Okay.
1.
He,
Okay. How many is saying 2?
Are you ready? He feels it's Tanishq.
You Googled it? How many is saying 2? No one.
He feels it's Tanishq.
How many is saying 3, which is Ariel?
We Googled it, it's Maggi.
4.
So what do we go for?
We're going 1. Really? I have no idea.
30 seconds up.
You'll be surprised with Ariel.
Okay.
I think it's
Maggi.
UU?
Maggi.
I can't hear you, sorry.
Maggi.
Maggi. Venki?
Guys.
Venki?
What?
1, 2.
Maggi.
Milind?
Maggi.
Karthik?
Tanishq.
Sorry?
Tanishq.
Peter?
Haha. The answer is actually Ariel India.
Oh.
Team,
Fake
come
fans.
on.
Fake fans.
59%.
Fake fans.
59% of Ariel India's fans are male.
Okay, one of us knew it was Ariel, okay?
Any other data around it? Okay, we're going to go to the next question.
Ranjini.
Sorry?
Who is Ariel India's agency?
I'm sorry, this is the unmetric quiz. Can we have this discussion offline? Let's meet outside after the quiz. Thank you. Your name? Thank you, Zach. Okay, coming back to the quiz, people.
I'm looking at you, Zach.
This is the age of customer support, right? It was easy enough in the old days where this little dabba where you put your little complaint in was there. Certain brands have their customer service, the call centers. But in today's day and age of social media, scary, right? Especially scary for the aviation sector. But the aviation sector are the guys among all the sectors who seem to handle client issues, customer complaints, almost like a duck to water.
Why you point to you and saying aviation sector?
She knows a thing or two about aviation.
Who's you?
So your next question is, which of the following aviation brands replies the quickest on Twitter? Just remember, all your answers are data from January to September 2014. The choices for your answer are, which of these of the following aviation brands replies the quickest on Twitter? Is it Jet Airways, SpiceJet, Air France India, or KLM India?
No, Indigo. I think it's...
Your time started, people.
How many for one?
I think it's
Jet.
I think so. But what do you think?
Okay.
Jet
Three.
Airways.
Four.
I don't think.
Go ahead, check,
Find
out, tweet them, but if they respond within 20
I might be wrong.
time,
Jet. Really? Is that a client?
Not Jet.
It clearly is not. I've tweeted many times. I've never heard anything back.
Okay.
Venki,
On the Google, it's Jet.
time's up, Venki.
Okay, Jet Airways.
You say Jet Airways. Milind?
Jet Airways.
He says he's got it on Google.
Karthik?
SpiceJet.
You?
KLM.
Oh, you're staying just completely out of everything. Okay. And the answer is?
The answer is actually SpiceJet.
Who said Jet Airways?
Okay. So, Yu, who's Yu? Like I said earlier, Yu does know a thing or two about customer service, about the aviation sector. When you're outside this room, ask her why and how. No, seriously speaking, Yu, do you find it, I mean, you handle stuff like this in your sometime or the other. Don't you find Twitter slightly restrictive to handle a customer service issue? How do you actually resolve a problem? Can you resolve it on Twitter?
If you have a...
People, Yu is speaking.
If you have a proper back-end service, then yes, you can resolve some issues, but you can resolve all
Quickest
the issues
you
there
said.
is.
Fastest is KLM. Wrong. KLM. Your data says KLM. Your data says KLM.
I'm sorry?
The data says KLM. KLM is
The graph is wrong, but the answer is right.
The graph is wrong, the answer is right. And
cheating.
The quizmaster's decision is final. Thank you.
Excuse me, I just point out, SpiceJet have an average reply time of 1 hour 25. Air France have an average reply time of 6 hours. And KLM has 13 hours 43 minutes average reply time.
Okay.
But more than 60% is KLM.
We'll move to the next question.
Cheating.
We'll cut a deal here, okay? Excuse me, Venki, we'll cut a deal here. In case it reaches a stage where there is a draw at question number 8, are you listening? We'll go into sudden death, okay? And we'll have an extra question.
Okay.
How about that?
We get the extra question.
Cheating.
We get the extra
Please
question.
be seated, sir.
I didn't
Coming
know
to
that
the
they would
next
show the graph.
question. Apparently, there are more than 950 million mobile subscribers in India. Okay, but as you all know, as the demand for someone like Poonam Pandey's Facebook page just keeps increasing, what do your telecom guys do? They're offering you bigger and better 3G data plans, right? They run campaigns and contests and stuff. Some of these campaigns are inspiring, some are shocking, some leave you wondering what on earth was going on there. Anyway, so coming to the next question, All these telecom brands created buzzworthy campaigns for their 3G internet services. But which brand received the most views for their ad on YouTube? And the options for your answer are, I haven't yet put up the choices.
Idea.
Idea Ullu Banawe? Or is it Airtel's Boss Film?
Idea.
Is it Tata Docomo's Plug and Play?
Idea.
Or is it MTS Internet Baby? Is it Idea Banawe?
Got it. Any takers for
Is
one?
it Airtel's Boss Film?
MTS Internet Baby.
Okay.
Tata Docomo Plug and Play?
No.
MTS Internet Baby? Maybe you should check who Anmetra's
Airtel,
clients are,
Airtel,
right?
Airtel.
Google, check.
Airtel. MTS.
Internet baby.
MTS. Airtel. MTS.
Yeah.
What is Boss Film?
Yeah, I think.
Who?
What do you
Oh,
Airtel.
Internet baby.
I go.
Milind, your team's answer. Milind, one.
Internet baby.
Sorry?
Sorry, MTS Internet baby.
So, sorry, 1, 2, 3.
Karthik, your team.
We're going with MTS.
MTS. You?
Airtel.
I haven't seen this
Airtel's Boss Film. Venki?
MTS.
MTS.
Oh, that's hideous.
Peter?
It's horrible, that ad. Oh, God.
So the winner, or the video,
Well done.
25 million views since it launched.
Okay. Venki, I want you to help me here.
Yeah.
Does it help? I mean, what's the point? Occasionally you find brands coming up with these completely shocking campaigns, shocking campaigns, just to create buzz, where it has nothing related to your product. Does it help a brand at the end of the day?
I think some marketers have this kind of favorite brief to agencies. A lot of agency people here, right?
Excuse
I
me,
think they can
gentlemen, just a
understand.
minute. Venki is speaking.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Venki.
So the brief is, create a viral film. I need a viral ad. So this fixation with viral ads results in those kind of briefs where you say, this needs to go completely viral without me spending a rupee. It starts out with that, and then when the marketer realizes that it's not getting enough views, just to get the numbers up and more, to look good in front of the rest of the team, you start pumping in money to push that film. So at the end of the day, what does it do for the brand? If it's not really inspiring people, then it doesn't really do much. You might have, how many people will remember ads which may have a lot of views? I'm not talking about MTS. It's a pretty decent film. But 90% of other ads which are made with this brief of going viral do not actually go viral, and that marketers realize only after it creates a hole in their pockets.
Thank you.
Before the next question, just to tell you the scores. Sorry guys. Right now it's Venki's team at 2, Karthik's team at 3 points, Yu and Milind's team at 1 point. So Karthik's team is leading right now.
Back up, guys. Back up.
4 more questions. Catch up.
Okay, let's get moving. We will discuss, as I said, at the end.
Sorry,
if
Milind is
there's
at
a
2.
tie. Okay, coming to the next question. Before we get chucked out of here, people, we'll run out of time. Where are the people from our school? She's the scary lady there. Okay. Did anyone here do the whole ALS ice bucket, ice water challenge? Can I see a show of hands? Cool. There, what we realized was brands seem to have, gone with that whole trend. A couple of brands made their CEOs take the whole ice bucket challenge. They got their brand mascots to do the whole ice bucket challenge. I don't know if that's grammatically correct. Anyway, never mind. So the question here is, which of the following brand mascots ALS ice bucket video was the most viewed on YouTube? Remember, this is data from January to September 2014. Which of the following 4 brand mascots ALS ice bucket video was the most viewed on YouTube? Your choices are Pillsbury Doughboy, Honeymaid's Teddy, Ronald McDonald, or the Energizer Bunny?
Energizer.
Okay, so
Silence
one,
suddenly?
two,
Whoa,
three,
what happened?
4. Okay, so how many? One.
Which of the following
You haven't
four
seen any
brand
of them?
mascots?
I've not seen any of them.
How many saying 2?
Ronald McDonald.
3.
Ronald. Energizer.
Okay, 4.
Why should we?
Energizer. Energizer.
McDonald's.
No Energizer Bunny?
No,
McDonald's, Pillsbury.
Ronald.
4. So you're saying 3. So how many saying Energizer?
I think it's Energizer. Energizer.
Wait, how many saying McDonald's?
Karthik?
We'll go with the Energizer Bunny.
The Energizer Bunny. You, time.
Energizer Bunny.
Venki?
Yeah, Energizer.
Milan?
Doughboy.
Sorry?
Doughboy.
Peter?
Haha.
It's McDonald's.
So the answer to this question is Ronald McDonald.
I went with votes, man.
Milan, I want to ask you this question.
Say it loudly.
You're pretty... The answer is...
Ronald McDonald. Yeah, we
Ronald
got
McDonald.
it.
Okay, Milan, I want to ask you this question. You work for besides doing the whole glamour angle, you work for a number of social causes. Pinkathon is your baby. Don't you find it, or do you find it contrived when a brand almost piggybacks on something that's going viral for a social cause? What's your take, your personal take on it?
Well, it depends. I mean, how ethical it is. I mean, I would say if you want to do something for a cause, then you should do it on your own, if you really believe in it. But I think if somebody is doing something and you want to piggyback on it and amplify that, I mean, you are helping them in any case. So it's a good thing, I would say.
So a brand...
I mean, it's a win-win for both.
So a brand using the whole Ice Bucket Challenge is okay?
Well, if the Ice Bucket Challenge itself is okay,
Mm-hmm.
which a lot of people say it's not, because of the water shortage and so on. But if the activity itself is okay, then a brand backing on it is not a problem.
Fair enough. Personally.
Well, a lot of piggybacking going on.
Coming to my next question, you guys remember the old days, even 3 years ago, new brand ambassador happens, there's this the brand will have a big launch to announce the brand ambassador in a fancy 5-star hotel, press is called, daru given, everyone happy. But these days, where there's social media, you have brands announcing their brand ambassadors, sometimes directly to their customers on social media, right? So this is where the next question comes. Which brand ran a social media campaign to introduce its first ever brand ambassador? Which brand ran a social campaign to introduce its first ever brand ambassador? This year, Jan to September. Your choices for the answer are Maggie, Philips, Nokia, or Axis Bank.
Which, who, what?
Your choices for the answer are
3, 4. Like the one.
Maggie, Philips,
No one.
Nokia, or Axis Bank. Who announced their new brand ambassador on
Philips,
social
3, Axis
media?
Bank. Yeah? Okay.
I'm sorry.
This year.
Any data, any of the
Nokia
answers is data from January to September 2014.
Who's the brand ambassador?
You,
Axis Bank.
Venki,
Axis.
Axis.
Milan, what is your answer,
Axis or
Milan?
Maggie? Sure, put up your hands.
1,
Axis.
2, and on
Maggie,
3 you
Maggie,
lose
Maggie.
it. Sorry?
Maggie.
Maggie,
Axis.
Axis Bank. Peter?
So
Yeah.
the answer is Axis
Yay!
Bank.
Who put up your hand for Maggie?
I'm going to ask this, I'm going to ask Venki and Karthik a question. I want the brand perspective and the agency perspective on this. Personally, what do you think? It makes more sense to speak directly to your community and your customer or go via the press?
Sorry, can you repeat the...
Does it make more sense to announce new stuff directly to your customer or community or to go via the press?
Media is to lead me to the community. So whichever makes me go quicker, that's Because press is also on social media, right? I mean, today, the way they are distributing news, it's social first. There was a big controversy with a very leading newspaper, don't forget that, and with the same brand ambassador. So, so the point is, whatever takes me in the most memorable way to my communities, and it cannot be the same answer for everything. So, yeah.
My mind stopped working when you said Poonam Pandey 5 minutes back. But for me, what is press? Press is Twitter, right? The number of, Twitter feeding on to so many publications, primetime television news is today. You going out on and issuing press release, for me, it's like 1.0 or -1.0. So press is Twitter, so Twitter.
It kind of balances.
So Ranjini, I think we just do the scores very quickly.
Yes, please.
So we have Karthik's team on 4 points. We have Venki's team on 3 points.
Sorry?
Venki's team on 3
Hey,
points.
we have 4. We have 4. We got 2 right.
We have 5.
We were 2 before. We got 3 answers right. It should be
Milan's team
5.
is on 2 points, and Yu, who is Yu? She's on 2 points.
Okay. I'm going to keep it short for this one. Name the banking brand that was most talked about on Twitter during the IPL. Come on, you have to have an IPL question. During the IPL 2014 edition. Name the banking brand that was the most talked about on Twitter during the IPL 2014 edition. Your choices for the answer are ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, Yes Bank, or Kotak Mahindra Bank.
Kotak Mahindra.
One.
Kotak.
Kotak Mahindra.
Yeah? Okay.
Kotak.
Anybody going for
Kotak.
ICICI
Got
or
it.
HDFC?
I know it's Kotak.
No. You're going for 3, which is Kotak.
Who says Kotak?
Kotak.
Who says yes?
No, that is 3, this is 4. 1, 2, 3. You're going for 4. Anybody going for 3? No one. It's 4. You should do that. It's not fun.
I don't watch cricket.
Venki?
Yes Bank.
Yes Bank. Milan?
Kotak.
Not
Sorry?
that question. To the
Kotak Mahindra Bank.
Yes.
You?
Yes, Bank.
And the answer
is
is?
Good.
Milan, you need to listen to your team.
They said yes. They said Kotak Mahindra.
I heard them say
We
yes.
have the last question, unless we have the sudden death, since I'm a little spaced and don't know what the score is. The question is, it's almost like currency, right? Hashtagging, social media. I've heard this in just about every session, and just in case you guys have forgotten, it's hashtag unquiz in case you're tweeting this.
Also, who's you?
Sorry?
Also, who's you?
Oh, who's you? Yeah, that's trending too. So the next question is, the following e-commerce brands use hashtags for their promotions. Which one was the most popular on Twitter? Your choices for the answer are hashtag Myntra Treasure Hunt by Myntra, hashtag 18 Happy Moments by Home Shop 18, hashtag Jabong LFW by Jabong, or hashtag Snapdeal Savings Day by Snapdeal. I'm not going to repeat your
how many for
answers,
one?
they're like tongue twisters.
You're saying 1.
Was it
You're saying
Happy
1.
Moments?
Okay. How many for 2? No one. 3, which is Snapdeal.
They're saying Myntra.
Okay.
Not Snapdeal.
4, which is Jabong.
Savings Day.
Majority, Ranjit? Majority is saying, go there.
Okay, let's do this again. Myntra.
Okay, choose a figure.
Snapdeal.
Home Shop.
18 Happy Moments.
Smack deal.
Home Shop.
18.
Home Shop, right?
Milan?
Home Shop 18.
I'm sorry, Home Shop 18. Okay.
how many are saying Snapdeal again?
Karthik 1, Karthik 2,
We're doing Snapdeal.
Snapdeal, you?
I think it was Snapdeal.
Venki?
Myntra.
Sorry? Myntra.
I also think so.
Peter?
Oh, the answer is Myntra Treasure Hunt.
Good.
So, Myntra, the hashtag was used over 89,000 times.
I'm going to ask one question here. Just a minute. I just want to ask a few of my panelists. One of my panelists has come. So, Team 5, who's joined one of the winning, kind of doing well teams. People, Sanjay Tripathi is here. I want to ask this follow-on question. Just a minute. Just a minute. It's coming up. It's coming up. Come on, you've got to listen to my follow-on question. I worked really hard on this. Sanjay, have you, do you folks as a brand see hashtags almost like a currency?
That we got right.
And the question is to you, have you been asked ever by a agency to get a hashtag trending?
An agency or a client?
I'm asking you as an agency,
Okay.
have you been asked by a client?
Yes,
What's your
all the
take?
time.
What's your take on it?
We usually tell them we don't promise trending because you can't really promise trending because you can never predict Twitter's algorithms.
And Sanjay?
Use hashtag. We definitely want trending.
Okay, so we've got only 5 minutes, I believe. So I need Peter to announce the score before we can decide what to do if there's a tie.
So after 8 questions, we have a draw between Karthik and Venki's team.
Okay, so people, I have 5 minutes.
So
We got to
yeah,
do
we'll
this
take it,
fast
we'll
because
take
this
it,
isn't
we'll
the end of
take
the quiz.
it, we'll take it.
Okay?
We need to do
Milind,
a
please be seated. Thank you.
sudden death
Come on,
question.
guys, we did win.
It's simple here. Venki, Karthik, teams, please listen. The next question is sudden death. Whoever gets this right, the team goes into the finals. So the next question is, I'm sorry? Yes, only the leader will answer on behalf of the team. Amongst these 4 brands, name the contest that was most popular on Facebook. This is sudden death, Venki, sudden death, Karthik. And you will be responsible if your team loses. Okay, the choices for the answer are, is it Sunsilk's 2 States contest? Garnier's Only Mothers Can contest? L'Oreal Paris's Summer Wishlist contest? Or Dove India's Dove Selfie contest?
Dove selfie. Dove selfie.
Amongst these 4 brands, name the contest that was most popular on
Given the
Facebook.
answer. Dove selfie.
Dove India.
Dove selfie.
Venki?
Dove selfie.
Dove Selfie. Karthik?
Dove.
Peter?
So unfortunately, they're both wrong.
And
The answer
so
is
it's still at a tie. Both lose. People, the next question. Ready? Name your next question, teams. Name the most active brand on LinkedIn in India. Your choices for your answer are Skoda India, Chevrolet India, Urban Ladder, or BMW India. Which of these brands is the most active on LinkedIn in India? Karthik, I need your answer in the next 3 seconds. 1, Karthik. 2,
We're going to go for Skoda.
sorry?
Skoda.
Skoda is what Karthik says. Venki?
Skoda.
Skoda, and the answer is? Okay, you guys are making this scary. We're going to run out of questions soon.
It's a subsidiary to Volkswagen. Oh, yeah.
Coming to the next sudden death question. Name the non-profit that saw its follower base grow more than 100% on Facebook and Twitter this year. Your options for the answer are Teach for India, Greenpeace India, Join My Village, or Give India. I would request everyone,
Greenpeace.
the team leaders.
Here's what I
sorry,
say
not
for
everyone.
this one. You guys don't say the answers out loud. Karthik, you tell it to me in my ear. He also tells it in my
Don't
ear.
go with that, Karthik. Believe me, you don't want to.
So Karthik is giving me his answer. Answer? Quickly.
Time up. Venki, you need to tell Vikram what your answer is.
Give India, teach for India.
Venki?
Okay, so they said Teach for India. They said Give India.
Sorry?
Teach for India here and Give India there.
Okay. And the answer is?
Venki, bring your team up the
Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, we now have to figure who the winner is for tonight.
So we have a winning team now.
The social media ninja, Venki and team, please come forward.
Hey,
Will Venki's team please come forward immediately, quickly. We don't have time. We have to choose our winner. Please come forward. Will the entire
So guys,
team
we've
please come forward?
got the winning team, but we want the winning person here to find out who is the ultimate social media ninja in the audience.
So Venki's team, please come forward.
Guys, come.
Come
We're going to be
quick,
thrown
quick.
out the
Jolly,
hall
jolly,
really
jolly.
soon, so before that. And I'd request my panelists to please come back on stage by then. You,
Milan's busy
Karthik,
taking selfies down here.
Milan and Venki. Sanjay, please join us on
Come in,
stage.
join. Come.
Guys, quicker.
Come.
The finalists are going to be waiting here. And the panelists are up here, please. Panelists,
Okay,
Sanjay,
this is
you're
going to
the
be very,
panelist.
very easy. I'll give you a question. It's
Milan?
very different questions from what you saw so far. Very, very quickly, you guys have to answer me, and you can just show your hands as to what the answer could be. Okay, so first question is, name the social network that allows users to select a neutral gender identity. So, how many of you say Twitter? Okay, all of you who said Twitter, please go that side.
Thank you.
Please move. Seriously, guys.
Okay,
we
thank
need to
you.
move
And you
fast.
guys get goodies there. Unfortunately, the answer is Facebook.
Please.
Moving on.
I'm sorry,
Moving
you
on.
lose.
Next question.
Your goodies are there.
Which? Okay, this is an easy one. Okay, which social network has Facebook not acquired? This is very, very easy. Okay, is it WhatsApp or Snapchat? Anyone says WhatsApp? Guys, you're making it very tough for us. Okay, how old? Okay, let's see how you answer this. How old did Twitter turn in 2014? Right? Is it 9 or 8? You realize you're not a team anymore, right? you do realize that. It's finding that one winner.
And those who don't think it's 8, please
Everyone
come this
said 8,
side.
Peter.
All those who don't think it's Peter's answer, please come this side.
Perfect.
I got 2.
Okay. The next
What are you, 8.5?
question.
What's
on
the
average,
answer?
it's 8.
It's 8.
Yeah. So on average, how many videos are viewed on Facebook each day? Okay. The options are 1 million and 1 billion. How many of you think it's? How many of you think it's 1 billion? Billion. B. How many of you think it's 1 billion? The answer is 1 billion. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stay back. Everyone else go that side.
Will those who won please come here and face the audience, please? You can look at the screen here for your answers.
All of you, please collect your goodies on the way back.
Please
Come
collect
on,
your goodies. Those who've been knocked out, I think quite a few were knocked out in this round.
Okay. Yeah. Fine. Okay, YouTube now, next question. YouTube now allows channel owners to add a short intro video to their videos. So what is the length of the video officially allowed for the intro, right? So
Yeah, our choice.
there's 5 seconds and 3 seconds. How many of you think it's 5 seconds? All of you?
No, there's a gentleman.
So how
here
many of you
saying
think?
3.
You're saying 3? Who's saying
And what
5?
are you
So who's
saying?
saying 3 first?
There's someone not saying
Okay,
anything.
everyone
here in
is
the middle.
5, right?
5, okay.
Okay, so it is 3 seconds.
We have a winner!
And we have a winner for tonight.
Hang on, just a minute. Could you please wait a minute? You're the winner, Bart, and we have a runner-up.
Okay, so we're being very nice today. So we have a runner-up as well. In how many languages does Twitter allow advertisers to send promoted posts? Is it?
Where you work, please.
I am Ashish Dalia and I head a company called iKnowledge Factory Private Limited. We are a Pune-based digital branding and communication agency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so all you brands who are looking for a new agency, you can meet up with him later. Please come forward to accept. Have you already? Okay, fantastic. And if you could introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Saurabh Tamane. I work with Group M. That helped. It's been a great experience here the past few days, the past 5 days. Thank you. No, but really, I think, we have had pockets of acceptance for social media coming from across the corporate landscape. And it's really heartwarming to see a lot of clients, a lot of agencies coming together on this platform and really putting a show together like this that I know keeps my job safe over the next few years. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Vijay Krishna. I work with Mahindra & Mahindra Limited with the automobile division.
I came in for the last day as a volunteer. I came in the morning, looking at the schedule and the list of people and a lot of events happening. I came from a volunteer and registered myself and had great fun. Looking forward to the next SMW.
Thank you so much, participants. I'd like to thank my amazing panel, your team leaders. Thank you folks so much for joining us this evening, for joining the chaos as Unmetric typically has. Yes, Karthik, you can go. They're looking at me and saying you're off stage. I don't wish it's seriously quick. Good night from Team Unmetric. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ranjani. Thank you, Karthik, you, Sanjay, Bilal, and Venki. Thank you so much. You brought the house down, literally, and we love this chaos over here. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for that interesting quiz, rather the unquiz that we just had. Thank you so much. Technologies. We also have Rishi Kakar, who's Director Marketing, IDFC Asset Management Company Private Limited, and Girish Rao, Head IT, Marico Industries. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. An interesting panel discussion that will be underway now. We have our panel members ready. So just 2 more discussions to go. And an interesting discussion underway. I would hand it over to you.
Thanks a lot. Is this working? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello? Is there any cake? Can I request all of you guys to just move a little bit forward? I know this discussion is going to be a bit more serious compared to the energy which was there in the previous one, but I'm sure we are going to make this more fun with the kind of topic we have. So can I request all of you guys sitting at the back to move a little bit forward?
Yes, kindly moving forward, please. I would request everyone to move forward. And I'm sure that must have been a good energizer. We had the unquiz, and that would keep us going for the next 2 panel discussions.
So what we are going to do is we are not going to make it very formal discussion. What I'm going to request the panelists is directly start on with what we have here as topic. But before that, let me do a quick round of introduction for all of the speakers here. We have Rishi, who heads marketing. He's from IDFC. We have had him and his brand do quite a lot of stuff using social measures to kind of have more engagement with the brand and the customers. We have Girish, who heads IT for Marico, which is one of the largest FMCG giants. Devita, she heads Woo Technologies and she's the CEO, which again is a panel and display brand, if I can put it right, and she heads the design as well. And Priten, who heads Aditya Birla Group for IT and digital. So with this panel, we are going to have one more gentleman joining us, Partha Sinha, who is going to be part of Publicis, and the mix we have had here is 2 gentlemen from IT, other people from marketing and business. So what we are going to do is try and keep the discussion focused towards the topic in terms of what we think for each of these brand and brand owners. They think that taking more measures using social media helps, or do you take more measures wherein social cause is used using any digital medium? You want to start, Rishi?
Yeah, for sure. Good evening, everybody. I represent IDFC Mutual Fund, and basically we are in the fund management business. So we do manage a lot of money for retail customers. Now, if you really look at the case for social for us, the fact is that the relevance of a mutual fund product is really something that people are, struggle to find in their life. And therefore, the main challenge for a business or a brand like us is how do you really establish relevance for a business or for a brand in the mind of the customer. Towards this, what we have seen is that I think very early we started off with, much like a lot of other firms, looking at social as, through a very platform kind of lens. So, typically trying to put out Facebook posts or, having some kind of presence on Twitter. But I think increasingly it's really difficult to keep doing that, because ultimately social media should be not about brands trying to talk to their customers, but brands seeing how customers can talk to other customers and the brand can be a part of that conversation. So essentially, I think where we are actually moving to or evolving to is trying to look at a way in which we really are more platform agnostic, and we really focus on, do we know something about the consumer which is a truth in the consumer's life, what we typically call an insight, a consumer insight. We have to then figure out whether this consumer insight is something that this person would really care to share. Because if the consumer insight exists but he doesn't really care to share, then it really becomes a conversation between a business and a brand and a customer, and doesn't really have the ability to perpetuate among the social group of that person. So we have to find an insight that's relevant to the customer. We have to find a reason why this person would really care to share, which is what you can typically call a give a crap factor. Why would you really give a crap for what you have to really say? And third is, how can the brand be a part of that conversation? Because if you find an insight and it's something that the person really cares, but it's not in the realm of the brand, then it really becomes something that is really of no real relevance for a brand and its business. So increasingly, we have in the past, dabbled in purely putting out stuff on a platform, but now we realize that the center and the focal point is going to be a great idea, and these various platforms like be it Facebook or Twitter or anything else are just going to be very similar to what mediums were of yesterday, right? Whether it's digital or print. So some ideas will find relevance to some medium, some ideas will find relevance to another medium. In our case, for example, Facebook is more something that we use to communicate with end consumers, whereas Twitter, because of the nature of the people who are on Twitter, we use it for influencer communication. So that's how we're actually moving ahead on digital to create engagement with our customer for a business that really finds very little relevance for them.
Girish, you want to touch upon the topic in terms of how you use social, we have touched upon this, that you use more internally rather than externally. Would you want to touch upon that topic and tell us what do you think about social or enterprise social, so to say?
Because before I go into the internal aspect of social media and digital, I think from an organization context, I think no organizations can be independent, because finally if you have to reach the customer, all businesses will eventually have to be social businesses in that sense. But from a context of whether how does digital has a relevance, and how do we get that across, is that one has to look at it from the perspective that digital has given us the opportunity to engage and interact with the customer or a consumer for that matter, which traditionally channels like TV and all those things wouldn't have given us. It was more of one-way broadcast kind of a thing, whereas digital allows you to do that interaction. So how does organization like ours move, which is not a B2C in that sense, it's more of a B2C. So for us, if you look at it, the consumer is 2 or 3 tiers down the line. So from that perspective, I think digital in a way has given us that opportunity to directly interact with the consumer, as it were.
So although you are a B2B2C brand,
yeah,
do you think that internally also you got to be as agile as any B2C brand, and is the reason why while you talk about so many different departments have to be social?
See that's
so do you compete with your B2B section and the last B2C section just because you have to continue being so agile towards your end consumer?
Yeah. So what happens is if you keep the end consumer in mind, your internal collaboration also has to be so good. So what happens is you end up leveraging those same social media technologies in an internal construct. So we leverage a lot of internal social media tools to encourage. We are a global organization. So what happens is how do we build that connect with the employees? How do you ensure that they collaborate? How do we ensure that the processes which may or may not be harmonized across different geographies?
So taking that cue of employees need to be connected and all, Pritan, you would have seen a similar thing happening wherein I'm talking about these two companies just because the size and the sheer profile of internal users would be much, much different than the profile of people who work for IDFC in terms of their age, in terms of their outlook towards adopting a new medium or digital. Pritin, have you seen similar patterns, or do you think what kind of tactics or strategies you have adopted for internal collaboration?
So I think for us, when you're talking of the D word, we're really looking at the digital, we're really looking at the 3 Ds within the group. The first one is the diversity of the group. You know, we're talking about retail, we're talking about cement, we're talking about carbon black. So that is the diversity that we have. So obviously, the Rishi's counterpart in our retail brands are really working hard. But there are B2B, B2C. There are 14 businesses that we're looking at. The other thing is the demographics itself that we're looking at. We have people in more than 30 plus countries. We're talking of different nationalities, different culture. And the third D, we're trying to say that how do we, rather than seeing these two as a disadvantage, the third D, we're looking as a dividend. How do we get dividend for the employees, and how do we get them into collaboration? So adoption has always been a challenge, but actually we have made a lot of progress there. We have our own internal tweets, we have our own blogs, we have our own classifieds, and now we're looking at an external tool which will actually bring everybody together. We really want the employees to be serviced through tweets or to social, and that will bring the business on the social side.
Okay. And Devita, how's your experience been as an electronic brand where you are trying to reach out to consumers, and have you used this medium more using a social cause or creating a landscape of social around it and reaching out to customers, creating conversations and engagements for your end consumers?
You know, Harshit, I'm reminded of this quote that I read, which said that the 19th century was defined by the novel. The 20th century was defined by cinema. But the 21st century is going to be defined by the interface, which means your general pop culture, as you dare to call it, what people are talking about on the street, what people are feeling, what influences them, is the interface. And the interface, of course, is social media and how it's really going to evolve. The biggest thing with social media is that unlike a novel or a cinema, in a novel you had one author putting forward his point of view and yet so many people understanding it. In cinema, you had maybe 10 actors in a film trying to put forward their point of view or character and people listening to it. However, in the interface, you have millions and millions and almost billion people talking, an equal number of people listening. So the biggest difference is that unlike any other medium of advertising in the past, social media works in 2 ways. One is you have to be niche. You can't have this one message reach all variety. The second is you have to be not just relevant, but you have to be genuine. See, social media is really not a replication of advertising. It's not a substitute for advertising. If you get advertising from social media, then it's just a great byproduct. What social media helps you do is build a reputation. This is also very much true in all our personal social media. I've seen so many people. I met Manjeet outside, who I really look up to. And she's someone I would meet in a very formal environment. And she's on my Facebook, and suddenly she's friendlier with me, and suddenly she knows what are the topics I'm interested in. It's not like I tried to target Manjeet that, oh, I want her to know I'm an intelligent person. It was like, hey, I'm putting myself out there and people are absorbing it. Similarly, as you know, View Technologies, we make high-end televisions. We compete with Sony, Samsung, LGs of the world. Today, we in India are known for our high-end televisions. And we gain a premium even, and we're like a 6-7-year-old brand. And my team is really young. And we have a much higher brand equity than even a Videocon who's been there since before I was born or something. And how have we done that? We've done it because we've approached our branding not as advertising, but as a reputation. So what we really try and do is we try and be authentic, saying that, hey, we're just sharing who our brand personality is. We are just sharing what we're thinking. We are just collaborating with whether it's my employees or my social media team or myself or my customers, sharing what we're feeling about this brand. That then, for the readers, creates that influence of a voice of millions of people or thousands of people on your page saying, oh, this is what you're all about.
So if we were to say that if online reputation is important and if you as an organization are young, how do you think are you going to keep on measuring this online reputation other than the matrices which you see of this medium? So likes on Facebook or how many tweets are happening, etc. Do you think are you going to have an internal business metric tied to any of these social metrics for you to measure how this online reputation is fluctuating for you as a brand?
You know, Harshad, I love talking to people from consulting, like KPMG, because they all get down
Good
to
for,
ROI.
Good for us.
Everything is numbers and Excel sheet. If it doesn't match up to an Excel sheet, don't even talk about it.
It has to, right?
It
Eventually,
has
to. for a brand to make sure that you see the light of the day in terms of making sure
you get your money's worth.
Absolutely.
And your time. And your social media team was asking for so much money. Yeah, I agree with it because, you know, if you look at your product, even if I'm Coca-Cola or some chocolate company and my product is costing 10 rupees, then if I have 1 million likes on it, it's going to give me ROI. But if someone who can't afford my product costing 50,000 rupees going around clicking it and entering my contest, yeah, maybe he can buy it 10 years later. But what am I getting out of it today? The biggest thing is it's a great mechanism to create a likability for your brand. And most importantly, the metrics really come in when you see an overall spike of your reputation, because it's today everything is boiling down to your online reviews and your online reputation. Anything you want to buy, whether it's a TV or a t-shirt, you're going online to say, are these guys good people online? Exactly. You know, are they nice people? And that overall, if you can judge saying online, I seem to be a good person, I'm going to make friends. Online, I seem to be a good company, I'm going to get customers. So it's an overall thing rather than just pure likes. Don't fall for the likes thing.
In fact, actually, that takes me to another point where, you know, we do all our research online, okay, but buy offline. Okay, that also is changing now, but especially in high-end products like the product ranges you are in, we would like to do a lot of, you know, research online, like what are the specifications, so I think all businesses have to be digitally present in that sense. So you can't, it's inevitable in that context. Okay.
So Rishi, for you, the business, people research online, buy online, do practically almost everything online. How does that change the ball game for you compared to any other brand where people would have a different price point, they would research online, go offline? How is it that you change your social strategy or the outlook towards you reaching out to your end consumers and the tone of voice which you keep on with them as a brand? How does that change?
Okay, so you know, there are 2-3 things that need to be kind of understood as context to answer your question. The first thing is, like I said, we're dealing with a category which has extremely low penetration, and therefore we need to build relevance for the category. Therefore, at this point in time, while people may research online, the influencer, or rather the financial advisor, still plays a very, very important role in servicing the needs of this customer. Absolutely. So if the financial advisor were to give a recommendation, this recommendation would be, you know, looked at with slightly, or rather with much higher credibility than some of the stuff happening online, assuming there is no real you know, damage to a brand's reputation online. Absolutely. Right? Considering this kind of construct for our, you know, for doing business for us, we do also engage with distributors or financial advisors through social mediums which are not like Facebook and Twitter. So for example, we have WhatsApp groups, right, where we push out messages because sometimes these messages may not be, we may not have the field force to go out and reach hundreds and thousands of people. So you can say almost every financial advisor who does work for us is through our field force is connected through WhatsApp to us. And therefore, it's possible that, you know, if any piece of information or any kind of sales tool or video that he needs to influence the end customer is needed, we can push it out to him. So the first point to answer your question is,
if WhatsApp were to kind of be open to brands in terms of an API which they launch for brands to kind of tap, and if you have to use a similar mechanism of your end consumers rating your financial advisors and giving likes to them, etc., would you be open to a proposition like that wherein you are actually making your front end feet on the street guys directly the face of your brand?
Yeah. So I think for a brand like us, given the performance of our products, which is such an important part in a category like ours, given that we have generally a much higher percentage of people who are happy with the performance of our products, which would be maybe 80% or even more, it works really well. But for people who have a reputation to protect, for them, I'm really not sure how that would work. So that's one part of it. On the other part, what we also do through IDFC's foundation work, which is more of a socially responsible cause. What we do is, because financial literacy is something that's really lacking in India, we are going out and reaching out to colleges, and we're actually interacting with them, and we've created content. So we have a film that's called One Idiot, which you can go and see on YouTube, which was made by Amol Gupte, because he was closely associated with us in this cause. So we have this wonderful film which is exactly targeted at college-going kids. And when we go out to colleges, and we've covered now, I think maybe around 15,000, we've done over 15,000 events, and each event would have hundreds of students in them. What we do is, at the end of the film, they are at an emotional high point where they want more information about how do we get ahead in our financial life, right? Now, there is only little bit that a brand can do other than use that 1 hour space of interaction and tell them more about how they can conduct their financial life. But at some point in time, that student or that person will have to take his life in his own hands in that sense. And that's where we then start using social media to say, can we handhold him through some elementary financial literacy or education, so that this state of mind that he's reached, that he needs to be financially empowered, can be sustained and can be guided by us. That's where we use social media in a different respect.
So Devita, would you take a mechanism like that, which will actually be a social cause, tie it with a digital thread around it, and launch it to your end consumers? Do you think, it will have an impact for a brand like yours?
See, if you're partnering with a social cause and you genuinely care for the cause and you're using social media just to spread the message like one has done, and I think they've done it beautifully, because just educating people about financial services itself is a huge cause in a country where the media is not covering anything intelligent to begin with. That's wonderful. But a lot of brands, what happens, they think, oh, let's get a PR agency. Let's tie up with some NGO. Let's make something happy. And let's see what comes out of this. The biggest problem, what happens, that your customers today, people on social media can sniff it. They can tell that, look, I'm being sold to, and this is not something genuine. And you can, if you've done something good and it's worth covering, let it take its own life. Its own life pattern, its own path. I'll give you an example. Like, we tied up with this NGO a few years ago, and we'd done these 3D cameras at View. And they tied up with this NGO who, in Dharavi, had given like 8-10-year-old kids the product to make films. So teach kids in Dharavi to be filmmakers. And we just sent them the product, not like we thought about it much. 6 months later, I saw the end film, which these kids made a film on like how the Ganpati idols are made, and that little film reached like film festivals and stuff like that. And we were very proud of it, and we were very happy, and I seriously didn't expect this. But we took a supporting role, saying that mine is just the product enabling it. It's you NGO, your guys who've done the effort. I'm not going to take credit to this and then run it all over the press and saying, look, we've done such an awesome job. So the biggest challenge that you have with social media is, he very rightly said that if you're a genuine guy who has a good product, who's supported a social media cause like the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge, you've done it with good heart, you're going to be very popular on social media. But the minute you do it with an ulterior motive, let me tell you, people are going to pull you down in seconds. If your bad reputation is only going to get worse online. So don't try and do things which your PR agency tells you to do on social media. Do things which your customers are liking, and if you feel that people are clicking on it, only then promote it. Don't push social media messaging down anybody.
Pritain, for you, for your retail brand, do you think the same applies? Do you think when retail customers interact with your products or your social messaging, can they sniff it, or do you think it needs a wider or larger momentum for them to kind of understand where the whole thing is going?
I think it will need a larger momentum, but I would like to flip it more onto the internal facing thing. Like we use our intranet to promote causes for the employees, and again, there may be something that we're running very specific to India, but we want our colleagues to overseas to see that this is what we're doing. And we want people to put selfies in, we want people to say this is what they've done, just to bring in that motivation and sort of engagement within the...
So that's an internal social cause. Yeah. So would... Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Apologies. Sure, not a problem. Yeah, please. So Partha, we have had our rounds in terms of...
I was hearing a little bit of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now it's your turn, and once Pritain finishes, we'll come back to you saying, Pritain, for each of these internal social causes, how important, why would you not do it through a traditional medium in terms of putting up posters and still...
Yeah, because I said we're so diversified, right? We really want people to see what we're doing in other parts of the country and other parts of the world. That is the reason we want to use this medium on. And again, somewhere you want to bring in the emotional connect, where you want somebody else to get inspired. Say, hey guys, these guys have done it, why don't we do it?
Have you seen traction for any causes like these, or you are...
Actually, we're doing one next week, so I'm too early to say, but I'm really looking for this Joy of Giving week that's happening next week, or Dan Utsav.
What's that about?
So that's about how you as an individual have changed the life of somebody, right? And somebody whom you don't know, right? From, let's say, doing something for the bus conductor on the way, or to your watchman, or somebody else. So these small gestures of kindness, and then you talk about it, and then you sort of spread about it. Just not just giving money or clothes or toys or something.
So Partha, for these brands, the TG for people who are internal is much different than for someone like Publicis, which has a more younger crowd. You'll have more people already on digital, on social. Do you think something like this will kind of be sufficient for you to create some internal social cause and things like that, or do you think that will be taken like any regular day?
Okay. For us, it's a little different because our organization and the work that we do are slightly different, because the work that we mostly do are for brands like. So, so I have a slightly mixed experience so long as far as social media is concerned. When it comes to communication, which is my core business, I think social media is still being used more as a media, less as social, you know. Whereas as consumers or as internal people, we use it more as social, less as media. So we don't really use it as people to broadcast stuff. We actually do to, you know, like create affinities, create, you know, like connection between people. Whereas brands still tend to use it more as a broadcast media. You know, it's just another broadcast media for a different TG.
Absolutely.
You know?
So again, coming to the same point. So would you use social media for a social cause internally for a company like yours?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, because now that there is a compulsion of 2%, so suddenly like social is a very
I'll come to that topic of CSR and 2%,
yeah.
But keeping that aside, the effectiveness part of it, do you think that will help?
Oh yes, because you know, like it's much easier to connect with like-minded people through this platform than through any other platform. We have seen it time and again. So if it's much easier to get a set of people who believe in a cause, to get them together on social media is a much faster job than through any other method.
So Devita, the 2% question, which is CSR, which organizations have to give as social cause, do you see more people using this just as a mechanism to make sure the CSR is done, you use your digital or social channel to broadcast it and get more eyeballs? Does that happen quite often for larger organizations?
We don't use any of our CSR for publicity, so I can't speak for others.
Pritain, how about yours?
No, I don't think I'll comment on the corporate side, but I'll know personal experience I want to share. And you know, actually, when the contest was on, I knew the answer for it was Give India. Like I have a teenager son who just got an internship last month, and he said, I want to donate my first salary. Where do I do it? And I said, go to giveindia.org. And within 15 minutes, he was convinced. He said, it's a beautiful site. And he brought his IT thing and said, I've never seen such a great site to do it. So for a 21-year-old kid to connect to CSRs. I thought that was amazing. It got converted in 15 minutes flat. It would have not happened in our time where we had very few NGOs and send it to like a CRY or something and find an ad and cut it in a magazine and put your check in and send it. I think that has changed. Now, and that is the thing I think almost everybody has to move.
So will social media give push to the social causes?
In fact, I was just coming to that social media is very, very efficient when it comes to social causes. It works like charm. You know, you have seen the ALS bucket or anything. You know, it just works brilliantly. For pure commercial, people are still trying to crack it. You know, like I don't think people have a very well-defined formula in which they can create affinity group around product purpose. I mean, there are some brands which have done, tech brands have done it to a great extent, but you know, like mainstream commercial brands, I have my doubts. But when it comes to social cause, it's possibly one of the most efficient, you know, like mechanism through which you can get like-minded people together, through which you can spread awareness to, you know, like get people participating in a cause. Is that experience what you were talking about? You know, people are thrilled with the experience.
And I think I would like to share that. I mean, if you look at it, how many people today you see on your Facebook saying that, you know, we urgently need blood, and a lot of people respond. I've had people saying that a friend's brother has cancer, he needs money, please help us raise money. You know, there's something happening in Kashmir and Assam, there are floods. You know, that's wonderful, because that's really where crowdsourcing comes from. Even at the end of the day, Obama got elected because so many millions of people in the US gave $5 towards his campaign. So crowdsourcing and funding and a genuine need is great. I'm just saying that when you match your CSR with your marketing budget, that is when customers are going to say, wait a minute, you're trying to push me your product, not a good idea. And that can have a huge backlash, you know, which brands need to be very aware of.
I think what you say is that, and I agree with this, that people understand and get to know the genuineness of the cause much earlier than what you can think of. Sure. So I think one has to be genuine with the cause and use digital or whatever medium. I mean, digital gives you that opportunity of, you know, getting the right like-minded people, as we said, you know, or creating that TG for you. So you can do definitely a lot of things targeted with digital. That's the opportunity it provides. But people also will, you know, react positively or negatively very easily and very soon, and much faster than you can probably take it.
There's no pulling back anything that you put on social media.
So one quick round of standoff. I mean, would you do social business in terms of social or social cause, or would you make your business social? Partha, what's your take on it?
I think if you want to get full potential of social media, you have to make your business social. You know, like you can't ride on, I completely agree with her, you can't ride on causes. I mean, you know, people have tried and failed. So but there is an inherent part of your business which is social. I mean, if you take a restaurant business, then I like go to a restaurant purely basis recommendation. You know, like I don't look at an ad and go to a restaurant. Or, you know, like watching a movie, you know, like getting content, downloading content. There are many aspects where there are angles of business which are social. I don't think, especially in our country so far, we haven't been able to capture that really well to turn it into commerce. Till such time we don't do it, I think we will be, you know, possibly skating on thin ice.
What would you say?
So actually, to a large extent, I agree with Partha that, you know, because businesses are dealing with customers and consumers, the more we can get the business, or the more we can center our life around the customer, the greater the chance for the business to really, you know, capture some mind share from the customer. At the same time, you know, what's happening also is that it's very difficult for a brand to be authentic and be continuously linked to a social cause unless you just pick one and, you know, you kind of serve that social cause continuously. Because like Devika said, people can really sniff out that this person is really doing it for, you know, for a different motive. It's not really to serve, you know, serve the world in a way. And therefore that is something that people can really sniff out. At the same time, what you're also seeing is that the threshold levels of excitement for people are really going up. So if you see the kind of content that they're receiving outside of brands, is making their is making it more and more challenging for social causes and even brands to break through that level of adrenaline that people get, right? 10 incredible things that you will see, whatever, or you saw in the last 10 years, number 8 will kill you, one of those kind of things, right? And then what happens, you open that and your brain feels tricked, right? Tricked to some extent. And what really happens with that is that your threshold levels for content that really excite you into action are becoming so high that it's becoming difficult for either society or social causes or businesses to really break through some of that thing. Because the competition space or the landscape now is no longer like a newspaper, the other companies on the newsprint. It is now other friends who are actually sharing content that is perhaps even generated by other users that's more relevant to people's lives. And that's making the chase for, for excitement a much harder thing for businesses and society to do.
Sure. Girish, your take?
I think as I started, I think all businesses are actually social. So they have to be social because finally they deal with consumers. So I think
you would want to take the second stand in terms of being more social rather than making business social. How about you, Preeten?
I think priority business has to go social first.
Okay.
Others will automatically happen as part of that whole movement because there's a lot we have done and there's a lot to be done first.
And Devita, without the 2% CSR, what would you say? Business being social or social causes?
Well, I've met so many, I'm sure all of them.
And we don't have a third option, by the way.
Yeah, we have so many smart young people like here today who approach brands like us and saying, we're going to do your social media. It's going to be 2 lakh rupees a month. Okay, we're going to give her 1 lakh rupees a month. Fine, we'll do this, we'll do that every single day. I mean, today in the past 4 or 5 years, every other person I meet is a social media expert, whatever that job requires. And what's interesting for a brand like mine is that, okay, if you're coming on board, then get me business. My customers are happy, you make it worth, but for the money that I'm paying you, to keep your retainer alive, get me business.
Sure.
Within that, if you find something which gives customers a feel-good factor that, yeah, I love being part of this. Like for View, we did this huge FIFA campaign. So now we're doing stuff with Diwali. If you're buying my product, it's going to sustain my social media investment. And once I make that money, I will have the money to give it away and do something good.
Sure.
You can't build good on nothing.
Sure.
Actually, I just want to add one little thing because both what Rishi and she was telling, it's, like for a business to become social, it's a slightly difficult task because you need to keep commerce at the heart of it.
Absolutely.
You have to keep commerce at the heart of it. But for, for you to be absolutely social and have commerce at the heart of it, you need to be very with it and you need to get it. I know that we are not supposed to talk about brand, but I have to give example of one brand which actually gets it every time. I've worked on that brand in India as well as in LA, and it's Red Bull. Their entire existence is social. Whether it's social media, as in digital social media or real social media. There is something beyond digital social media, which is, so they live in a very, very different world. They sell a lot of Red Bull, in that process, but they get it because they locate their brand in the middle of culture, and culture is social.
Absolutely.
So there are very few brands who get it that well. It's extremely difficult because we are changing from an old way of doing business to a totally new way of doing business. It's not going to happen in a hurry. There will be very few examples of brands like Red Bull where commerce will not be compromised, but the brand will be completely social. I mean, I think everybody in the panel will agree that Red Bull is a social brand. It exists
Absolutely.
in the consumer.
I think on that note, I would like to throw it open to the floor in case you guys have questions for the panelists or on our topic. Please feel free to kind of bounce it off and ask. Just name the panelist and your question.
Hi, good evening. And my question is for Devita ma'am. Yeah. So you mentioned that if someone is coming for asking for the business, for social business or social media business at your organization, you would want to ask them, first give me business and then you would, because you are paying retainer, so first you would want to get some more business out of it and then maybe some more benefits to the customers are coming, then you are actually happy with this.
Are you from an agency?
Yes, I am from an agency. My name is Kalpana Chauhan and I am from the Dentsu Aegis Isobar and I lead social practice there. So, but isn't it very much against the principle of social? When organizations go social, the first thought is that you are trying to build a new platform to connect with the users, to understand them, and to provide them a better kind of service or a better experience. And if that is happening, maybe it will lead to more business directly or indirectly. So there are some customers, they are happy, they are talking about you, it will lead to more business. But you cannot think, or maybe you shouldn't think that it's something, first thing which should I get from investing in social media, that I should get immediate leads. And then if it is happening, second thing would be getting better customer service or providing better customer service.
So if I can rephrase it, she's saying that if you are going to think of social as a long-term cause and the effect of a good cause you're going to see over time, how will you measure someone, an agency or an individual who comes to you for a social work to directly measure on a short-term assignment or activity which you give them?
You know, I'm happy you brought that up, and I'm happy I've got a chance to explain this to you. Today, I work with so many young people who approach me at a seminar like this, or just on a general basis saying, we want to do social media for you. They come and they make an awesome presentation. Any brand manager, CEO, whoever is impressed. Then what happens, the social media, generally they're like people who've left ad agencies and they've started out something on their own. They're youngsters working as freelancers or 3 or 4 friends who've gotten together and are running a social media company. And they come with a lot of promise. And what happens is brands keep them on the periphery, expecting that these guys are going to do some magic for us and that suddenly we will show our boss ki dekho, I got 10 million likes because of this. Unfortunately, brands don't work closely with those youngsters who they have hired as an agency to say, look, boss, come into my office, understand what I do, understand what's my bread and butter, and if you are able to provide that for me, then I will have you long term. So then what happens, these young guys, very enthusiastic, they're like, okay, I've signed on so-and-so as a client. They are happily doing the work, they are getting on likes, they are getting on this feel-good factor, etc. But then the guys at KPMG come over and they're like, listen, you're not getting any money out of this. And then the brand manager panics and he's like, acha, let me, the first retainer I can cut off is of these social media youngsters. And then they go down to those social media guys and say, sorry, but this is not going to work for us anymore till like the next time some agency comes up.
Let me tell you, she's not saying that KPMG cuts agency's budget, but what she's trying to say,
so I want these youngsters, like we're working with this company called Insignis and we have a choice of people to work with. And there are like 3 young guys who come over to our office, spend time in our product labs, spend time working with us, and they do an awesome job. And believe me, I want to be able to pay those guys and sustain them on a daily basis. It would break my heart after 2 months I said that, listen, I'm sorry, it didn't work out. Yeah, that feel-good factor is there, but it's not measurable. So sorry, I'm not going to work with you anymore. So I'm just saying that if you're starting a social media agency, if you're working as a freelancer, work with the brand in such a way that the way an ad agency or a PR agency does, where they're stuck with you for a long time and you're not like losing clients after 4 or 5 months. So that's my only point, that understand where the money the client is paying you coming from. And then if you come to me after 3 months and the guy says, look, and the Insignis guys, Arvind and Charang, these guys email me at 2 a.m. and I send them my ideas back at 3 a.m. We work in a very democratic way. If they come and say, look, we did this for you and you were able to break into this new market, I'll be like, yeah, dude, you're damn smart. Now let me pay you more retainer. But after 3 months, they're like, yeah, I got so many likes and I'm not able to monetize it. I will have to tell them, sorry, boss, I have to take that money away. So I care for the young people who've left an agency and wanted to be, it's damn hard being a young entrepreneur. Make sure you sustain in business.
We don't have any more questions as well. So what we'll do is, sure, in case you guys have any other questions, we can take it offline. And thank you all of you, Partha, Rishi, Girish, Devita, Priten. We would love to see each of the causes which you guys do on digital, and let's see, we still continue the standoff on digitally social or social digital. All right?
Thank you for having
me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right, so we move to our last panel discussion, and it will be a very interesting discussion after all. Interesting panel members who will be joining us on the stage. I'm sure all of you have gone through the agenda and seen the names. But nevertheless, it'll be interesting to tell you what the topic is all about. It is on Bollywood trolling, fun and new age. Well, India and Bollywood, it's so synonymous. We can't just go wrong with that. If it's got to do with Bollywood, we're all in for it. So let's get going. And I would like to invite our panel members for this discussion. To moderate this session, to moderate this particular session, we have Harneet Singh from Indian Express. She's the Senior Assistant Editor for Films from the Indian Express. So do we have Harneet? Yeah, I think she must be. Right, so we have our panel members right outside. They'll be joining us in less than a minute. Yes, those are our panel members for the next discussion. I'm sure all of you are aware of all of them. You've seen them, be it on TV, be it on YouTube, be it on Twitter, any social media platform. You've seen them, heard them, and they'll be up next in a minute from now. panel members here. Yes, the AIB team. Ladies and gentlemen, you've watched them on TV, on YouTube, on media. We have Tanmay Bhatt, we have Kamba, and we have Rohan. Of course, our other panel members. First up, would like to invite Bollywood actress Huma Qureshi and Bollywood actor Ritesh Deshmukh. We know the two of them really well. And to moderate the session, we have Harneet Singh from Indian Express. Ladies and gentlemen, a big shout for our final panel discussion. Our panel members are here. Big shout there. I can see all of you taking pictures. I'm sure all of you will start tweeting. Please use hashtag SMW Mumbai. Okay, Harneet, over to you. Looking forward to an interesting discussion here.
Okay, guys. Hello to everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, one more.
You can
me here, almost dressed up.
You can
Yeah.
clearly see the social media kings.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the marquee kings and queens dressed.
I was just telling. You only see this much, right? So none of this matters.
Everybody's only going to read your T-shirt, but that's okay.
I was just telling him कि budget में फर्क दिखता है. Like, it's interesting.
Star value में फर्क दिखता है.
Yeah. It's so you guys actually value this event. That's cool. No, that's good to know.
You can't start trolling like so soon.
Yeah. No, it's just in
We should wait for the first question. At least.
First question.
No, we came here yesterday and we took a ton of selfies. So we were like, oh, so we're a deal here. So we can just walk in doing anything we want, apparently. So, yeah. Hey, we still love you guys.
Okay, guys, so let's set the ball rolling. Want to ask, just as a warm-up exercise to all the distinguished guests on the panel, the first thought, first emotion, or the first word that comes into your mind when I say social media? Ritesh.
Can we move forward to another question?
No.
This is very like first day of class.
Yeah, it is.
What's the first thing you think of when you say geography?
Yeah.
Okay, please go on, please. No, okay.
You have one. So you need a mic, guys. No, I mean.
Can you repeat the question, please?
First thought when I say social media.
Oh God, I have to reply.
You have to.
No, that's my thought, I said.
Perfect! That's Ritesh. Okay. Huma, what about you?
Huh? I just dressed up and came here. I thought that's why you called me, no? It's a lovely dress. Hey.
That is social. We can call this Grandmasti and finish it off.
Really? Are you guys writing the script?
No. There was a script?
No, yeah.
Lies.
Yeah.
Lies.
There was a
Ritesh.
script. Okay. As a journalist, if it makes 100 crores, there is a script.
I especially love that.
Are you talking about your review?
No, my review. Take controls, come on.
It's okay. He got a ticket. He watched the film. I'm fine with that.
But it has to be said about Ritesh. He's so sporting. He took the Humshakals joke like so well. How?
I didn't have a choice.
We need one more mic for the beautiful lady. Huma.
Oh yeah, he does need one.
Oh, not Tanmay. Oops. That's okay. You can unfollow me. It's okay.
Fine.
I
Okay.
think you're beautiful.
Thank you, Rohan. I love you too.
Okay, guys, I want to know one thing. When you guys are pretty active on Twitter, Facebook, you of course on Insta also. Every tweet or any tweet, is it thought about? Do you think about it, or you just write and then see what happens? Is there a strategy? Is there a thought to every tweet that you put out there?
Not really. I think sometimes it just, whatever you feel at that moment, you do it. Sometimes you just want to click a picture and send it. A lot depends on the network, If it is good, then you really need to give some time. So many times you don't have enough network. Like, kya dalu, isko ye dal do. So yeah, most of the times we don't think as actors, but on Twitter we do want to come across as if we really think a lot. And we feel miserably at that too.
No, we only think we have to promote a film. That's the only time we think about it.
There's also the ice bucket challenge.
Yes.
Which I know you took, Ritesh.
Yes, I did.
That's all. I don't have a joke there. I just have an observation.
How do you handle trolls like him, who's trolling you right now in real time?
I'm not a troll at all. Am I a troll?
No, I think it's fun. I think it's fun. Every comment, every opinion is great fun.
You know what's sad? About 2 years ago, before the YouTube channel or whatever, we could say literally whatever we wanted as trolls and nobody cared. The worst thing about people starting to know what you do is that you can't say the most perverse thoughts in your head, which are directed towards anybody. So I bet if we have to think about it so much, I bet the amount you guys have to think about just what you put out there must be like 100 times more.
Yeah.
Khamba's essential argument here is it sucks being famous because you can't be a sociopath anymore.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's terrible.
Yeah, first world problems,
Yeah,
I agree.
I know, right?
But talking to you guys, what is the fine line between satire and being humorous or being downright insulting? How do you clinch it?
It's actually very. It's not a fine line.
It's
There's
not
a
a
very
fine line
thick,
at
very
all. It's
big
a
line.
judgment call, right? Like, you know on a day-to-day basis when you're being like a nice person who's being funny and you're just being an asshole. That's a judgment filter in your head. It's not a fine line at all.
What if that filter is off?
Well, then the internet will tell you. Believe me. The internet will tell you.
We're not Times of India, we get that.
Yeah,
so we can see the line.
अरे ठीक है यार, sponsor Indian Express है. Times of India नहीं है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला.
I can't wait for Times of India to print Tanmay's cleavage with the fucking this thing, like, and just arrows.
अरे Photoshop में इतना बड़ा circle मिलता नहीं है
Just
यार.
big circle and an arrow. Hey Tanmay, it's just a compliment, really. Thanks, guys. That's sweet.
But Huma, social media, how much does it help to build a brand? In terms of your branding, has it helped you? Do you think about it, what you're going to tweet, or what you're going to endorse?
Well, I think what it does, what it did for me at least, is that if you're just somebody, people just get to know about you. Just the kind of person you are, your personality, what you like, what you don't like, what your typical day could be like. It can also backfire. You could be the most boring person ever. But no, I just think for me, it's a way to connect to people and just to know what's going out there. So in that way, I find it really useful. And I like reading. I like knowing what's going in the world. So it's just a good way in that sense.
But does it help to have a good sense of humor, Ritesh, to handle all that stuff that comes to you on your handle?
I think everyone needs to have a sense of humor. Most of us do have, being in films, and we take the joke properly, and it's okay. Sometimes things don't go your way, and a lot of things come your way, so it's fine. But adding to what Huma said, I think social media after some time becomes your extended personality. There are many things that you want to speak about. Mostly it's not about what you want to say, but a lot of times you just follow a lot of things. I am on social media also because I get news much faster. Get to know about a lot of things that what people want to say. Things are trending, what are they talking about? So many times I don't even know why things are trending. But once you get to know, okay, this is the reason why it's trending and this is the topic, it's been discussed. I think it's for me it's a balance between wanting to know more than what I want to say. So I think it's a bit mix of both. It's not because, of course, it really helps you promote a film, want to pitch a song, pitch a poster, see how people react to it. All that obviously is part and parcel of what you're doing. But I think it's a great platform.
But Ritesh, do you ever get mad? Looking at your phone, do you ever get mad? Do you ever get angry?
Yeah.
You do, right?
Yeah.
That's what a lot of people, like, this is a story that we often talk about within ourselves. When Twitter began, 2009, 2010, we all just joined. And we all had 200, 300 followers at that point. And at that point, it was almost like for us, and we've been on this side of the keyboard, which is like, I know for a fact that I've made 5 Ritesh Deshmukh jokes, and really mean ones with no sense of thought, right? And then as you grow older, for us at least, I know that our comedy has matured. And just as people, you mature. And now we're at the sort of the other end of the keyboard, where now we have started getting X amount of hate.
Then we get all
and
of
so,
that.
And this, we're not even half as popular as these guys. And we get annoyed looking at some of the stuff going like, guys, we were one of you. Why are you guys doing this? So I honestly think we should give them a round of applause, just because I can't tell you how much hate comes to you when you're a movie star. If you just go to a tweet and you just go through 5 of the replies, I think especially as a woman as well, so the online place is not a very easy place to do it. And I think it's incredibly cool how they handle it in general.
But you guys block a lot.
Yeah. It's cool.
Brilliant.
No, I'll have to agree with that. You know, I mean, all kinds of stuff comes your way, from like indecent jokes to mock pictures to people think it's funny to talk about anything, you know, every part of your anatomy. And it's just stuff that you just have to either laugh off or learn to ignore. I mean, there have been people who made sexist jokes, and you either...
And your first sausage roll is Huma Qureshi hot picks, which is unfortunate. Yeah, but that's what it is. Anytime someone becomes remotely popular, like there's Khamba hot picks right now, if you go to Google.
How do you guys know all this?
Because we are obsessed about ourselves.
I thought hot pics. Okay.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? I can understand how creepy it must be to feel that, and I think now we kind of appreciate that end of the spectrum as well. And I think people in general need to know that there are feelings at the other end. And the second, like, I feel like... Yeah, there are feelings, guys.
Did he just say the feeling word?
Trolls have a heart.
I use the F word. Yeah, I use the F word.
I like how you just decided that we are trolls.
No, I'm kidding.
That was sweet.
You just
You've
decided
been put on
we
the
are
other
trolls.
end of the room. Just notice.
That's it.
No, but sometimes I think about it. In my head, if I were in either of your shoes, my first reaction would just be, fuck you, I'm richer than you, I don't give a shit. Like, that would be my first response.
It's true. Like, sometimes you go to Amitabh Bachchan's Twitter account. Okay, and there's just some dude with an egg DP. You're like, क्या कर रहा है आज? तेरी picture बकवास थी, भूतनाथ, कुछ भी मत कर आजकल. And I'm just like, this dude is from Jabalpur with no really achieved nothing in life, telling Amitabh Bachchan. That's what I hate most about Twitter, where I almost feel like you need to earn your trollage at some point.
So Ritesh, what do you do if someone tells you something like this? Do you block?
No.
Do you engage with them?
I, of course, do not engage with someone who's been really mean. That's the first rule. Second, I ignore them. Like he said, you know, everyone has a filter. And that you draw a line that, okay, fine, you're being funny. It's fine. If you're being very funny, and a lot of humshakal jokes were around, and they were really funny. And
should have used some of them, no, in the movie?
Sorry?
Okay, now.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
so
But
sorry.
You're truly inspiring that, you know, we should make part 2.
Go for it.
Jokes you're saying.
Go for it, I said.
Why don't you write this screenplay next time?
If you make a part 2, I will also be making more money off it, so I'm very happy.
No, I will make part 2 only if you write it.
I can play Ram Kapoor's part, actually. Never mind.
I had a line for that, but So yeah, of course. Some people, you know, like I was just mentioning, hide behind certain names, and I have immense respect for people who say things to you directly with their names on. I'm fine with that. But certain people hide behind certain names, and then they think they're funny. They are funny most of the time, but sometimes they're not. And when it keeps coming to you, I don't mind them cracking jokes. As long as I don't have to see it, I'm fine.
And like today itself, you did like an interview with you said, ask me anything, like a Q&A with your followers.
Yeah.
What do people want to know more about you, your movies, or his personal life?
You know, most of the people wanted to know my reaction to Shah Rukh Khan's abs.
Seriously?
Yeah. What do you think of Shah Rukh Khan's 10-pack? मैंने 8 तक तो गिन लिया, 9-10 दिखाई नहीं दे रहे मेरे को. But I think just basic stuff. When you read them, you know they're just basic questions. You know, what do you like? What do you like to eat? And this and that and all that. So every time you go on this session, 80% of the same question that you keep answering again and again.
But I think it also poses, social media poses an opportunity for movie stars to show that they have more than one side of the personality that you get to see in the media. Like, I think if Ritesh actually RT'd a joke someone made about him and said, haha, that's funny, you'll have, I know that there'll be 50 converts who didn't like Ritesh earlier, now going like, hey, you know what, that's funny.
Like the internet, the one thing the internet loves the most is somebody who can take a joke about themselves.
Yeah.
This is the #1 rule, literally, of the internet.
I'll give
Right?
Uday Chopra actually is a fantastic example of it.
Yeah.
If you go on Uday Chopra's
And
profile.
Alia, the
But like Uday Chopra, for example, I remember there was I think this is when Ishak Zadeh was coming out. I remember he had a tweet like, Ishak Zadeh from YRF coming out tomorrow, go watch it. I'm not in it, another reason to watch it. He said this, you know, and when you say, the thing is, when you take the joke upon yourself, now anybody else who makes a joke about you looks like a bigger asshole. And like, dude, the guy is being a sport about it. Why are you now being worse about this?
I think the difference. I think the difference also is that whenever there is Bollywood communication or whenever there is something, it is very top down. So we are used to consuming Bollywood content in a specific way. Yeah. These are the top 10 looks. Today's Umti was doing some shit like Sonam Kapoor loves chicken nuggets. Do you? Arey? Like that is a legit. So it's a very bizarre one-way communication. So I think every time somebody does something like what Rohan says, which is RTing a joke, that's the first time you break that one-way persona and suddenly you realize, oh, this guy is human too. And this guy is also, okay, he gets the joke and there's more to the personality.
Feelings.
No, there's more to the personality than what the PR guy is manufacturing and saying, this is what I want you to perceive this guy to be. And I think every time that fourth wall breaks is when the internet really loves it.
And I think that in general, the internet has changed the concept of stardom completely. Earlier, who you were as a star was completely controlled by your PR manufacturing and all of that, because it just depended entirely on broadcast. And this is world over. Now the idea of a manufactured image no longer works, because when I see your Twitter account, I see your Facebook account, I see who you are as a person, as opposed to controlled by your PR thing, which is why that's something that you need to embrace. And this is happening globally. There was a time where if say an Emma Stone or a Julia Roberts wanted to promote a movie, it was about going and sitting down with Jay Leno and doing 5 prefabricated bites and let's watch a clip. But now we live in the age of the viral. So if Emma Stone wants to go on and sort of promote Amazing Spider-Man 2, she has to do a lip sync battle with Jimmy Fallon. So you have to sort of really be a sport
In fact, now on a Twitter account, you can see through if it's the real star or no. Like when Arvind Kejriwal got his account, like the first 3 tweets we saw, and we were like, "Acha, bahut spelling mistake hai. Asli mein wahi hoga." Like that was the first. Like if it's not capitalized properly, if there's no comma, then you're like, "Ha, asli mein yaar, ghai mein likha hoga." Matlab.
Like I'll give you 4 days ago, there was a terrible example of bad use of social media. Joan Rivers died, and 3 days later, her Twitter account was like, "I love the iPhone 6," and everybody was like, "Wow, she loves it so much. She's tweeting from beyond the grave." So you can't afford to have that manufactured personality anymore.
But talking about, I mean, you guys do political satire, social satire, but is it always the Bollywood satire that you do that gets you the maximum hit because Bollywood is so huge?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Politics is pretty big, but Bollywood is unfortunately ridiculously massive.
Why, unfortunately?
Because it's not the most useful thing to be obsessed with, let's be honest.
Hey. Hello.
It's great, it's great.
Look at the crowd.
It's great, but I wish people also cared about politics as much as Bollywood. But yeah, Bollywood is a #1 consumed product in this country. So it's also, in terms of content creation, it's the first place to go, because you feel like, okay, if it's about Bollywood, it'll get consumed quickly.
I think it has 2 elements also. One is that suppose you make a video on Shah Rukh Khan. So Shah Rukh Khan fans will retweet it, and then Salman Khan fans will retweet it out of hate. Yeah. Automatically you will get twice the number of hits because both sides are tweeting about it. More importantly, every time we do a Bollywood video, see, you can still do a political video, you can still do political satire. The reason we are so obsessed with trying to do a lot of Bollywood is because India doesn't have that culture that Bollywood has, where you know that every time a film is going to come out, or it doesn't even matter if a film is coming out, people just want to do cool stuff on the internet.
Yeah.
Whereas here, because Bollywood is such a like hallowed ground and it takes so long to sort of get through to people, that to get them to do something cool just for the hell of it, when no film is releasing or nothing is happening, is unheard of.
People don't believe it, which is why when the Alia video came out, the first reaction everyone had was that ki Karan Johar ne kitne paise feke aur aapne kitne gaane pe dance kiya? Was the first question. Because people can't fathom the fact that there's a Bollywood celebrity who's willing to do something not for their own gain. That it's for some reason that perception still exists. And the idea behind doing content with movie celebrities is to break that. And go like, hey, these guys are just, you can just do something that's chill. So even today we get calls from studios saying, hey man, like we have a movie coming out, and we're immediately like, don't call me.
Now do people want to pay you to do videos like that?
And we say no, because we don't want to just be people who are doing film promotion for you.
What's the difference between us and Kapil Sharma then? It's comedy nights with Kapil, essentially.
Yeah, so we don't want to be one part of another media plug machine where the PR guy, the media buyer will go, okay, 50 lakh is pe dalo, 4 lakh digital pe dalo, 3 lakh is pe dalo. The idea is to, the Alia video should not make
Huma
news.
wants to add something.
I want to ask you a question. So the idea is just to create interesting content.
Interesting
content. Yeah.
Yeah.
The idea is to create. The Alia video should not be news because it should be so common, like it is in the West.
Yeah.
If somebody does any content abroad, it's not a big deal. It comes and it goes, and next week somebody else is doing it.
Jimmy Fallon does it every week. Jimmy Kimmel does it every week.
He makes celebrities read out the tweets, hate tweets.
Every week, and each one of them has a shelf life of 4 days. Then it goes away. And here, it's something that stays on for months. People get invited to come talk at social media conferences because they made a movie with the video, with the movie star. It's bizarre.
Like, the big problem is this, all right? And there's a huge role that the media has also played in this and is complicit in this. All communication involving a Bollywood star is some form of plug. Always. You will never, always. You will never see an interview with a Bollywood star unless he has a movie coming out. You will never have some sort of video or
But
like
what
talk
do you
with
want
a
to
Bollywood
know?
star.
The color of their ceiling?
No, you don't want to know the
literally.
color of their ceiling. The idea is you want to know who they are as people, and the idea is you want to see them as fun people. So I would love to see Ritesh Deshmukh come on and do a video just because he's Ritesh Deshmukh and he wants to have a laugh, as opposed to turning around at the end of the video and going, hi, I'm Ritesh Deshmukh. I have a movie coming out in 2 weeks. Come watch it. Which
Wow,
is
that's
like
a subtle offer. Very subtle offer.
He made you an offer.
That
Can you
wasn't
refuse
subtle at
it?
all.
When can we shoot? I don't know, a movie coming up for next 6 months.
Like Megan Fox will host SNL because Megan Fox has been asked to host SNL. Megan Fox doesn't have a movie out for the next year. But she'll just come and host it.
Here's something very interesting. SNL as a case study is beautiful, right? SNL makes movie stars there nervous. Okay, it's being on SNL is a thing for movie stars where they go like, holy crap, in September I have to be on SNL, which means August
SNL?
SNL, Saturday Night Live. What do you
SNM, man. I said Megan Fox, SNL.
He's wearing grey. 50 shades of grey.
If S&M makes you nervous, you're not living right, dude.
I say I was nervous.
Okay, good.
So
we can do a different kind of video with him.
These are creative
good.
inputs.
Yeah.
Creative inputs.
So in August, the stars will get 20 scripts of which they go like, okay, this is the kind of character I can do, blah, blah. Then they rehearse for 10 days straight because it's a live show. So if you look at interviews with movie stars, they're like, you know, meri phat gayi thi yaar SNL karne se pehle. Like I was so nervous being with these character actors and blah and blah and blah. And I feel like it's such a great culture where even when you're a movie star, you still have that reason to learn, reason to do something new that you don't already do.
But that kind of thing, I mean, our actors, when they're hosting events, when you're hosting award shows, you guys do like 20 get-ups and different roles. Do you see it like that?
Not really. I think hosting awards, it's still quite different. It's still spoofish. It's still, addressing towards something. The way I hosted a few awards with Baman, and I share a great rapport with him, Aifa, and they gave us great creative freedom that time. It was great fun. I remember I went to Salman Khan and told him I want to do a video, and he said, "What are you going to do?" I said, "I want to treat you like shit in the video." And he said, "Oh, let's go." So there's this video we did where I was trying to tell him how to be a star. Abs banaya tune yaar.
Nice.
Dialogue aise bolte hain.
Nice.
That's
cool.
He started crying at the end of it. I said, accent mein bol. Ek baar jo maine commitment. Aur aise gun ko teda rakh. Because सीधा रखेगा तो star नहीं बनेगा तू. And he started crying at the end of the video. I think that was damn sporting. And the same,
That's cool.
same thing. Me and Lara were hosting same awards, and we were saying that after Three Idiots, Raju Hirani's next film is coming up and whatever. And Raju said that, oh, my lead cast is Ritesh and Lara. And and here you see how we did it. So we tied Raju to a chair and we slapped, just sign her contract, sign. And he actually played that guy, who was trying to sign the contract. So I think there you go. You try to do fun stuff.
Award shows are actually a great time when these
agree.
happens.
Yeah.
We've written a few and we've always noticed that they're actually most movie stars are just, they're chill. I think it's the people who accompany them to every event. They're the one more concerned about what they look like
about
and
their
what they
image
do.
and all of that.
At least that's what we've
This
experienced.
is the thing. If you can fight your way into a room with a movie star
They're
and
cool.
sit him down and tell him the idea, you realize that they're very cool. It's the layers in between that you want to slap 400 times.
The teams.
It's the entourage that you really want to throttle.
Ritesh.
Like, it's
Staff's all cleared out.
I know. I think they were really scared of the slaps right now. But I don't know. I mean, I've never approached an actor to convince him to do something, so I don't know what he's talking about. But
On the other side.
no, but yeah, I'm sure. I think a couple of times we have interacted on some stuff. So on a table when you're an equal. It just, that idea is
cool,
just going
it's
on.
very
You say,
chill.
okay, this is not working. You say, this is working. Oh, that's a great idea. Let's do this.
If you guys, would you be game for a video like the Alia video?
Trust me, every actor will be ready to do this.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just
because
that
it's
someone needs
worked
to.
right the first time.
Absolutely.
No, everyone will be ready.
I know for a fact.
But see, I mean, Kalki's done something. Ayushmann, Kunal, all these people have done videos in the past.
Yeah.
And, we all watch content that's the Hollywood actors do. And it's great fun, whether it's roast or whatever.
Yeah.
So you want to do it, of course, for sure.
Actually, I actually had a question. Like, do you get approached? Is it that you don't get approached enough at all with trying to do something
No
like
one's
that?
asked me.
Nobody
We have
has
like
called
three,
you?
we have 3 scripts just ready.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
talk to my
we just get
manager.
back?
Where's the team?
No, but in general, because is it that none of this offer even come to you that you or when it comes to doing something like this, or is it just that you want? But because you're saying you're game to do this.
No. See, till now, no one has approached me for a video like this. The only time we actually think of doing something as crazy as this when we are actually doing awards, because that's the time you can all have fun and you are celebrating the people who are a part of it, and they do take a joke on themselves and make and be part of it. So yeah, I think no one approached. That's the reason probably we haven't done it. But
That's because you're cool, Ritesh.
You really want to do a video with him? I can see it, guys.
Look, Ben, I'm not even ashamed to admit it. I want to do a video with every movie star because there's something there with everyone, and there's something new to explore with everyone. It's fun for us. And one aspect I really want to touch while I have Huma here, I find that when I said that social media offers an opportunity for even movie stars to say something that they wouldn't have 8 years ago. But she did a cover for, I think, Femina, was it? The
And she
Femina
wrote a
cover.
piece for us also.
Yeah, I mean, it's another debate that the cover was on Femina, which is ironic. But I think how was that? How was that for you? What was the response to that for you online?
It was amazing. I don't think any film or any performance has got me that kind of a response or that kind of appreciation. I mean, Ritesh, I mean, so many other actors.
I tweeted, I thought the
immediately
best Femina cover ever.
Yeah.
And I think it was really great, and I think what she did was fantastic.
No,
What we
and
did
it's
was
just from everyone from the industry. It was so great because for the first time they felt I had said something as an individual, which wasn't a character or whatever.
This is the thing. This is then what happens is people start responding to you as an individual and not as a movie star or not as a character. You are suddenly a whole three-dimensional person to them.
But the question I also have is, which is something I want to understand how you grapple with it. Is say for example, you do a cover like that. Okay, now it's a very progressive cover. But at the same time, and if you say something like this is the best Femina cover ever, but then say for example the next movie script you get, which say for example you know that okay this has a ton of sexist jokes, which you do not agree with morally, then how do you approach that situation? Like, do you do that?
Real.
Basically, is it weird to say no to Sajid? Basically.
No,
or in general, because there's so many of those.
No, I think I generally work with people that I enjoy working with. Apart from, I remember My first reaction when I heard Grand Masti was, I don't want to do this film. But Induji is someone that I really love. I've really worked very well with him in the past. And he wanted to make this film. And I said, okay, if you want to do it, let's do it.
Well, the positive with this is at least you know that there is X things that are wrong with, that's
But
what
you know, as actors, we always know, but the choices that you make, I mean, not everything you do because you believe it's going to, be wow, get you an Oscar or something.
Yeah.
You do certain things and you know very clearly. And it's a choice you make. So I don't think one should be celebrated for one and ostracized for the other.
Of course.
It's just it's a character that you're playing and it's a different genre. I mean,
yeah.
But also, having said that, every film that I have done, I'm sure every actor would say the same thing, that we take complete responsibility for what we do.
Correct.
Good,
disown
bad.
it.
No, not at all. I've never disowned a single film of mine. And I think even Grand Masti, certain jokes were really offensive. And there are many times when you sit in the set and you say, "Nahi yaar, ye bahut zyada ho raha hai, mat karo yaar." Some of them you cut it off, and some of them say, "Nahi yaar, try karte, ye funny hai." So I said, okay, fine. But whatever you do, you should do it convincingly.
4 crore to isme hi hai, ye wale joke pe yaar.
And the thing is, it's really annoying because Ritesh is an annoyingly difficult person to hate. Because he'll be in a movie.
very good actor.
He'll be in a movie, and you're like, oh, he's in Grand Masti, I hate him. And then he'll produce like a great Marathi film. And I'm just like, I hate you because I can't hate you. Like,
it's just nice to not see you in drag. I just want it's just nice.
My gown didn't fit me right now.
Talking about social media and how important it is, do you guys ever feel the pressure to be aware of everything? That tomorrow you can come here and somebody might ask you something about, the Mars orbiter. What will you say? You have to be aware about.
What's with that? What happened to it?
Nothing.
It's in space.
But everyone knows everything.
The Mars orbiter is Prithviraj Chauhan. That's what.
Nice. And it's been a lovely session, and
I think now is the time.
You have to prep that only when you get on coffee. I think that's about it.
Questions to the audience, and no questions about the CM.
Is there a mic? That was a good talk, guys. Can you have a round of applause?
Yeah,
I think that was a good talk. That was
honest
cool.
Talk, right?
That was good fun.
Raise your hand.
Hello? Yeah, hi. Here? See me?
What's
All right. Hi. Hello. My question is to you, Mr. Generously Knowledgeable Khurana. Actually, we call you that. Sorry, Khamba.
Yeah,
Don't take it
what's
offensive.
up? Yeah.
All right. So this is one thing that we really thought about. So we are in an agency. I work in an agency. I used to work in an agency. So when the Alia video first came out and when it barely got any hits, like in less than 15 minutes, it exceeded 2,000, 3,000 in bajillion hits. The first thought which actually came to our heads was the fact that Alia Bhatt actually having to take the joke at her own stake and everybody around who's sitting over there and she's like, oh, yo, Alia's so dumb. Those jokes, it was definitely a slap. But then again, thinking about it, Alia Bhatt sitting over there and making the entire damn video upon herself, we thought that was actually a very brave attempt. And more than anything else, she's the one who's actually knowledgeable over here and really smart, and everybody turns out to be fools.
Yeah, so the question...
No, the question is a fact that when she
We
came
appreciate...
to you,
We'll convey it to Alia.
No,
Well,
I don't really want you to convey it to
She's
Alia.
21, by the way, just pointing that out.
I am sorry, I'm not a lesbian, I'm not into women.
That has nothing to do with it. Like,
I don't know,
he
I'm
just
just saying,
mentioned...
I have a stupid
That's like
sense of
me
humor.
saying I'm 21. Yeah, but I'm not gay. Like,
Yeah, I'm just saying, that's a stupid sense of humor I
It's
have.
okay,
Bear
yeah.
with it, man.
You
So
have a
my point
question?
is, yeah, that is the point. The point is when she actually approached you, whoever approached whoever, was that really the first thought which came to your head, or how do you think about it?
So how the process worked is that we got an idea and we had done a video with Alia about a year and a half ago for the YouTube channel, okay? So we were in touch with her since. So when this entire thing broke out about the Alia Bhatt jokes, we just thought it'll be, again, our process is this something that has never been done before? Is this something that is cool? And is this something that we will have fun making and doing, because it's 2 days of our commitment and 3 weeks of us ending up writing the script. So the idea was just approaching her, calling her, saying, look, these people are making jokes about you. Are you willing to do this video? We'll just have fun with it. We'll make fun of you as well. The best reaction, though, to answer your question, for me at least, was we started the video with a documentary crew was following Alia Bhatt around. Now, obviously, that's part of the sketch. A majority of the comments, if you go through the comment section right now, are saying, this documentary is fake. So, sometimes you make a video and then it is a very soul-crushing experience because you fear for the future of this country. Because what is happening in the video and what people are responding are exact polar opposites of each other. So, but yeah.
There's a making of the video online. We put it up right after, where in the end there's the black hole information paradox, and so while we were shooting, Karan hadn't showed up yet. Alia's sitting and she's just trying to go through the lines like black hole information paradox, so and so, so and so, so and so, so and so, and so we got that on the making. We put it up and the people are commenting, oh, so she's not actually smart, huh? What lies? It's a long thing to know, man. Calm down.
They thought
What thought never went? That people will think that it's...
No, not that. Like what I said, that probably that's the first thing that we thought. So that really never came
What
to
did
our
you
head
think?
or what? The point that actually Alia is the one smarter over there who's making the joke at her own stake and everyone else becomes the fool.
But in the end, but the payoff to that, I get what you're saying. The payoff to that is that in the end she fucks up again. Right? In the end, she doesn't know that India has already had a female prime minister. So the idea of the video is that look, she's comfortable being in her own skin. Was the idea of the video. That she hasn't become a genius, that she still doesn't know half the things, and it's okay. That was the point. So how people receive it is not something you control, as I told you with the comments example.
Yeah, the gentleman here has a question. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question.
You can take her name.
I'm guessing it's for Huma, given that he's blushing and can't finish the sentence.
It's like this.
Like, यार कोई पानी पिलाओ यार, कोई पानी पिलाओ यार. मतलब, you good?
First of all, I would like to give you a compliment that you are one of the most beautiful face.
Oh my God. Bhai,
let me complete.
Are you Humaholic 45 on Twitter?
Let me complete.
Are you?
Let me complete. Let me complete. Let me complete.
Bhai, uncle ko daru mat pilao yaar, please yaar.
And after watching Gangs of Wasseypur, my 9-year-old son had a huge crush on you.
He saw the movie?
For
9-year-old son?
For Huma.
9-year-old son saw Wasseypur.
Yeah, I asked him who is your favorite actress, and he told Huma Qureshi is the favorite.
So has your 9-year-old son seen other movies like Passion of the Christ, and has he seen?
No, he
When
watches.
he's 20, are you going to introduce him to Tom and Jerry then?
No,
Are you waiting?
He watches Hindi movies, and he has seen most of the Hindi actresses.
Okay.
He has liked
Yeah.
Huma Qureshi.
Next question.
Thank you so
My
much. You're
question-
very sweet and you're very brave.
And my question to you is now, how did you chose to come into this industry? Was it by accident, or you had chosen it as a kind of?
I'll meet you afterwards.
Long story. She means here. Yeah.
Question for
you.
Ritesh too.
Yeah.
Ritesh, you being
Twice.
Pomeranian.
You being from a very well-respected family, your father being a CM, and you also such a popular actor, and how do you keep yourself so ground-footed? That is one of your best quality that I always see. I never saw any kind of air in your attitude.
Ritesh.
I think you just have to be yourself, and that's about it. Be it social media, be wherever you are, and that's it. I don't think one needs to think too much about who you are, but you need to know what you are.
Yeah, you have a question?
Also, उन्हें grounded रखने के लिए हम हैं ना, तो tension मत ले. We got your back.
Well, this question is to the actors.
When movies terribly goof up, memes come up, and people troll profusely. How do you take it? Or is that really hilarious for you, or do you take it seriously?
No, I think one needs to really understand the sense of humor with which is written. And I think you can laugh at it. And you think, oh God, this guy's really got the joke very well. I think some of them had made a thing about Ek Villain and Humshakal. There was the parody on it. And I thought it was very well written, first of all. The screenplay was correct. And some of them really did put a lot of effort. I think it comes with writing. And great writers can really make you laugh.
All sentences that were never used during the making of Humshakals.
And many, and many films that I've done. Yeah. Yes. I'm talking about post movie itself. All these were reactions of people who saw the film.
Yeah. I have a question to AIB. So you told that politics and social relevant issues wouldn't really work in India. I mean, the videos like that.
That's not what we said. We said that Bollywood is the overarching this thing, but of course, political and social satire works.
So would you be producing more socially relevant videos which can create awareness?
Would we do socially relevant? We'd like to think that ever so often we try socially relevant videos.
The Indo-Pak thing was very socially
We do
relevant.
it. We do. In fact, we do the Bollywood is the least touched subject on our channel. If you go check it out, every second video is about something non-Bollywood entirely.
I think there are two things, okay? And this, when we made It's Your Fault about a year ago with Kalki, this is what we realized. Now, when we made that video, a lot of people got in touch with us saying, can you do public service announcements or videos around CSR and all of that around a specific issue? And the thing is, we only end up doing something on a subject, if we feel very strongly about it. Now, that doesn't mean that one issue is more important than the other issue. It just means that we need to have enough perspective on the issue to be able to do it. But I think after that video, what happened was a lot of people thought that, okay, now that is the only thing we're going to do, which I think is just actually not possible. We just, if there's an issue that we genuinely feel strongly about, we do it. Otherwise, it would be false on our part also. Which is why we which is why we get approached a lot by a lot of organizations, but we take it very carefully. Because we're like, how much do we know about this? Do we really want to say what we want to say about this? What stand do you want to take? So it's a tougher process.
Right.
Last
question.
question.
Yeah,
I think I'm the last question.
Yeah.
But this is to AIB. Have you guys ever got any threats, like from the Bollywood community, say from the Guju community, from the Malu community, from the people from Bengal? I don't know what you call that, but all these different communities. Like
see, first of all,
threats.
are you asking if you ever gotten threats from these people?
Yeah.
See, Gujus don't make threats; they just take over your company. So it's never happened. Have we gotten anything from other communities?
Not from communities, but we've gotten threats several times before. But for a lot of our live shows, where people have come to watch it, they get offended because we made some political joke about someone. The next day an email comes saying, some Biju Dal or whatever, the Bajrang or whatever. It's some people, but that's all it takes in a country. One person to get mad. All of us have had police complaints against us for some joke we made on Twitter, etc., etc. But it's a thing you deal with. I mean, for how long will you stop pushing? At some point, you have to keep pushing, and we take that risk every time. Once Yashraj tried to stifle us in some way, then we did something for our own thing. Now, we got mad at some newspaper doing something. The point being that you cannot let it stop you. You shouldn't let it stop you.
That said, we've all resigned to the fact that kabhi na kabhi to jail jana hai. And the only hope is कि जब जाएंगे तो तुम वो Che Guevara type हमारी भी T-shirt बना लेना, मतलब कुछ पहन लेना तो थोड़ी ट्रैक्शन मिल
सरफरोशी की
जाएगी.
तमन्ना.
या दो तीन दिन अगर ट्रेंड हो गया हैशटैग तो बहुत है, मतलब करियर बन जाएगा फिर इसमें.
Last thoughts, Ritesh, Huma, any tricks to handle social media that you've acquired?
Block, unfollow.
I don't think there are any tricks. I think social media and you grow together. You adapt to the social media, and whichever profession you are coming from, it starts adapting to you. And think just have a sense of humor, and you can have a laugh at it, they will have a laugh at you, and grow with it. That's it.
Superb. Thank you so much, guys.
I think the fact that these guys decided to come and talk about it, I think is
they
very
need
cool. A round of applause.
round of applause. Thank you, Ritesh. Thank you, Huma.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, the AIB guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
One group selfie.
Thank you. Come.
I would request the R Square Consulting team to kindly come forward, please. The R Square Consulting team, quickly.
Come, guys. Come, you want to come in the center? Come.
The R Square Consulting team, please do come forward. And thank you so much, panel members. Brilliant discussion there. I'm sure we could go on and on. So we've captured this on hashtag SMW Mumbai.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
The R Square Twitterati team, please come forward. The R Square Consulting Twitterati team, please come forward quickly. Yes, I request you to cooperate, please. And also, we have cocktails and dinner arranged, ladies and gentlemen. So go ahead and enjoy and have a great evening ahead. Thank you so much. We have cocktails and dinner being arranged.
Come fast. Fast.
Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, there's cocktails and dinner arranged outside. Go ahead, enjoy yourself, and have a great evening ahead. Have a great weekend ahead. Thank you.